PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daouda, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées, qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingsford. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Victoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospitals, to schools, in workplace. And this law is just protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU.
Recording stopped.
While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique de d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des plus techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour impliquer les gouvernements africains par des solutions techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des instances à tous les échelons régionaux.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daouda, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. My name is Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria, looking at the gender law, in which this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are participating in this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is just to protect girls as well.
To celebrate together, just go for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend liberty and unity.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats,
including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27 June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
Ainsi se fait, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour un côté des gouvernements africains par mesure d'une esprit technique mais politique. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires résistants à tous les échelons régionaux pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our own strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires résistants à tous les échelons régionaux pour cultiver le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de l'emploi continu.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire,
Good morning. As per our tradition, practice, culture, may I allow a moment.
Vamos permitir agora um momento de oração silenciosa e ou de meditação.
Thank you. Take a seat.
Obrigado. Podem tomar os vossos lugares.
Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament,
Sua Excelência, o Ministro Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano, ilustres membros da mesa do Parlamento Pan-Africano, deputados, parceiros do Parlamento Pan-Africano,
do we have Portuguese interpretation? Can you indicate by show of hands? in the booth? Portuguese? Okay. You're working now. Thank you, Excellency. Valued partners and esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to apologize profusely for the late start of proceedings, and thank you for your patience, and also indicate that for that reason, some amendment would be made to the proceedings of today. Your Excellencies, the Pan-African Parliament today wishes to welcome all present to the proceedings of today under the theme From Cairo to Luanda, a 25-year parliamentary stocktake of AU-EU relations. This platform, Excellencies, is a joint platform of the Pan-African Parliament, the European Union, the Open Society Foundation, the European Think Tanks Group, and the Center for Human Rights. The platform meets here in Midrand, South Africa, the seat of the Pan-African Parliament, in order to host a conversation between the Pan-African Parliament, civil society, and think tanks on issues of global importance as part of the preparation leading towards the Africa-Europe Partnership Summit that is scheduled to take place in Luanda, Angola, on the 23rd to the 25th November of 2025. Your Excellencies will recall that the AU-European Union Partnership has been in existence for 25 years now, and a number of platforms, summits have been held since the year 2000 in Cairo, Egypt. The issues, therefore, that will be discussed bring together the voices of all partners to this platform to debate the role that parliaments can play in strengthening and amplifying global policy efforts of the African Union and the European Union. And in doing so, the partners to this meeting seek to ramp up the significance of parliamentary action and parliamentary diplomacy in global policy making. My name is Lindiwe Khumalo. I'm the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament and the moderator for these important proceedings. The proceedings will be delivered in 4 languages: English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic, and will be live streamed, and online engagements will be enabled. The program for today is as follows. First, we will have an opening session in which we receive 2 high-level remarks from the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament and a message of goodwill from His Excellency, the head of the EU delegation to the African Union. Whereafter, there will be an introductory session, a curtain raiser, that sets the context and objectives and priorities for this meeting and that of the AU-EU Summit. Thereafter, there will be 3 substantive panels on peace and security, on the global gateway, and the third, mobility, skills, and migration. These will be moderated sessions, and after these and the debate of honorable members, this will bring us to the close of proceedings. We will now commence the opening ceremony for today, and it is now my pleasure to call upon the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Zephaniah Charumbira, to deliver his remarks and to declare the meeting officially open. Ms. Claire, thank you.
Thank you very much, our clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. Good morning to you all. Good morning. Yeah, we are just beginning, so we can't be tired. Tired at the beginning. Anyway, once more, good morning. Morning. We want to apologize for starting late, but we were sitting somewhere as a bureau and asking how many now in the chamber? How many are in the chamber? Now there are 21, now there are 31. Now we said, no, I think we should start. Others will join us. And I see that the numbers need to improve, of course. But may I recognize the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Fatuma Habib. The third Vice President, Honorable Lucia, we are together just now. She's around. I recognize her. The fourth Vice President is around also, will join us. Our honorable members, members of Parliament, of Pan-African Parliament, we welcome you to this, the proceedings of today. The team from the European Union, the team from Open Society, we welcome you to this chamber and any other partners in this room. And I see Dr. Mimi's commitment is in the chamber. And any other respected participants. I stand here on behalf of Pan-African Parliament, the Bureau and MPs, and to some extent the African Union, to welcome all the participants today in this interaction. The topic is very important. Honorable members, EU, Open Society, the topic is very important because we as parliaments and two continents, Europe and Africa, have been working together for 25 years and now getting more. I'm just receiving a piece of paper to say Ambassador Javier Perez, head of European delegation to the African Union, is online. We recognize you, Ambassador Javier Perez, the head of the European delegation to the African Union, online. Are you there? Ambassador, are you there? Ambassador, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. And can you hear me also?
Sorry, the sound is not very good, President. Should I now come in with my remarks?
Not yet. I want you to listen to my opening remarks, and then you come in.
Okay, President, I understand that this is a time for me to give my introductory remarks. Mr. President, truly an honor, distinguished members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished members of the
Okay, I will allow you.
Parliament.
Proceed.
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yes, proceed. Okay, proceed.
Okay, truly an honor to be here with you today, and to do so obviously at a very special moment. We're 3 weeks away from the EU-AU summit, 25 years after the EU-AU partnership was launched, so it's a very emotional time for us. What I can tell you today, distinguished guests, is that we go into that summit firmly convinced that when it comes to the relations between the two continents, there are certainly disagreements, but there is a very large mass of, or a critical mass of common understanding of what needs to be done on how we have to work together to promote stability and prosperity in Africa and Europe, and in the world. And this is basically linked to 3 main elements. The first one is our strong belief in multilateralism more than ever, and I think this parliament is a good reflection of that belief. Multilateralism is under attack militarily, politically, and we need to push back. We need to keep saying that might is not right in international relations, that what we need is, of course, shared interest, but more importantly, long-term commitment, dialogue, respect, and cooperation. And this is my first message to you, to say that in Luanda, we will reiterate what we said in Egypt 25 years ago, and that is that we strongly believe in multilateral solutions to global problems. The second message that the two continents will convey relates very much to your work, to the Pan-African Parliament work, to the work that other institutions are doing in Africa, and that is also our strong belief in African integration as the right way forward. This is not a simple undertaking. Integrating continentally is difficult, as we know in Europe, and in Africa the challenge is much bigger. Africa is 7 times the size of Europe. The African Union has twice the memberships of the European Union. This is a continent with ongoing conflicts, and yet the work that you are doing at the Pan-African Parliament, the work that is being done by the African Union Commission, by other African institutions is remarkable and is clearly making progress and deliver tangible results. The EU's was always behind the African integration process, supporting the African institution financially and politically, and we will continue to do so. Chairperson, distinguished West, please count on us to keep pushing the African integration process as the best way forward to promote prosperous and stable societies. And lastly, if I may, the third message that will come from Luanda is our strong belief that everything we do is related to one central element: social justice. This is just not about economic growth. This is not just about infrastructure. It's about keeping in mind what we both said in the Pact for the Future last year in the UN, that we want to continue working toward the Sustainable Development Goals, to eradicate poverty, to push back on inequality, to keep combating climate change, which is a real issue, as opposed to what others believe, to keep pushing for gender equality, in some to keep pushing to promote and protect sustainable, inclusive, and just societies. And that's the last element. Of course, once again, I want to welcome the work of the Pan-African Parliament that brings additional legitimacy, that creates the idea of inclusion, of democratic legitimacy, as I said, to our work. And I want to conclude on that note of gratitude and appreciation for the work you do and reiterate our commitment to further cooperate with you and with the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you, Ambassador Perez. Thank you very much. Are you still there? Ambassador, are you there? I think he presented and left. But we can continue. I am back to continue. I want to thank the Ambassador Perez, head of the European delegation to the African Union, for that delivery. I will compliment what he has said, that we are gathered 25 years after meeting in Cairo in the year 2000, when the first Africa-Europe summit was held. And we meet today, 25 years later, and with our great milestone as African Union, that now we have a developmental framework, which is Agenda 2063. So when now we say we are reviewing the partnership between Europe and Africa, we are also guided by our aspirations as Africa through the Agenda 2063. And the benefits of this relationship should be seen in the context of Agenda 2063. We are aware that the 2030 is one of the vision, and the vision that by 2030 we'll have achieved the following, including the SDGs. And Agenda 2063 is now more than 10 years old. And as a parliament ourselves, it's our duty to monitor, take account, take stock of how far we have gone and where we should be going. We need to reflect. So we are in this room today to reflect on the 25 years of partnership with the European Union, or partnership with the African Union. We aspire, and we're going to aspire for prosperity, for peace, security, and governance, people-centered leadership, and now we have issues of the planet, which is climate change. We have done well because the partnership still exists. It did not break down. That in itself is an achievement. Just that we are still together, despite some global challenges, despite issues here and there. I think we are doing well. We are doing well, and we should strengthen trade, industrialization, and ensure that for Africa, the raw materials, the minerals that we export, there is value addition. I think it should be one of the key issues in our new strategy between Africa and Europe. That the relationship that existed between that time it was European countries individually with individual countries in Africa, mainly before independence, indeed was not balanced, the benefits of that relationship. But this was between countries. I come from Zimbabwe, for example. The relationship between Rhodesia, Zimbabwe was called Rhodesia, and the British. Indeed, it was a relationship where one got more than the other from the relationship. With this current arrangement of EU Africa, we would want to ensure that the benefits of the relationship flow in both directions. Then we come to the issue of partnership of equals, which is a major issue in this partnership. In that we as Africa, we continue to push the issues of global governance, that the need for the reform of the UN system, that although 40%, almost half of the world is Africa, that the UN system reflects a very unequal relationship where a country which is probably less than 20% of Africa is called a superpower and have rights in the Security Council to veto. I think these are issues that need to be reviewed in our relationship. So we expect Europe to support Africa, that Africa should have a voice in major global institutions, including the IMF and the World Bank. One area which we will have to look at is the issue of parliamentary engagement. We are aware that the EU Parliament is older than the Pan-African Parliament. The PAP has a lot to learn from the European Parliament because they've traveled a longer distance than ourselves. So how do we harness, how do we mutually reinforce each other? How can we get intertwined and have benefits flow in all directions? The issues of the EU sometimes sanctioning, putting AU member states on sanctions. I think as we grow, we are now 25 years old, as we get to 30 years old and 40, certain practices need to be reviewed. If a country has done wrong in whose perception, and is it a matter for the AU to deal with or EU? So let's work together as equals. We need to help each other on legislation and the issue of integration, which has been mentioned by Ambassador Perez, is critical. The Pan-African Parliament was formed to ensure integration of the continent of Africa, including in certain areas, ensure that we have harmonized legislation. So let's assist one another. Let's invest. For Africa, investing in the youth is critical. Because as you know, Africa is now a young continent, a young population. And if we don't assist, if we don't have a strategy to ensure that the youth have opportunities in their lives after graduating from the main tertiary institutions or elsewhere, I think that area will remain problematic. We need to invest in the youth. Already recent developments on the continent with regard to constitutionalism have been brought to a point where we should say, let's put our heads together. Let's invest in women. We invest in women, and yesterday we had a whole afternoon in this chamber celebrating, reflecting on Beijing, which is the Beijing Conference of 1995, 30 years after Beijing. How far have we gone with women's issues? Have we progressed? Yes, we have. But there are many areas that require strengthening. And yesterday there were good outcomes. And we are saying, can we take those outcomes also and be part of the EU-Africa Africa strategy? The issue of mutual respect sometimes remains a challenge. But I say, for 25 years we've been married. Some marriages break down after 6 months. Some after 1 year, 2 years. That we've gone for 25 years, I think this marriage can be sustained. But always continue in other texts, in literature, we talk of, if you want to be a team, be aware of the emotions of others. Don't only look at your side, your own emotions, what you don't want. The other person also, there are things that he or she does not want also. So respect the emotions of the other, whilst you project your own emotions. That then a marriage can last, where we respect the emotions of the other. Let me close my speech and say, a lot of things are now happening, and we believe today we will start to craft as two parliaments or two continents, Europe and Africa, so that come Luanda, Angola, 24, 25, this month, when the summit, there will be a summit, EU-Africa summit, summit of heads of states. Today we are preparing our input. What are the issues that we want that summit of African heads of state to look at? And what are our recommendations in ensuring that we move forward as two proud continents in a marriage, and very proud in the marriage, and each one benefiting and saying they derive value from that relationship. So, honorable members, we look forward to you interrogating our relationships. And I know the issue of minerals becomes also center stage, is to how Africa and its citizens can benefit from these minerals that we export in other products, and ultimately be in a win-win situation. So we are here the whole day to try and craft win-win recommendations, win-win between Europe and Africa, so that we strengthen our marriage. I thank you very much.
We wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, for his remarks and for highlighting the symbiotic relationship and partnership between the Pan-African Parliament and its counterpart parliament, but also the partnership between the two continents. Also making a call for strengthening and deepening current conversations that are already in progress between the two continents, but also emphasizing the need to begin to jointly reset some of the parameters of the partnership in order to take into account evolving learnings, priorities, and realities for the African continent. Thank you, Honorable President. I would now like to invite to the podium the moderator of the context-setting session of today, Mr. Jagan Gray-Johnson, who is the Advocacy Advisor for the Open Society Foundation, based here in Johannesburg. He is, in addition to his advisory role within the Open Society Foundation, also the head and lead person responsible for the interaction between the Open Society Foundation and Pan-African institutions. And his experience spans 16 years in this field. With that, Mr. Gray-Johnson, I would like to invite you to the podium to set the context as a technical intervener for this session. Thank you. Please come forward. Yes, let me just ask. Yes, please approach the podium, present from the podium, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director and Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbera, President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Javier Perez, Head of the EU Delegation to the African Union, who joined us online, members of the Pan-African Bureau, and also honorable Pan-African parliamentarians that are present here this morning. Dear colleagues, my name is Jagan Gray-Johnson, and I'm with the Open Society Foundations as an advocacy advisor based here in Johannesburg, and it's my pleasure to be here with you this morning as the expert intervener for this curtain raiser. Of which I'll be very brief in terms of my introductory remarks in the interest of time. I think this conversation will look at the 25 years of the partnership and the outcomes of the various summits and perspectives on the new priorities for this upcoming 7th summit. But safe to say, in terms of just contextualizing the importance of this moment that we face here in 2025, we've just celebrated the 80th anniversary of the United Nations with UNGA. That just happened in September. We're also about to honor and host the world, particularly within the context of the 20th G20 summit that's going to be held here for the first time on African soil, hosted by the rotational presidency of the South African government. And then a couple of weeks after that, we will be celebrating 25 years of a partnership between two continents, namely Africa and Europe, which will be held on African soil in Luanda, the capital of Angola. Now, these milestones come at a time when the world is facing a polycrisis. And those sets of crises does not exempt Europe, nor does it exempt Africa. So as a result, we're hoping that today, in this curtain raiser, we'll be able to honestly, objectively, realistically, and also, in some instances, induce a spirit of positivity in trying to find ways out of this quagmire of challenges that the world faces, particularly as it either threatens the lasting relationship and the partnership that we've had in the last 25 years, and or would cement it for the further next 25 years. So I think this curtain raiser would be a good foregrounding for that conversation to happen as we go into the other sub-thematic areas of focus throughout the rest of the day and into the afternoon. So without further ado, I'd like to recognize our two panelists, one who's online, Dr. Ibrahim Khan, who acts as a consultant for the Open Society Foundations, and he will be presenting for about 7 to 10 minutes just on the historical partnerships that the AU-EU has enjoyed over the last 25 years and some of the challenges and opportunities. And then there'll be a response around the EU priorities by Dr. Benedict Eepfort, who's with the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. So I'd like to ask Benedict to join me up here, and then Ibrahim Khan will be joining us online. Thank you. Over to you, Ibrahim.
Merci, Djegan.
Thank you, Jagan. As I take the floor, I would like to greet the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and all the members of the Pan-African Parliament. I'm honored to present the history of relations between Africa and Europe as part of the celebration of this 25th anniversary of relations between the African Union and the European Union. Perhaps I should start by saying that the relationship between the AU and EU dates more than 50 years because, as we know, since 1975, European states decided to have relations with their former colonies from the Caribbean and the Pacific. And they tried to redesign their relationships with former colony by designing in 1995 the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership. Well, that somehow excluded Northern African states from the discussion. So the partnership I'm going to talk about is the partnership between Europe and sub-Saharan African countries, including South Africa, even though we know South Africa has a specific partnership with the African Union. Africa and the European Union have a partnership, and Africa also has partnerships with other continents, Arab countries, Southern America, and what have you. But the specificity of the relationship between Africa and Europe is not only the long-standing relations with their former colonial powers, but the volume of cooperation between Africa and Europe is the highest, because in 2022, EU investment in Africa reached over 300 billion euros. And this is testimony enough of the relation that exists between Africa and Europe. And as you know, The relationship with Europe is constantly evolving, as well as it also has a number of challenges. But before we get to the challenges, perhaps I should insist on the fact that the relationships that we will be celebrating in Luanda in a few weeks, well, these are relationships that were established and adopted in 2007 in Lisbon under the joint strategy between Africa and the EU. And at the time, that was a European strategy and response in the face of Africa's challenges at the time. Europe's objectives then was to ensure Africa gets back on a sustainable development track and achieve the Millennium Development Goals by strengthening political partnership with Africa, by promoting peace, democratic governance, human rights, gender parity, sustainable development, and integration in Africa, by promoting and supporting efficient multilateralism with Africa, and by trying to capacitate non-state actors for them to play a key role in Africa's development process, thereby giving African civil society a key role to play within this partnership. And back then in 2007, the strategic priorities that were set included peace and security, promoting a safer world, governance and human rights, principles which we considered universal principles since the fall of the Berlin Wall. And the aim was also to develop trade and foster regional integration in order to make the most of the opportunities that exist between Africa and Europe. And finally, to accelerate and fast-track all this progress in view of achieving the Millennium Development Goals. So that is the framework that was set in 2007. But as you all know, ever since, much has been done, and at a time where we are celebrating 25 years of such a relation, well, Europe is losing its influence not only in the world, but also in Africa. An important European country, for example, France, for that matter, is losing its influence in its former colonies. And there is also an exacerbated influence on the continent by other states like the US, China, Turkey, and countries that want to play a key role in relations with Africa. Perhaps I should also add that there is much divergence among European states on their foreign policy. If I take an example you are all aware of, the issue of migration, which many European countries do not agree upon. There is a divergence between European countries because they do not consider migration the same way. And finally, we also have historical imbalances between the two continents, and this needs and requires redefining the partnership that was signed 20 years ago. I would add and conclude by saying that at a time when we are celebrating 25 years of partnership between AU and EU, we should not forget that this is the 20th anniversary of the consensus by which African states decided 20 years ago to play a key role in international relations by requesting Africa to have a permanent seat at the Security Council. And they also requested at the time a redefinition of international relations to enable Africa play a more important role in diplomacy and in the global economy. So it's important we have all of this in mind as we will be discussing this issue.
I would like to draw the attention of the members of parliament that you are, that Africa has changed since 2005. Today, it is considered as the 9th strongest economy of the world with a GDP of $3,000 billion. That is, if you like, $3 trillion. So the African population makes up 17% of the world population, the same like China, with projections of 25% of the global population by 2050 and 38% by 2005. In Africa, this population has a very low productivity rate, whereas China today, for instance, has a GDP of close to 20% of global GDP, whereas Africa represents only 3 to 4% of the world GDP, economically speaking. Africa is the richest region of the world, talking about natural resources. Africa is an internal market of 1.5 billion persons in the form of a free trade zone binding 54 countries, but with a weak macroeconomic and inter-trade of Africa. We should point out that the coordination of economic policies is not yet operational across Africa. So it's equally important to point out that the African Union is yet to become an economic union and does not have a supranational authority, as is the case with Europe, as far as issues of international issues are concerned. It's equally important to highlight, and I believe the president said that in his speech a few minutes ago, that the European Union since 2013 has adopted a vision, and this vision is to harness transformative partnerships which can help Africa to become prosperous and, above all, to achieve the 2063 agenda, thanks to a harmonious cooperation with aim to promote peace, stability, democracy, good governance, while strengthening Africa's position as a world partner which is strong, united, resilient, and influential. So the African Union has a strategic framework of partnership which lays emphasis on partnerships aligned on objectives 2063, that is, optimize the added value of partners, and to hope that they align on the Agenda 2063, facilitating the management and coordination of partnership activities, contributing to the strengthening of institutional capabilities of the African Union and member states in terms of launching, development, coordination, and management of partnership, encourage a coordination of efficient development with other resolutions, and equally the formulation of the initiative program of action plans which are agreed with partners in line with Aspiration 7 of Agenda 2063, which aims for a strong, united, resilient, and influential Africa. May I add that this partnership is based on the following principle: Pan-Africanism and African unity, the respect of African values, norms, and cultures, solidarity, cooperation, and extended partnership, equality and mutual respect, the principle of national sovereignty, the respect of decisions of the African Union, and the inclusivity, responsibility, transparency, and efficiency, and above all, coherence and added value, comparative advantages, and social economic benefits which are mutual within the framework of these partnerships. This partnership, which was drafted, gives an important role to many institutions which are organ of the AU. But given that I am actually speaking to members of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like that the roles assigned to organs of the African Union, which actually for now excludes a particular role to the African Parliament. The African Union Commission coordinates the work, is in charge of logistics, prepares initial documents, coordinates the management of partnerships, and regularly meet the deliberative organs of all the union in order to promote transparency and ensure that interests of African states should be taken into consideration. The MAE plays an important role. The Executive Council ensures the representation of Africa with partners. It takes the the responsibility to represent Africa. But the Pan-African Parliament has nothing. So I believe that we should benefit from this moment of the commemoration of the 25th year of this partnership to lay emphasis on the important role that the Pan-African Parliament should play. We are going to commemorate these 25 years against a backdrop of some experience. So I would like to lay emphasis on some elements in order to enable a fruitful debate on how, after Luanda, Africa should actually envisage to have a partnership with Europe, which is going to be totally different with what we have seen up to now. Because if we take into consideration the agenda of 2007, we notice that none of the elements which were said are yet to be achieved. We haven't strengthened political partnership because today Africa and Europe have difficult relations. As I'm talking to you right now, there isn't a clearly established agenda for the future. The governance, issues of peace and governance are important issues. And I would like to lay emphasis on some points, about 5 or 6, that I believe are fundamental for such discussions. The first one is that a partnership is not decreed, but it's constructed by the partners within the purview of mutual interest. Up to now, the partnership we are talking about was set up by Europe within a context that Europe was dominant and dominating. So it has always been difficult for Africa to actually bring its agenda in the discussion. For instance, take the issue of the African economy, the question of migration. Europe has always imposed its point of view, and I'm quoting the meeting of 2015 at Valletta, where Europeans decided to take money destined for the development of Africa to use it for the management of migration, and which was not a priority for African states. Secondly, the partnership with Europe is not an exclusive partnership. As I told you, Africa has set up a new strategy of partnerships, and this strategy should be in line with competition. Today, Africans have resources. So Africans should collaborate with those who have an agenda which aims at helping Africa to develop. Our relations with Europe have not always been relationships which encourage the development of Africa. Third point, every relationship, even if it's a partnership, as it's said in relations with Africa, a strategic and joint partnership, every policy is based on the solid basis and for a long time. And that's why I urge the members of parliament to lay emphasis on relationships which have a solid base, and this should actually be relationships which have as aim the interest of Africa. So today, we actually notice that about the issue of good governance, the issue of democracy, Western intervention, double standards, which are set up adopted by Europeans on some issues. For instance, if you consider the issue of the war in Ukraine, you will notice that Europeans accepted to welcome Ukrainian refugees in their countries while giving them all the rights, whereas Africans, which have relationships with Europe, were not given the same advantages, especially for African students who were living in Ukraine. So all African refugees who leave Africa because of conflicts and who hope to go to Europe are not really received. So security challenges are really real issues. We are going to talk about that, and you are going to see that when it comes to security, Europeans equally have issues or questions that we have to provide answers, because the weapons that you find in African countries and the roles that Europeans play in conflicts in Africa are very important, and this is central when it comes on the debates on security challenges. The word dignity should have a place of choice in the debate between Africa and Europe, because on many issues today, the African dignity is trampled upon, especially the dignity of Africans living in Europe. And I'm not going to come back to this issue. And to conclude, I believe that 25 years after the beginning of relations imposed, it's important to review the narratives of relations between Europe and Africa. So today, Africa has become a major stakeholder. We are made up of 55 countries. We should be able to play an important role, be it at the level of organizations like the UN, because we are virtually 1/3 of the United Nations members. We have a huge population, we have huge means. So these relations should be redefined in such a way that Africans should be beneficial, especially due to the fact that they should help Africa to solve issues of joblessness, wars, conflicts, and it should equally help Africa to find its rightful place within the purview of international relations. These are the information that I wanted to highlight in order to show that it's important for this debate is important before the Luanda summit. So I know that as far as Luanda is concerned, we have decided to work on issues of peace and securities, issues related to investment in human development, on issues of infrastructure, and on Africa as an important stakeholder in international relations and multilateralism. But issues like migrations and mobilities are issues that up to now are yet to be taken into consideration. I believe the time has come for these issues to be taken into consideration, because we cannot accept that Europeans should try to transform Africa in a sort of prisons. Africans have the right to movement like everyone across the world. This type of meeting should equally take this type of issues into consideration. So, Mr. Jega, those are the points that I wanted to highlight in the debate, while hoping that during the question and answer sessions, we are going to have the opportunity to give details to these elements. So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Khan. Without further ado, I'd like to also just hand over to our second expert to look at the EU priorities, and Benedict will be speaking to those. Benedict, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Director, Honorable Ambassador of the EU, the Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be speaking here today and to continue this discussion that we already started with the introductory words and with now the input by my colleague Ibrahim Kane on the relationship between those two continents, those two regions that are diverse in and of themselves, but also between each other, but still linked by a very long-standing history. I have brought with me a couple of thoughts, and I have structured them around thesis statements, challenges and claims that I see necessary to address in order to improve the relationship between those two continents, those two regions, and those two institutions, and also that give us a ground for debate. I was also asked to give, and by the nature of my positionality, it's quite natural, a little bit European priorities and a European view on the debate, and I will weave them into the different claims. To start with, without further ado, let me just see. Yeah, this is going to work. I first of all underline what has been said above that before me, that this relationship, in order to be understood, it is not sufficient to look at the past 25 years of Africa-Europe symmetry. It is a very complex and deep and long-standing relationship, and I see several dimensions of factors that we need to address in order to avoid misunderstandings and to move this relationship forward. First of all, and it has been mentioned already several times, there is the historical weight that shapes the relationship. Then the institutional setup between the AU and the EU, and the difference between the two institutions that look alike maybe in appearance, but needs to be acknowledged. And the President already mentioned this with regard to the situation of the parliaments. There are divergent priorities in views, and my colleague Ibrahim Kane mentioned those with regards to Ukraine, that basically influence the relationship and also make the relationship at times a difficult relationship. There's the domestic dynamics on both sides of the Mediterranean that needs to be considered, because we cannot consider only foreign policy priorities without looking into domestic pressures and the underlying currents in the member states constituting the two unions. And last but not least, there's the big question of the new question mark emerging international order that concerns both Africa and Europe alike. And for each of these dimensions, we advance a short thesis statement that we then can continue throughout the day in our discussions when we look at the sectoral dimensions later on in the panels. So first of all, when we look at the historical weight, and that has been said already, it is the challenge of establishing a forward-looking partnership amid a long-standing and complex history. So without forgetting the history that underlines the relationship, it must still be possible to phrase and frame the relationship into something forward-looking, because otherwise there is a lack of innovative character. And we can also learn from the history. So first of all, obviously there is the burden of the colonialism, and there is the responsibility of colonialism, and there's the impact of colonialism. And I think that is at the debate, at the heart of the debates on history. But there's also the acknowledgement that the European integration project, and I think this is something where we can also take some strengths out of it, that the European integration project from the very first day was very much linked to the history and the development of the African region. And obviously times have changed, and have changed for good in that sense. But when we look back at the Schuman Declaration, French Foreign Minister back in the 50s, which is regarded as one of the three foundational documents of the European Union, Schuman declared the necessity to unionize the steel and coal production between Germany and France at the time. And one sentence paragraph later, he said, with increased resources, Europe, and that was the sentence paragraph after stopping war on the European continent, so like the essence of the European integration project, followed by, with increased resources, Europe will be able to pursue the achievement of one of its essential tasks, namely the development of the African continent. In 1957, this spirit, and again, this was still a spirit that was very much by the colonial powers driven, because it was France and Belgium that made their accession to the European Union dependent on the fact that the colonies at the time would be granted preferential market treatment, so market access. And with that, one can argue there is, of course, one consequence, the colonial past dependency that also basically led to the parallel emergence of the ACP-EU relationship, which is very much based on the former dependencies, and the continent-to-continent relationship. So nowadays we have two parallel relationships in place, the one being the legal framework for the other, and that is a colonial dependency. But one can also see that these long-standing ties have led to what was earlier named a marriage that is still functioning, and a marriage on which one has to continuously work and improve. And so the point here is that the European integration project would be unthinkable without looking south of the Mediterranean towards the African continent, because the two projects are very much interlinked from day one. And then we have obviously the continent-to-continent relationship starting in 2000, and that is in which the AU-EU summit is embedded. So that would be the first point. The second point is, when we look at the institutional setups, the challenge lies in fostering cooperation between two very different institutions, the AU and the EU, if we do not acknowledge the difference between the institutions, both in the institutional setup, but also in the political determination, that can lead to false expectations. And I'm not going to go into detail. We can discuss this later throughout the day, but just to give you a few examples. First of all, there's the size, and the size has already been mentioned, the size in territory and populations, but also in terms of member states. It is different to coordinate 27 and 55 member states. I mean, even for the EU with 28 now, then 28, now 27 member states, this is oftentimes a struggle, and it also led to Brexit. So it is not a mean feat to basically assure coordination across 55 member states. Then the level of integration is largely different between the two institutions. We have on the EU side a supranational institution, which is a sui generis institution. There's no other institution like the EU in terms of the level of integration. That means there is European laws basically govern national member state laws in the European Union, or the most of them. Most of the EU law basically leads to translations into national member state law. And we have a judicial integration through the European Court of Justice on the European side, where the European Court of Justice, through its rulings, basically advances the integration process. On the other side, the AU, like many other organizations, is an intergovernmental organization. So comparing a supranational intergovernmental organization in terms of their decision-making process and the expectations will lead to very different results. Economic structure and the concept of sovereignty in the EU and the AU also differ. So the claim here would be to acknowledge the difference in order to advance common and feasible projects would be the challenge for both institutions. Then we already touched on it, the divergent priorities and views that basically dominate the discussions over the past 3 years, starting in 2022 with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, but one could even go a little bit further, and the dealings during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was an exceptional situation for humanity in a sense. So while shared challenges and commonalities remain, and many of them remain, and climate change being one of them, economic development, but also the commitment to multilateralism, as we heard also from the perspective of the EU ambassador earlier. Despite these commonalities, political differences at times are obvious, and divergent priorities are becoming increasingly pronounced, also in light of what many perceive to be a changing world order. And a few examples have been made. When we look at COVID-19, one of the different perspectives was that the European Union very quickly established a reactionary mechanism to the crisis, and is one of the main funder or the main funder of the Gavi Alliance, and perceived itself also as a benevolent actor in this outstanding situation. At the same time, it was perceived by many of its partners, and also by many African partners, as a rich industrialized community that is basically protecting itself first before thinking of the fate of humanity. And there was a complete clash in perceptions when you were going through AU member states capitals and EU member states capitals in terms of like how the different actors perceived the respective others. So that would be one of the examples. The war against Ukraine was already named. In most European countries, it is quite clear that it's a infringement of sovereignty, of the Westphalian principle. That is the one point. But the other point, it's also a direct menace and a direct threat. So the closer you get to the border with Ukraine, and there's also differences in the European Union that one should also acknowledge, like different perceptions within the European Union as to how serious the threat by Russia is. But like simplified, the closer you get to the eastern border, the more aware populations, citizens, but also governments are of the threat that the Russian aggression poses, not only to Ukraine, but also to European territorial integrity and security. And that the perceptions are different, I think, is on the African continent, with regards to that continent, at least by some member states, is not surprising, in my opinion, because like the acuteness of a conflict is also very much defined by the proximity. Like we perceive events around us very much much also defined by proximity. That can be geographical proximity, that can be political proximity, that can be cultural proximity. But proximity is key to what we, is key to, the screen is leaving us here, is key to our perceptions. And we could go through these examples, but what I think is more important is also to acknowledge that there is no unanimity. Like when we talk about any of these issues, it is not that there is the AU on the one side and the EU on the other side, but there's also difference and divergence within these two unions. And that is also something good in the sense that there are commonalities between individual member states, between civil societies, between parliament, when we talk about these very difficult issues. So we shouldn't see it as a binary only, but as complex positions that can be addressed, maybe not in its integrity and that we will have a 100% full agreement between the two regions or the two institutions, but that there are elements where agreement can emerge because there are also commonalities in terms of like what the two regions think about sovereignty, the rule of law, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so the next point is very much linked to the previous one and is about domestic pressures. The challenge lies in redefining a partnership against the backdrop of, at times, nationalist. You see that again on both sides of the Mediterranean, and also the European Union has a huge rise of nationalist and populist forces, but also of anti-Western discourses that require political impetus and visionaries that believe in the added value of multilateralism, common sets of rules and advantages of cooperation. I think the Assembly, and as the President outlined earlier, is one of these venues where we can have these visionaries, where we can have this political impetus, and where we can have this belief in a joint partnership. And I think for this belief, next to tabling a new grand narrative. So it needs, on the one hand, it needs a grand narrative where people can buy into, and that is true also for the unions itself. So the European Union is also searching a new narrative. The narrative that carried the European Union for over half a century was the narrative of peace and security and stability, which has been overthrown recently and also linked to the war against Ukraine, but many other elements. So the European Union is looking for a grand narrative. The AU is also looking for a grand narrative. And then the question is, are there joint grand narratives? Well, what are the grand narratives that can people believe in and be attached to that links this relationship? And I think that is one of the tasks of the bodies of the two institutions, and the Parliament being one of them. Beyond the narratives, it obviously also needs implementation. So it is not enough to stimulate grand narratives with reference to be it human rights, be it democracy, be it economic growth, if there is no implementation, if change cannot be observed on the ground. So one of the very important elements to move the relationship forward, also when we think in terms of competition, in terms of the rising number of actors in the international system that basically shape the current order, it is also delivering. And the focus should be on the delivery. And the last point here is also when it comes to domestic pressures, it would be wrong to see again a binary, but within each of the societies of the EU and the AU member states, there is a complexity of views that can be used in order to identify the commonalities. Last point on the international order, it is, as I mentioned already, the challenge to redefine the partnership in an age where disorder and change are seen to shape the international system. This requires, as I just mentioned, the identification of common interests and shared priorities. So we do not know what kind of international order is about to emerge. I mean, there are many voices that already claim to be very certain how the new international order that is seen new against after the end of the American-led unipolarity is going to look like. I would be a bit careful because we do not entirely know what kind of order is emerging. We have certain options on the table. It could be some sort of partial unipolarity. It could be a bipolarity. It could be a true multipolarity where power is centered around the globe. But I think the question is still out there. And what the African Union and the European Union have to basically ponder on is how does this world look like and what can we do in order to steer towards one or other direction? Will it be a Hobbesian world where basically everything is transactional, where the rule of the stronger counts? Will it be a Lockean world where we can basically stick to some common sets of rules and the notion of multilateralism, or even Kantian. That was basically the world the European Union thought it would be living in for a very long time, and it realized that it might not be as Kantian as they believed it to be. So the question is still out there, and I think it's about European soul searching. That means the EU's identity is very much based on this idea and principle that the world as it used to be worked very well for it. I mean, it is a very like Eurocentric view in that sense, and it didn't work well for many others, but also this moment is now ending. So there's some sort of identity and soul searching on the European side. There's also some sort of African opportunity searching. And I don't know what kind of world we are looking for, but what we see is an intensified pace of change. And in this intensified pace of change, it is up to the two unions basically to get the priorities, common priorities straight in order to take the advantage also out of this uncertainty. And the instruments on the table, and we will discuss them throughout the day, be it Global Gateway and others, the question is, are they valid for these times? And it goes down to the nitty-gritty and the detail question, what instruments, what offers need to be on the table in order to also produce results in these uncertain times. One last point, so those would be the 5 challenges that I see. One last point on sharing with you a little bit the Europe's reorientation, because this is one of the topics that often is on the minds of many pundits and makes the news. And there is, of course, a European reorientation towards a more strategic outlet. And I think one comparison that nicely shows this, but then I will open a short bracket, is if you compare the president of the Commission statement, Ursula von der Leyen, in 2020 and in 2025, so 5 years ahead. In 2020, she stated, when I came into office, I chose for the very first trip outside of the European Union to visit the African Union. And it was a natural choice. It was a natural choice, and it was a clear message. Because we are not just neighbors, we are natural partners. And that is very much linked in this idea of long-standing, deep and ingrained relationship. In 2025, the speech looked very different, and not because the relationship had faded away, but because European priorities had changed in terms of being much more geared towards strategy and security. And here von der Leyen opened, Europe is in a fight with reference to a world of imperial ambitions and imperial wars, a world in which dependencies are ruthlessly weaponized. And that is the thinking that is emerging currently in the European Union, which is much more security driven than it used to be. The question that derived thereof is, what is the role of the partnership at this stage? Does it have a role, or does it also lead to a certain neglect of the partnership? When we talk later about peace and security, the question always arises, what is Africa's or Europeans' commitment to African peace and security, so the EPF, following its very intense engagement in Ukraine? Is it still present, or is it on the decline? And I wouldn't go as far as to say that the relationship is on the decline, because there is a reorientation, but there is a reorientation and a refocusing on questions such as security, migration, and geostrategic thinking. Also, and not last but not least, because of the domestic pressures that dominate the European domestic and national discourses. And the second view from a member state, because it's very important to me also to see that the relationship is based on a member state's input. It is not only institutional at the AU or the EU level, is a foreign policy address that the now Chancellor Friedrich Merz gave just a few weeks before he came into office. And here too, you see this change in discourse. You wouldn't have had these discourses 5 years ago in the European Union, where he mentions the expansionist powers as an axis of autocracies, referring to China and Russia. He pledges for a strategic foreign policy, but he also sees Africa as central to this strategic foreign policy and as a continent of opportunity, but much more interest-driven probably than this speech would have been 5 years ago. And that is also reflected in the 25 years history of summitry. If we look at the overall tone of these meetings, when we started with Cairo, it was very foundational, aspirational, normative. It was about global and a common destiny, even so the donor-recipient narrative was really dominant. It became then a more transactional already in Lisbon, because it became the first summit to launch a strategic partnership. Then topical with migration and security in 2014 in Belgium, which was also very much under the influence of the crisis forces in Mali at the time. And then youth came to the fore, one of the points that the president mentioned, and to then in 2022 turn completely strategic, where it was very much about geopolitics, but also green investments, but it was very geopolitical. And I would expect the same tendency also for this summit. So we have these four elements to close the short input: prosperity and sustainability, peace and security, migration, mobility, and multilateralism that were agreed upon during the ministerial in May. And the question is now how to make the partnership work. And I don't have the answer to that question. If I had, probably that would be great. But I can give certain thoughts that derive from what I said in the last 10 minutes. First, it needs to be a balance between engagement with history and forward-looking pragmatism. Second, an awareness of the limitations of relationships between two regional institutions. One cannot compare the AU-EU summit with AU and single nation-state summits. That's completely different. Focus on implementation and monitoring, which was also mentioned during the ministerial already. The commitment to shared ownership in a select and focused numbers of areas, which I think the focus and the selection of areas where win-win actually can fly and can produce results is very important in order to strengthen the belief in the partnership. And last but not least, and this is the place also where this can happen, foster people-to-people and parliament-to-parliament exchange between the summits. It is not enough to look at the relationship from one summit to the next, have a short preparation, have this highlight, and then move on with business as usual. But to have and foster a relationship through various channels, be it CSOs, be it through education exchange, be it through parliament-to-parliament exchange, there are manifold of opportunities, but to live this relationship throughout. And with that, I'm going to thank you for your attention and looking very much forward to the rest of today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Benedict, for that. I don't think I need to make any summary of the succinct presentations as they were made by the two experts, except just to say that they've given us context, the historical background, they've given us the institutional processes. They've also talked about the commitments and the priorities and where I think the role of parliamentarians through a citizenry-driven process becomes important. I think this would be the takeoff point whereby we'll be able to hear from our respective representatives and our parliamentarians here in the room. But that is not my job to foster that. I'd like to, again, graciously hand over to the President of the Pan-African Parliament to take us through that process. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I think the presenters deserve another pam-pam. Very rich expose of issues. I now move to the floor, grant opportunity to members to also comment, question, complement, supplement. So, honorable members, take the floor. Seize the opportunity. Gambia. Yeah, your name and the country so that the
thank you very much, Mr. President. I am Honorable Ture of the Gambia.
Come again on the name. I know they may be stuck. I know you, of course. But on your name, come again. It's Gambia.
Okay.
Come again on the name.
My name is Swaibu Ture, Honorable Swaibu Ture.
Honorable Ture.
Of the Gambia.
Thank you.
Honorable President, the fact that we have recognized the need for sincere partnerships between Africa and the European Union sends a message that the two entities are ready to give peace and security a chance. The more the EU countries have come to grips with the fact that even though they have seen themselves above other continents because of historical reasons, it is now dawned on them that countries that were colonized have also come to grips with the fact that what is necessary is to create a framework that would augur well for them as well as other continents and peoples. Honorable President, history has taught us that no matter how much money is displayed in agreements, if it is not based on a win-win situation, that money would come to Africa and go back to Europe, where it came from, without serving any purpose for the African people, except to keep Africa in endless debt and poverty for the citizens of Africa. So yes, we need partnerships, but partnerships that will enable us to invest in the productive areas or basis of our economy with a view to create jobs, increase wealth, that will enable us to pay back our loans without having to take loans to pay loans, because that is what is happening in many countries now. We are so indebted that we take loans to be able to pay other loans. The EU is a collective. They work in a collective manner. And they have a collective project and programs. So Africa, too, should create such joint partnerships, programs, and projects that would help us to negotiate collectively in contracts instead of doing so on our own, which does not really serve the purpose, because one country, like a small country in Gambia, trying to negotiate with the whole EU, 28 countries, I don't know how you can get the comparative advantage that you will require. So that is something that we need to look at. And when we say multilateralism, we must mean it. We mean multilateralism. Any agreement we come into, we all benefit from that agreement, not to see us as developing countries, and then they will come up with projects. I give you an example. The EU had a very good, an agreement with the Gambia on a fishing, they call it fishing project. And then the EU will, 28 countries will come to the source of Gambia, the ocean, and fish tuna. And then all they give to the Gambia is 550,000 euro for the whole year. All these countries are fishing in our waters because only Gambia is negotiating with them. But if all of Africa is negotiating with them at the same time on tuna, we will be able to have a win-win situation. On that note, I thank you very much, Mr. President, for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, yes.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. المتحدث صالح دركوي، عضو البرلمان الليبي وعضو البرلمان الأفريقي وعضو لجنة العدل وحقوق الإنسان بهذا البرلمان.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, I would like to thank the various delegates for the presentations, which were quite insightful. I tried to summarize the interventions, and it's true I have much to say, but the most important thing I can say is the importance of the collaboration between Africa and Europe. Many topics were discussed here as far as the relationship between Africa is concerned, and at a time where we are celebrating 25 years of relationship between Africa and Europe, I think it's important to discuss some of these issues. We need to ask ourselves what happened during the 25 years, and before that, what happened? Of course, this is a long-standing partnership, and things are not going to change overnight. But in any case, there are a number of issues we need to address within this partnership because some of these partnerships build on colonial history. So we need to ask ourselves, what needs to be reviewed now that we've had 25 years of partnership? What are the results? What are the outcomes we've had? Secondly, I would like to talk about the role of Africa, as someone mentioned, Africa's role on the global arena. It was mentioned that Africa has requested a seat at the Peace and Security Council. Europe alone cannot help us achieve that. Europe alone cannot help us play our rightful role on the global scale. And therefore, I hope we are going to work together during the Luanda summit to see to it that we work together with the European Union to contribute on the global scale. If I look at what is being done here in the Pan-African Parliament, what's true is that we do less than what our European counterparts do. In 2016, for example, when we're discussing this issue of Libya, a European counterpart from Italy listened to our views and he forwarded the outcomes of our discussions to the European Union. However, the Union did not make any significant decision on the same. So sometimes we expect a partnership that is at par. We should do away with the monopolistic situation, the monopolistic stand. We need to redefine our relationship. If there is cooperation, then it needs to be a win-win cooperation. Someone else talked about China. China has proper collaboration with Africa. They do not get into political affairs. Our relationship with China is purely economical, and everyone has their objectives, their views, and their goals. So I think we should address the challenges that we've encountered during the 25 years of cooperation. There is need for exchange visits between two institutions. 25 years ago, there were a number of countries, for example, that did not exist, but some countries have been established or created. We had, during the 25 years, Sudan, that was initially one country, is now two countries. So I think we need to talk about concrete and pragmatic issues. Every year we celebrate our relationship with Europe, but nothing really seems to change. So can Africa, if, for example, something happens in the Libyan capital, Italy is directly affected. So whenever something happens in Africa, Europe is affected. So we need to avoid this relationship where one is the dominant force. And to conclude, perhaps I should say there are a number of challenges. A good number of them have been discussed and pointed out. And when we talk about the African continent, well, we need to address African issues as someone who knows the history of Africa. You know, Africa has experienced a good number of situations, and we need to build on Africa's history to address Africa's challenges. Thank you.
And please, just stand up, we move. Sometimes I cannot see that you are raising up your hand. But yes, thank you, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I want to thank the moderator and the presenters. EU-Africa relation started since time immemorial. And we all witnessed exploration period when Europeans started coming to Africa. During the exploration period, there was an interest that was established. From the exploration period, we came into economic period where they started, dealing with the people, legitimate trade, and later we witnessed slave trade, which really affected our relationship and depopulated Africa, and our economy was really brought down, and it was to your advantage as Europe. Now, from the historical perspective, we came together to build nations, to make sure that we all benefit at the end of the day. And our relationship with Europe definitely pays dividend. And in some countries, it leads to economic development and economic prosperity. It leads to promotion of good governance. Democracies were advanced, developed. Peacekeeping missions were sponsored. So our core relationship or our core values were advanced. But if you look at the challenges are so high because the gap is so wide. The inequality between Europe and Africa is so wide. And we will not blame you for it totally, but we believe our relationship should be mutualistic and should be beneficiary to all. Now, it should not be exploitative, but instead, we build on our institutions like Pan-African Parliament and European Parliament. We believe we are all continental parliament. And as I said, we have a lot in common. And we have started from a further place. And we believe the competition between other advanced countries like China, Russia, in Africa is so high. But we need to look at what is our interest at this time. What is the interest of Africans with European relationship? Now, as far as aids are concerned, we've been seeing a lot of aids coming to Africa, from Europe. Yes, we acknowledge them. But these aids, how are they given? Are they sustainable? Are they there to support our institutions? Or are they there to enrich selfish politicians or governments to stay abusing the people more and more? So these are some of the things we need to really look into. Now, if we said European Parliament is a legislative parliament, we have to look at the Pan-African Parliament. Are we a legislative parliament? What is missing along the line? So these are issues that, as co-operators or as co-workers or partners, we really need to look down into this thing. Now, when it comes to migration, I know migration is an issue and is always on top of your agenda. But how do you treat the migrants, people leaving Africa to Europe? We need to look at that. How many of them are in concentration camps? How many of them are treated as human beings, whether their fundamental human rights are protected or not? So we have been seeing abuses, or in fact, it leads to deaths, where migrants were shot to death in Germany. We went there. Gambian migrants were shot to death, and not only limited to Gambia. So we need to look at these issues as families on a real point of view, not on a biased scale, but on a balanced scale. Yeah, so I think today's debate is very timely, and we will not say it's exploitative, but there are gaps in our relationship. So we believe the governments, heads of states need to be serious with our relationship, and they need to know how our resources are going to be protected. Because we see a lot of European investments, like alluded by Honorable Toure of the Gambia, like the fishing agreement, between Europe and the Gambia. Yes, those agreements, I think, in fact, for that of Gambia, it has been stopped now. The agreement is not working. But we need to look at it. If Europe can seal its sea or its area ozone not to fish, to make sure that the juvenile fish grow, why are they reaping the juvenile fish from Africa? So these are the issues we need to look at all costs to make sure that we all develop alongside. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Looking out for those that would want to take the floor. Honorable, on that side there. Oh yes, I'm coming. There's one here. Where is it? Who else? 2, 3, 4. Here 4, 5. Good. But I was still Yusuf. Proceed because I had picked on you already. We finish, then I do the 5. Honorable Yusuf. Is it not Yusuf? Okay. Sorry, I thought you had raised your hand. No, it's not you. So, who else? Are you interested? Okay, come over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, and thank you for allowing me to take part in this very important debate. I just want to make a very short statement, and I would be very pleased to hear what our brother here has to say about it. For me, the relationship between Africa and the EU is very paradoxical. Paradoxical in the sense that I think Africa is a very important player in today's world, particularly in today's world. And the example I could give about this is the situation whereby one of the key components in today's industry is rare earth minerals. And those who have rare earth minerals today called the chun. We saw how China withheld rare earth minerals and the whole world shook. On the part of Africa, the importance of Africa is clearly demonstrated by the interest in which everybody in the world is having conversations with Africa. EU-Africa Summit, Russia-Africa Summit, China-Africa Summit, Japan-Africa Summit, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, you name it. Everybody wants to have a summit with Africa. Why? Because Africa today is the last continent standing in terms of raw materials, in terms of resources which are required to make this world tick. And yet Africa gets a raw deal. Africa is treated as a child. Everybody dictates to Africa. And the last wake-up call we had, Mr. President, sir, was during COVID-19. Those who have got the wherewithals made vaccines, and they distributed them amongst their own people. Africa was the last to get these vaccines. We were promised that certain countries in Africa, I think it was Kenya, South Africa, Egypt also, would be assisted to produce those vaccines. But as far as I am concerned, I haven't seen any progress in that respect. That is why I'm saying it's paradoxical. We are being treated as their poorer cousins. And for as long as Africa itself does not acknowledge that, we will go nowhere. We are willing to be pulled along in the dust instead of standing up and fighting for our rights. I think, with all fairness, the EU is not sincere in its partnership with Africa. If it was sincere, I think it would be investing in giving us resources so that we value add our resources, we beneficiate, and we stop exporting jobs. I think these developed countries should put their money where their mouth is. Then we'll know that they're being sincere. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So now I move. Honorable Amina.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président des modèles.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I equally thank our guests for their presentations and for their presence here. We thank them for listening to us in our capacity as representative of the African people. Today, we are discussing about the partnership between the European Union and the African Union, which goes back over 25 years. I have one question in mind. So, what should be the meaning given to this partnership, or the importance given to this partnership when Africans see their dignity trampled upon, their resources exploited, and their voices ignored? How can we talk about balance or equilibrium when we sell raw material at very cheap prices and they come back as transformed goods, which are very expensive? When our youths die in the Mediterranean Sea while fleeing from poverty, you know, in Africa, there aren't enough jobs, so they go to Europe for greener pastures, but unfortunately, they die along the way. When our products are blocked by unjust trade barriers or trade tariffs, Africa is not requesting charity. Africa requests respect, justice, and a real mutually beneficial partnership. So we have minerals. Africa is the potentially richest country. Uranium, for instance, which is exploited here, but many countries do not even have access to electricity. But in Europe, they have electricity access to the tune of 100%. A sincere partnership should benefit African populations, not those of one side. I thank you very much.
Hello, yes, take the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to, let's talk as parliamentarians, apart from the official framework. I would like to speak frankly more than anyone else. I don't think that what is existing between Europe and Africa is partnership, because partnership is based on balancing. What is there between Europe and Africa is a kind of exploitative relationship. It is one party is benefiting, the other one is not benefiting. This relationship is old. My colleagues have mentioned already. So in my country, Mauritania, for example, and our relationship with the European Union, we may present examples that apply to all Africa. So my country is in West Africa, and you know the challenges that this region is facing with regard to this relationship with Europe. The youth you have seen where the three countries have fallen as a result of European policies: Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Well, my country is not far from that. Chad has already been there. My colleague from Chad has already mentioned that. Well, and you see that the fear the country is facing when the last democratically elected government in Senegal has expelled French base that has been there for a century. My country is located in North Africa, and now we're exposed to a large number of migrants who are running away from their countries to Europe. And so the African countries are crying. Their countries wants to be like a police protecting European borders. And my colleague has just mentioned the Mediterranean Sea has seen large waves of migrants who died in the sea, from Gambia, from Mauritania, from most of these countries. This expresses a structural economic crisis. There is exploitation of resources from the main partner, which is Europe. So there is an international powers represented by China, Russia, China, and United States. Europe has retreated militarily and economically. So now, what is required from this partnership? This partnership should be based on fairness. You know that Europe has committed a lot of mistakes. European countries made a lot of mistakes in Africa, and these mistakes must be corrected, and so that you can be able to build real partnerships. What partnerships? What is happening now is something that is doing by regimes that are not representing their nation, their people. So we require that we have a real partnership that are based on sound basis. Thank you very much.
Up there and they come over there. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you and good morning, honorable members. Mine will be short. I think I'm coming from the young generation. It's an honor and a privilege to sit amongst the flag bearers. And they say there can't be tomorrow if there was never a yesterday. And my fellow African brothers, power has never been of respect, has never been prayed over. Respect has been earned and sustainably emanate from your action. There is no European or American that will think in your interest. There's no European or African that will think in your interest. And the road that brought us this identity as Africans, let's for a moment pause and think, if Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Mailumu Kambarage went to complain to the same slave masters that please treat us different, what would have been the end result? We need to take first action. And they say the greatest threat to freedom is the absence of criticism. As we sit here as Africans, how united are we? How respectful are we towards each other? So that that respect transcends in those who engage in us. You know, when you go into a field as a hunter, before you see or smell the snake, the hunter will know something is aroused in this field. So there is no European, there is no American. People hate Trump. I say Trump is the best thing that happened to Africa. Trump is the best thing that happened to us because he awakened. He's the only man that tells us the truth that we were failing to hear, which we know already. And therefore I submit to say, as Africans first before we engage the others, let's call each other and be sincere to each other. That sincerity that we have amongst each other will transgress into the respect of the next person. So It's because of my professor that I will stop short because I know he goes the detail. But I just wanted to say, we can sit and talk to the same. You can't solve a problem by applying the same kind of thinking that has caused the problem. The Europeans, that's their strategy. That has been always, and that has produced results for them. Now you want them to solve the problem. Huh? Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, je souhaite...
Thank you, Mr. President. I warmly welcome the panelists that are thanked. Now, I would like to actually talk about the potential relationships which can exist between the European Union and the African Union by talking about the international panorama. Today in the world, we have great political, economical entities which enjoy total economic and political autonomy, notably the United States, the Russian Federation, and China. These are countries which enjoy extended powers and have the possibility of developing total and integrated policies which go beyond some economic choices. Then we have a union, a diplomatic and monetary union, but which is plagued by many shortcomings, politically speaking, especially as far as international decisions are concerned. This is the case, European Union. We have, on the other hand, the African Union, which is yet to realize its agenda simply because the relationship that it has with the European Union, which is its main partner, is not a relationship of unions to union. It's a relationship of country to country. All people who took the floor raised issues which plague their countries as countries. So I believe that Europe as an entity is not yet ready to totally help the African Union. So now the relationship is about various countries which have relations and which are totally unbalanced. So it's going to be a good thing for these relations to be balanced. As an example, we know that in order to have the union that we have, the monetary union is actually required. As you know, most African countries do not have monetary sovereignty. Their money is based and comes from elsewhere and is guaranteed elsewhere. So it's an essential element of sovereignty that we do not master. So I can't see how we can have African Union, how we can even think about that if we are still not yet at the monetary union level. So it is clear that Africa is suffering from an environmental context which is managed from outside. So the problems come from outside. So I believe that the main topic of debate is yet to be tackled. So African unions still have limited powers and cannot take decisions because these decisions are made by different countries.
Professor, you are the next. There's someone behind you.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, most gracious, my name's Umayan from
Pan-Africa. I think I have to add something because all of us as a African Parliament should speak about this issue because I understand now that all of us, we feel the hurt that we are suffering from the inequality between us as a African Union and the European Union. As mentioned by the President, that win-win strategy should be the methods and the mechanism of dealing. We are the Africans, we are the rich continent, we are the youth continent that our people are immigrants because of they are following, as mentioned by the colleague Amina, following their treasure of raw materials and raw minerals. So I think the partnership, as mentioned by my colleague from Mauritania, it shouldn't be like that. So I think we are colonized again because of our own raw materials. So the relationship and the partnership should be taken in a serious consideration, taking also in considerations the youth development, avoiding or stopping the immigrants flowing to Europe, because in Europe they are suffering from these immigrants, but they are dealing them badly as well. So they are taking their treasury, taking their raw materials, and when they come there, they are dealing with them in a bad way. So we are not accepting that, and I think it should be taken in consideration in a partnership. Another thing I have to mention is the women in power. You know, the women is a very important, as a woman, I have to say that because we are the important part of the family, so should be supported, women should be supported by development projects, stuff like that. So youth and women are very important in this continent, should be taken in consideration in the partnership. Thank you so much.
Professor.
For giving me the opportunity to contribute also to this very important topic on the future of the AU-EU relationship. Mr. President, I want to thank the presenters for being very candid in their discussions and for exposing the challenges even in the relationship. Because we are talking about a relationship between two major continents which are very diverse, very different in approach and in everything. With that in mind, it means we must think of how a relationship can be molded in a manner that it is a win-win relationship. Because the minute you know that we have different priorities, we have different perceptions, we have different views on matters, then we will be careful to establish relationships that can take us far without destroying any of ourselves. Mr. President, this is 25 years celebration or reflection, whatever that would be. But really the relationship between Africa and Europe should have been the most natural relationship. First, because of the colonial history, and secondly, because of proximity. We are so close, and I read a book that was written by a commissioner, an EU commissioner, that we are so close, and yet our relationship is distancing us. It should have been natural for Europe and Africa to be close. But I don't want to go to the history of where things came from. But, Mr. President, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific and EU relationship started with the Rome Agreement of 1957. And it was actually a joint development agreement. But we cannot, looking back, it means it failed, totally failed. Otherwise, that relationship should have been going on. In the year 2000, which is the 25 years ago, is when the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly was established. I'm bringing this history because I was in that delegation from Kenya. I come from Kenya. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Margaret Kamar from Kenya. And I was in the delegation of Kenya to the joint parliamentary group between the ACP being African, Caribbean, and Pacific, and the EU for 10 years, from the year 2007. And I will be touching on why I found a challenge, even in the way we are looking at things. Maybe we had not analyzed, and maybe this kind of analysis should help us. Because even in the discussions at the parliamentary level, between the parliamentarians from these ACP blocks and the EU, you will not see where the discussions were going to. I don't know currently whether we are getting better progress, because parliamentarians are the same ones we are calling the people-centered approach. You use parliamentarians to be able to establish what the people actually want, because these are representatives of the people. But there, as it is, the views of the people are brought in, the motions are debated and shelved. And I say that because we reached a point when we thought there was an intention to fragment Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, so that the EU deals with each bloc, which I think is the approach that is being used now. And there was a fight against that by parliamentarians. They say we really need to approach it first as a relationship that is win-win. We have had problems of the win-win for many years. One of the examples I want to give is the discussion that we had for almost 10 years on the EPAs, the European Partnership Agreements, which were the key to the trade between Africa and Europe. And that was the one that was going to really push us very far. But nothing was moving, and the East African bloc, that in its own rules requires that the East African community can only negotiate trade as a bloc, was completely distorted. Because then the proposals were the EU must negotiate with Kenya on its own, it must negotiate with Uganda on its own, it must negotiate with Tanzania on its own, and yet these three partner states had agreed on their own when the East African community was established in its own treaty that trade shall be negotiated as a bloc, because they have a joint customs union. And then you ask yourself, what was the intention of let's fragment it so that we deal with individuals? This is what is causing suspicions. And if we really want to go beyond these 25 years in a more harmonious way, then we need to ask ourselves, what is the win-win relationship that we are looking for? As most people have said, as somebody has, a member has said, from the same 2000, a lot of things were happening. China-Africa relations were coming in. India-Africa summits were coming in. Something they borrowed from the EU, but the EU itself was going to break it. They started breaking what they started. When they were dealing with the bloc, they became attractive, and those blocks were attractive to the outside to the extent that India was seeing it, China was seeing it, but Europe wanted to break it. So we need to ask ourselves, going forward, what kind of relationship are we going to say? My sister has mentioned it. The reason we have a lot of immigration to Europe is because they are following their resources. The minerals that leave this continent, instead of being processed within the continent so that we have our youth in the continent, we have jobs in the continent. Nobody would go for anything else. They're just going following jobs. And if they're following jobs, and yet we are migrating the minerals, we don't expect anything less. The world is now becoming a village. And one of the things that we must discuss, even between ourselves and Europe in this kind of relationship, is how we can make it secure for everybody. We can make it win-win for everybody, and we must have laws, immigration laws. And thank you, Mr. President, we only passed yesterday an immigration model law for this continent, because an immigration model law must ensure that everybody is respected. A worker in Kenya should be respected the way a worker in France is respected, because they are workers and they are following nothing. And in our case, in the continent, if only the African continent can wake up the way we have been told, Trump gave us a wake-up call, and export nothing raw, our jobs will be here. We will contain our youth, and the mobility is going to be much less than it is currently. So going forward, we are talking of Africa contributing 3% to the global GDP. Why are they contributing that? It's because they only harvest and sell, whatever they have. Somebody else is building their own GDP using raw materials that have come from Africa. So really, when you are calculating GDP, what are you using? Are you using the raw material, or you are using the product that has been made, which is giving GDP, displacing GDP? I think it is good when the meeting takes place in Luanda that they actually discuss the displacement of GDP from Africa to other countries, because this is what is causing us problems. When we go to West Africa, and I've been to some of the countries, I realized that even the central banks are still in France, I was told the other day. And we went for observer mission in Madagascar, and there was no difference. We couldn't see any difference. So we need to reflect, and we hope our heads of state in this summit will reflect and ask themselves, what is win-win, and why is it that we are still at 3%? When can we stop our raw material from going to build GDPs for other nations, or instead of building for ourselves? With those remarks, thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to rethink the way we relate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amron.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the panelists, Ibrahim and Benedict, for the two interventions that they have presented. And I think if we speak about partnership, African-European partnership, it is not about mechanisms of mechanisms for implementation. There is, I think, from the start of this partnership, Africa there's two different understandings, and sometimes conflicting understanding for the areas of cooperation. For that reason, I think this conflicting understanding is the reason behind the problem in the partnership that we have today. The first reason is that the real partnership should not be based on the teacher and the student, or donor and beneficiary. Africa has its capabilities that can contribute to this partnership. But in the beginning, this partnership started from the perspective of there is a teacher and there is a student. The second point that I think it was a problem in the partnership is that it started from the point that Africa is the source of materials, of raw material, and that Europe is the one that should manufacture these resources. The fact is that, that Africa is the source of threat. Europe also is a source of threat today. because of some policies towards Africa. When we talk about the impact of climate change as the result of the industrial policies of Europe, and when we talk about the impact of these policies on the prices of food and energy, when we talk about the escalation of the phenomena of extremism, of the right-wing extremism, these have been issues that should be tackled in the context of the African-European partnership. In fact, there are threats, joint threats, such as immigration and terrorism, and we as Africans, we have done a lot of commitments, and we fulfilled our commitments to work with Europeans to eliminate these threats. However, the European mind must understand that Africa is also suffering from European policies, and that it suffers from some behaviors, European behaviors, that are visible at level of the institutions of European Union, Europe, such as European Parliament, in its interventions in internal affairs of African countries. The third point has to do with the issue of priorities. It is very important that when we talk about partnerships, we have to put our priorities equally without looking into the balance of power, because priorities are identified based on the situation on the ground. Our priorities as Africans is a question of sustainable development in our continent. Here, when we talk about partnerships, there is something that people call competition between the powerful countries towards Africa. Myself, as an African, I refuse completely that Africa be a field of competition between so powerful countries. We also have our voice that should be heard at international level, like other continents and other countries. And we have to observe that the rise of Pan-Africanism, this African voice that is supposed to be supported among youth, is a result of the imbalance of European policies. Why we talk about Europe especially? Because we are connected with it through historical relationship. And this is what my colleagues have mentioned. At the end, I think Europe and Africa are governed by a serious dealing, balanced dealing, in order to tackle the shared challenges that face us all. Thank you very much.
Shukran, Honorable Majimbo. I think will be another one. Which professor?
Senhor Presidente, Angola está a pedir a palavra desde o primeiro momento.
Honorable President, Angola is requesting the floor. Angola is requesting the floor since the beginning.
Sometimes I can't see your faces. You stand up, and then we recognize you, we move. So I'll come to Angola. I'll come to Honorable Majimbo first. I'll come to you later. Honorable Majimbo, Honorable Majimbo, Honorable Majimbo. I'll come to you. Angola, proceed. Honorable Majimbo will come later. Angola. That's, oh, sorry. Yeah, now I see you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable President. After insisting to give the floor, I'd like to say to strengthen this summit will be held in my country. The summit will take place in Angola, in my city. And I think that this will be an opportunity so that we can redefine the meetings and redefine the needs, and also have a relation to build a true partnership and in the same footage. The history that binds Africa and Europe is in-depth. This is a long-lasting relationship, but the future that we want must be based on mutual respect, with the co-responsibility and with a shared vision. That's why this, because the new generation of African is not looking for assistance, is looking for a fair cooperation, access to opportunities,
and the knowledge transfer and the technology. This is the opportunity that we want to have in this summit. We need to transform this partnership in a development instrument for sustainable development goals based in three main goals. In my opinion, it should be youth and education. Why? Because this is the great importance that we African have, which is the human capital, the youngest one. The green economy and digital as a springboard for the development of growth. And also as a third pillars, the good governance and peace based to establish and prosperity and the lasting prosperity for Africa. So I'm requesting our European partners that they look to Africa not as Africa as a continent in need, but as a continent of a solution with a talent and with energy. And to our leaders that will be gathering at the level of our continent, please continue with this united voice and assertive for this resolution of our common problems, and not as my colleague has mentioned. I thank you for your kind word for the floor.
Thank you, Angola. Can I finish? Anyone here? No. Yeah, there are so many professors. So which professor? Oh, Somali. Sorry. My great professor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the presenters for their wise ideas. I'd like to say a couple of things and be brief as well. And we have to be, I think, brutally honest with ourselves as Africans. The former president of South Africa, President Mbeki, told me once that there was an agreement between China and the African Union. And that story is quite telling about why we are sitting here. And he said in that meeting, the AU and China, the People's Republic, agreed that if China was going to negotiate with any country in Africa, that there will be a third party, an African third party, who will be a witness to that negotiations. But he said ever since that agreement, every African country runs to Beijing without any witness, which suggests that we are dishonest with ourselves because there is no unity among ourselves. That's the first thing to note. The second thing to note is that another South African wrote a book called Cry the Beloved Country. And in there, he moans about the disconnect between the elites and ordinary people. And so what I'm going to suggest here is that I don't think we have to worry about whether the Europeans are generous, whether they are kind, whether they are collaborative. I think we have to look internally because there is a sickness within ourselves as a continent. I've been a student of development for 30 years and a teacher of development for 30 years. And I have looked particularly at Southeast Asian countries since the 1960s, when they started to move forward. The late Chinese Prime Minister, People's Prime Minister, Zhou Enlai, in 1964, stated that China is going to outpace Britain by the year 2000, and we have to do that. They set an agenda in place, and by the year 2000, China was economically stronger than the United Kingdom. What is lacking here in Africa, in my opinion, all of these little countries that we are, whether it's mine or Namibia or Lesotho or Zimbabwe or Kenya, each little rat hole, if I may say, We don't trust ourselves. And consequently, we come here to plead. The time for pleading is over. Europe is not going to deliver for us. And so here's my plea to our elites. There's a deep disconnect between African elites and ordinary people. Deep, deep disconnect. And it's only us who can fix that. If our livelihoods as politicians and as elites is grounded on the livelihoods of ordinary people in our continent, then and only then can we have a coherent project that's continental in nature. But every elite in every country, for the most part in every country, is disconnected from the livelihoods of ordinary people. Yes. And we come here together assuming that there's no problem, and then we plead. And so I want to say a couple of things. The people of Rwanda went through a genocide which shook them to the core of who they are. And they have decided, whether we can agree with their politics or not, that's a secondary question. They have decided they are going to take the bull by the horn. Just go to almost any city or town in Rwanda, and you will see the difference. You travel to anywhere else in Africa, for the most part, you don't see that kind of a commitment and targeting of an agenda they want to reach. So it's poor leadership, of which we are part of. It's incompetent institutions. You can look at them everywhere. And therefore, the elite is the problem. And we come here as the elites to plead with the European Union. That's the nature of our disease. Wake up, Africa. Thank you.
We are done here. We are done here. Sorry, after him, come to Kenya.
Thank you, His Excellency. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Effort, for the very interesting presentation. Hopefully it can be shared. Doctor, you outlined the EU as having a more pragmatic and interest-driven shift now. But if the EU's incentives is to secure raw materials and curb migration at the lowest cost, what specific measurable changes in the EU's internal incentive structure would make genuine African industrialization and value addition a more attractive outcome for Brussels than the current cheaper extractive model that's being implemented? Thank you.
Oh, that's very good. Excellent. Honorable Majimbo, I think that's the last contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And first, to take my time and thank the presenters for their researched, well-thought presentations. It's very educative. I have a problem, Mr. President, with two partners coming together. One partner very organized, and the other partner very weak. Mr. President, in such a scenario, the weak perish. He doesn't perish in the wish, but he perishes because of the competitive advantage. When we look at Africa and Europe, Mr. President, I don't know if it is by design or not, but how do we relate ourselves as African states? How many borders are closed with very stringent crossing conditions? Mr. President, look at us. Where do we have any African visa? Common visa? No. Look at Europe. When you get one Schengen visa, Mr. President, you can fly to any country in Europe. So many several countries. Visa. How do we want us to compete if each one of us has a rope tied to his own bacon? The President, it's not our wish, yes, but look at ourselves also. Are we the problem of ourselves, Or is this problem caused to us to remain the state we are? And who is causing them? Mr. President, look at when I want to fly from Nairobi to Rabat in Morocco. And I want to go and see my brother, my African brother in Morocco. From Nairobi, I don't have to get a direct flight. It's not there. I have to go through, if the easiest, I have to go through Paris. I have to run from Nairobi to Istanbul. I have to fly from Nairobi to Amsterdam, or Doha, or Casablanca, or Jeddah before I get to Rabat, or Brussels. So, President, it's easier to fly from Nairobi to Rabat. But what are these things that are making us very much fragmented? Now, Mr. President, look at how Europe is. We want to partner with it. Very good, I agree. But they have a currency. They are doing very well in the euro currency and whatever. Mr. President, Africa. Those are the challenges we have. When we train our young boys in technology, take them to school properly, it's the same Europe, Mr. President, that will buy them to work for them. Brain drain from Africa to Europe. Is it by design that we must remain down so that we don't compete properly? Mr. President, this is what we must think about. When I've been sitting here, Mr. President, I read a lot. I enjoy reading stories, this book called Things Fall Apart by Chinua Lumoka Patachepe from Nigeria. When you go to page 20, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, you will get a man called Okongwo going to ask Nwakibie to lend him palm seeds to go and plant. The President, that Nwakibie tells Okongwo that since boys have come to me to borrow without paying back, since Eneke the bat has learned to fly, since the man has learned to shoot without missing, Eneke the bat has tried to fly without patching. The President, as Africa, can we learn to fly without patching? Because maybe one continent, one partner has learned to shoot without missing. That is me and that's us. As we partner with Europe, as we partner with EU, let us see our weaknesses. If we can bring them together, we can compete properly. But currently we are competing in a weak state, and that is not favorable for any business. Thank you, Mr. President. Majimbo Kalasinga from Kenya.
This is an interesting debate, so we will not close the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. President, we thank the speakers for their presentation. I think there will always be partnerships among continents, be it Africa, Europe, Africa, Asia. But with regard to the 25 years of partnership between Africa and Europe, the presenters revealed the state of play, and we know where the problem lies. The problem is internal. The problem is not Europe. Europe will always need Africa, and Africa as well will always need Europe. But we as Africans do have a problem. We are faced with challenges, and the solution to these challenges are neither in Europe, in Asia, nor in America. The solutions are in Africa. And if we are to effect change, then we should organize ourselves as Africans, build strong relationships. In the partnerships, usually we sign agreements. Our states, our presidents, our authorities usually do so to the detriment of their people. Let me take Senegal for an example. When the new authorities came to power, they cancelled all agreements that Senegal had previously signed with Europe on fishing, for example. But these agreements, we are all aware that these agreements were not beneficial to Senegalese people. given that since Europe is well equipped, they come with their vessels to Senegal to fish. But these agreements did not benefit Senegalese fishermen because they were no longer able to sustain their economic activities. What would follow is most of these fishermen are going to leave Senegal for overseas, and sometimes in very dire conditions. So all of this is to say that we have a problem in Africa, and the solutions to these problems should be African solutions. We do have the potential. We have natural resources. We have everything we need to develop Africa, to change Africa, to give Africa a facelift. If we do not use African solutions, we'll always be starting from scratch. We'll always face the same situations, experience the same challenges. These partnerships or agreements are based and adopted upon clear rules. But these agreements are not even respected. And who are the ones who do not respect these agreements? Generally, we Africans are the ones who don't. So to conclude, we Africans have a problem, and this Pan-African Parliament should be a pillar because we represent the suffering African population. We represent Africans who are facing challenges, and we need to know what is our responsibility as Africans to address these issues. And this responsibility, the people who have the responsibility to address these issues are our leaders, and sometimes they are the ones who put Africa in such dire situations. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. President.
All those that wanted to take the floor have done so. It's just for one. I was told tea was ready around 11. So the tea has been waiting for the consumers 2 hours ago. But looking at your interest in debate, we could not interrupt it. We could not cut the number of contributions. This has been live and very good. May I ask those who presented if they've picked some issues that they believe they want to respond on? I'll give you this opportunity. May I start with the expert to my left?
Thank you very much. Oh, maybe 1 second. Thank you very much, honorable gentlemen and members of this parliament. It was a very interesting debate, and I took away a lot of information.
No, I made a mistake.
Oh,
Sorry.
should I?
Yeah, but no. Stop. Wait for me. I overlooked something. The first vice president would want to make an intervention before you respond. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I requested the floor earlier, but it wasn't granted to me. In any case, most of what I wanted to say has been raised by colleagues. In any case, I just wanted to insist on a few things. First, let me thank the honorable MPs for their presence here, because this fuels the discussions. And I would also like to thank presenters for the insightful presentation and the quality of information shared. I will equally like to insist on the need to assess every process, especially if it's a collaboration or a partnership. It's always important to do some sort of assessment to see how far we've gone, what are the positive points, what are the negative points of this partnership. I must say that the AU-EU partnership should be built on dignity and pride of Africans. And this is something that should be non-negotiable. As such, our leaders and our civil society should be bold and ready to defend the dignity and pride of Africans. It's only then that we'll be able to have a win-win partnership and a mutually beneficial partnership for that matter. And this is in the best interest of Europeans as well. African countries and the African Union should be strong and develop, because once we get to that development and emancipation of African countries, no youth in Africa will go the immigration route, will cross the Mediterranean, because all what they are looking for overseas, they would be able to have it back home. It's therefore important for our partners to know that development in our country is beneficial to them also, and they would have a positive impact of the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Back to the experts.
Thank you once again for this very stimulating discussion, and I wouldn't be able to respond to all the interventions that have been made so far. So maybe first to say that some of the points throughout the presentation were then reflected also in the discussion, especially with regards to the weight of history and the impact. What I want to say maybe, first of all, I'm not a representative of the European Union, so I cannot give an official position, but I can give an estimation what I would expect the reaction to be if an official would encounter some of the criticism and points made. And then there was also one direct question that I'd like to address afterwards. First, I think that the point that has been made by several members is the notion of power and self-interest. And I would subscribe from an analytical point of view, wherever power is in play, there is also self-interest in play. And we are living in a world where each stakeholder, be it China, be it the US, be it India, be it the European Union, individual member states, but also the African Union, first and foremost are committed to the self-interest of their own nation. That is a world where we are decreasingly in this what I call the Lockean world, and increasingly in an Hobbesian situation where self-interest plays a more important role. And I think in all our reflections, this self-interest needs to be taken seriously, in so far as it is also the oath that the representatives of a given country have basically committed to when taking the office. So I think power and self-interest will always be there in whatever kind of relationship one engages. And then the call that was repeatedly made to say that also African unity in order to engage with partners is a very important aspect, I think can be only underlined, because it would increase the leverage, be it with regards to market access, be it with regards to critical resources and many other points. So showing this unity and showing a counterweight in international negotiations is always a good starting point. When the critique goes over the general actions of the European Union, I would see the need also for more differentiation, not because they are unjustified. The general grievances are not unjustified, but in order to turn them into a forward-looking discourse, I think differentiation on what works and what doesn't work needs to be advanced. So some of the things that I heard, for instance, it is probably not enough to state that Europe distorts trade with Africa. Rather, it would be the better framing and the more fruitful framing to look at the individual EPAs, to look at the everything but arms agreement, and to look where exactly the mismatch occurs and where exactly downsides derive for African economies from the individual engagements that the European Union maintains. Because the trade barriers compared to other world regions are lower. And so that would be the first reaction of a EU official in that regard. The same is for the point of migration, the link between migration and resources. I think there's a clear link between migration and economic strengths. But when we look at the resource extraction, and most of the resources from the African continent are exported towards China, followed by the US, then the Emirates, then India, and then the EU. So the EU reaction would be, look, these are the statistics and we are one among many. And hence, that doesn't mean that this extractive nature is non-existent, but then the more progressive approach would be to understand and to look into what exactly is wrong with the extractive approach that the European Union might also follow. And one could then concretely look at recent initiatives such as the Lobito Corridor and say, look, what works about these initiatives, what works about Global Gateway, and what certainly does not work for the African continent or for individual member states that are affected. And then last but not least, to your question, which I thought it was very good question. What could change the incentive structure of the EU? That was basically what you were looking for. And I think the incentive structure partly is changing due to this new world order that we seemingly face, and that the European Union is increasingly invested in a diversification strategy. And that diversification strategy may have some resemblance to the multi-alignment strategies that countries such as South Africa pursue. And in that regard, an incentive structure changes. And I heard a lot of times the critical resources that are necessary to power the world economy. And I think here we see a change in incentive structure. And the debates surrounding the Lobito Corridor that I just named already reflect this to some extent. And I think this would be a great leverage to also use in negotiations to say, what is it what they exactly want from negotiations with the EU on the extractive nature? And I think the changing of the value chains and basically the industrial addendum of resource extraction to be taken place on the African continent and not abroad is one of the elements to be actively negotiated into these agreements with any of these partners. And I think the changing world order is already a changing incentive structure in that regard. With regard to migration, I would be more pessimistic to see an immediate change in the incentive structure on the European side due to the element that I mentioned earlier, which is domestic pressures. And that doesn't mean that negotiations regarding better conditions, regarding a different approach should stop there, but it will be a very tough element to negotiate. So there are many other elements that I would like to touch upon. Maybe we have the chance afterwards and during the break, and I would like to thank you again for this very fruitful discussion, but I'll stop here because it would probably go beyond the limit of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Other presenters, you want to take the floor? Okay, fine.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to take the floor to provide answers to some questions. So I believe that during the debate, there was a series of questions raised, but the main question for me, which kept on coming back in the discussion, is the role that can be played by the Parliament when it comes to this partnership, and equally the role that can be played by the Parliament when it comes to the evaluation by everything which has been done and everything which will be done. So I believe that it's very important, even before thinking about the entry into force of the Protocol of Malabo, which gives power to the Parliament. There are things which can be done by the Pan-African Parliament, that is democratic control, which might be the audition of those in charge of African and European programs on issues, the drafting of reports by the Parliament on specific issues which are linked to this partnership, trade issues, migration issues, climate issues. So there are many issues on which the Parliament can develop an opinion, a point of view, and defend it within the African Union, and to make the African Union to take into consideration the position of the Parliament in negotiations. As far as I'm concerned, the most important thing is parliamentary diplomacy. You are African parliamentarians. You have European parliamentarians with whom you are collaborating? Why shouldn't you develop links in such a way that together you should be able to influence the future policies and future strategies when it comes to relations between Africa and Europe? So this parliamentary diplomacy, as far as I'm concerned, which is inexistent, actually, it should be developed and strengthened in such a way that both parliaments should work for the interests of their populations. So that's why the role of parliament is important. That is the representation of the populations in such a way that their voices can be taken into consideration during future debates. So I wanted to belabor these points because it's in this way that the parliament in future can play an important role. Given that, like it or not, 25 years after the implementation of a strategy which hasn't changed many things as far as Africa is concerned, so it's important to set the ball rolling right now and to redefine a new relationship for the next 25 years. It's important. As I told you, the African Union since 2018 has developed a new partnership approach which should be taken into consideration in the future strategies. Luanda might not be the opportunity to reset everything, but Luanda can be the beginning of a process to reset everything in such a way that we should be able to take into consideration all the interests of Africa. So as you know, we have said many things have been said on the problems plaguing the world, partnerships that have been developed with by Africa with different entities. So, but I believe that the advent of COVID-19 was a clarion call for Africa, given that when the whole planet was being plagued by a global difficulties, but
Non, je ne présente pas. Je voulais...
It's not a presentation. I just wanted to highlight the importance of redefining these relations for the interests of Africa, given that most have laid emphasis on the role of youth and women, and the roles of youth and women can only be strengthened if the economy is put at the center of these relationships. As someone said, if Africa starts, rather than exporting raw minerals, Africa should ask the Europeans and other partners to help it to transform natural or possess natural resources on its territory in such a way that it's going to create employment for men and women. And this is going to start to transform the continent to a venue, to an area where life is going to be better, but on the condition that we should put an end. Mr. President, as you know, Sudan is actually gripped by a crisis. The entire Sahel region is facing a serious crisis. So the moment that we will not lay emphasis on these security issues, we cannot envisage to have better relations with the rest of the world. So these are aspects which should be taken into account by the African Parliament. Thank you, Mr. President, for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for Mr. Luca. Thank you very much. Thank you for the responses. I want to remind you that we are doing all this in order for us to make a coherent, clear submission as parliaments, AU, EU, into the summit of heads of state later this month in Angola, Luanda. So it's not just for the common debate, general debate. By end of the day, we should move from that healthy divergence, because I see healthy, very healthy divergence, which is very rich. It shows that we have very rich minds in this room. If we all agreed everything since morning, there would be no value in this meeting. That we, in certain areas, we do not agree is very healthy. But by the end of the day, we move from divergence to convergence. But convergence not in respect of saying we agree. No, but one thing that should be common is what do we do? What are the issues that have emerged? There should be convergence. Issues, whether you like or not, these are the issues that have emerged. What are we saying as representatives of the people of Africa and Europe as an input into the summit later this month? So as we do this, and by the end of the day, we should have key deliverable outputs. One comment I want to look for you to digest as we go, that foreign policy has pressures from national players. I think that is very correct. And it's an issue of interest. There are African countries that make mistakes, who think foreign policy is copying from what others are doing, and then you put it as national. No, you start from your own struggles. Your own national struggles should inform foreign policy, not the other way around. And I agree. That's why even in the European Union, there are countries in Europe, there are countries that have not joined the Union up to now because of national sovereignty, national interest. But one fundamental issue I think that has come out is AU is intergovernmental and EU is supranational. I think this remains the moot point for us, that AU is intergovernmental, EU is supranational. Another point, this one has been debated a lot in Addis, even at the summit of heads of state, many times. The issue of this EU summit, as you say, fine. But there's this AU Turkey, AU Japan, AU this and that. There's a big debate whether a whole continent should be somewhere assembling all of them heads of state before one country, the whole continent. I think that is laughable. Even at the AU, the heads of state also debate, and they agree that they say, why are we doing this? But if you hear the next 2 months, they've gone again. But officially at the AU, when they're in the summit, they all question these things. But all of them, again, I don't know why. Right, but one important point for the EU as we move to Friday next week, before we go to Angola, this issue was mentioned that I think we need to talk about it because you see China's relationship with Africa, and I know China is under siege, that is trying to take over Africa, taking the minerals, but this, where the EU loses out is its interference in internal politics of member states. This interference in the domestic politics. And that the EU has to live up to that and say, this is one challenge of the EU. It's a topic for another day. It's a topic for another day. Where in Mali, and here is it's a parliament, mature gathering of Democrats, where people tell you the coup in Mali was caused by France. sponsor the coup in Niger or someone, the coup in wherever Africa. And that also has not put the EU some sort of a good image in this relationship. And let me also comment on this. At one time, some 2-3 years ago, the EU attacked Algeria. Maybe human rights here and there, and they attacked Egypt, I remember that point, as EU. And we've said, as parliaments, should we, PAP or AU, attack a country in Europe? Is there no better way of expressing ourselves or our frustrations about what some countries in Europe than simply to shout from afar and say, you are not doing good, and attacking some countries where sometimes we believe there's no information which is adequate. The relationship between Africa and the EU is paradoxical. And I think this has to be pursued. You know how many countries in Europe? How many are you? 28. 27 in the EU, 27. AU is 55. So how can the 55 people complaining about the 28? We're almost double, more than double the number of member states in Europe. And in Europe, there are so many small, tiny states than in Africa. But these people are bullying us, and all the debate was about we are being bullied. How can the 27 bully 55? Yeah, we need to think. I know it's history. And the mutual respect, good. But why don't they respect us? What are the causes of lack of respect? Let's address them. The major point is we as Africans are divided. The EU is so united. I've been to meetings at international level, and I see this thing called CITES. The CITES is what? Convention on Trade in Endangered Species, wildlife. And this is brutal. You go to the CITES where the whole world is gathered. First of all the leadership at the top table are not from Africa. But those at the top table have no wildlife. There are no animals in their countries. They have no elephants to talk about. They have no lions to talk about. But they are the ones at the top table. And they are the ones who drive you. And I've been involved in the negotiations of whatever, Appendix 1, Appendix 2. And you find Europe sends one person. When you are negotiating, they will say out of all the 27, they will say this one speaks on behalf of Europe. And come to Africa, we are so divided, a group of this, a group of this, a group of this. Some are supporting Europe itself, some is chaotic for Africa. We are not united. So they will lead us as long as they are united. And we have to address the issue of unity. And then maybe we'll move ahead. I think I've finished. Let's break for lunch. Maybe the clerk, you want to announce something?
As Honorable President, we'll take a break for two purposes. First, the family photo, a quick family photo outside this chamber on the right, on the lawns. We'll take a family photo and then immediately proceed to lunch, which will be served in the foyer, compliments our partners, and aim to return into the chamber by 2 sharp.
Maybe I now announce to prepare your mind for the afternoon. There will be these topics: peace and security. There will be a panel discussion on peace and security. Gateway, the global gateway is another, and then the last one will be the panel on mobility, skills, and migration. Thank you. We come back at what time?
2 p.m.
2. Oh, 2:30 will be too much. We'll finish too late. Let's come back at 2. 40 minutes will be enough to have lunch and tea.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, religieux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune unique de l'Afrique pour impliquer les gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des sujets techniques et politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires résistants à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic craft. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenges.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour impliquer les gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques et politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sources à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent le potentiel pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
That we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daouda, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. My name is Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Victoria looking at the gender law. This is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are participating in this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law should just protect girls as well.
To celebrate together, just go for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to liberty and unity.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991, with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa, and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the CERT Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À ces effets, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vivent le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU shared values instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique de d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sommes à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daouda, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Victoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospitals, to schools, in workplace. And this law is also protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament, under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, and constitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions, stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs, called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance, urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security, highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law, encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them, called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council, aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the aid. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative body of the AU. While the PAP Malabo Protocol requires 28 ratifications for its entry into force, it has to date been ratified by 15 AU member states with 21 signatures. For the time being, the PAP continues to operate under the Sirte Protocol, which defines its mandate. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique de d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des puissances à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la sécurité de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We've gone some way in reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating the Pan-African Parliament in line with our whole strategic track. We have a lot of issues on this continent. As people have confidence in us, they are simply saying, you are the right people to push the agenda of the continent. And the agenda of the continent is littered with a lot of challenge.
The PAP has made commendable efforts in promoting the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Shared Values Instruments, including the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, African Charter on Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration, African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, amongst others. The 20th anniversary commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The occasion further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 20 years after sanctioning its establishment. The Parliament has embarked on a process of reviving, renewing, repositioning, and reinvigorating itself to outline a vision for the future, identifying key areas for improvement and expansion, and emphasize the role of the Parliament in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and other regional development initiatives. It's time to reflect on the journey and chart a path forward.
The PAP Day was officially launched in 2021 to commemorate the inauguration of the first parliament on 18 March 2004.
Excellencies, honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament, I hereby declare 18th of March of every year as the Pan-African Parliament Day or the PAP Day.
The PAP was established as a platform for people from all African states to be involved in discussions and decision-making on the problems and challenges facing the continent. Its purpose, as set out in Article 17 of the AU Constitutive Act, is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. As it stands, the mandate of the Parliament extends to consultation and playing an advisory and oversight role for all AU organs pending the ratification of its protocol. The PAP Day commemoration serves as a platform to educate citizens about the PAP and ignite conversations about the future of the Continental Parliament in line with its mandate. The day further serves as a reminder to decision makers around the continent to fulfill their commitment to the PAP by ratifying its revised protocol, now 19 years after sanctioning its establishment. 14 AU member states have so far ratified the Malabo Protocol. 14 more are required. 6 parliaments have been inaugurated since 2004 with a mandate to ensure that the peoples of Africa are fully involved in the economic development and integration of the continent.
So we cannot revolutionize the situation of Africa if we don't take the women seriously and don't change the work of women into a better, with technology, applying technology and science.
À cet effet, je sollicite la participation active et sans réserve des parlementaires nationaux, régionaux et panafricains à soutenir la position commune et unique de l'Afrique pour d'un côté des gouvernements africains par l'enjeu des soins techniques mais politiques. Il s'agit d'affirmer le soutien des parlementaires et des sens à tous les échelons régionaux pour que vive le protocole de Kyoto pour la survie de notre continent.
The Pan-African Parliament remains a platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to make an input into the decision-making process on the challenges and problems facing our continent.
La première leçon que je tire, c'est que le Parlement est en bonne voie. La deuxième leçon, c'est que nous avons pris un certain nombre de résolutions, notamment cette résolution concernant la ratification du protocole de Malabo, qui fera du Parlement panafricain un organe législatif. Et nous pensons que ce message doit aller dans chaque État partie pour que nous puissions ratifier.
We should never lose sight of this one, that we are a platform for the full participation of African peoples on all issues affecting our citizens. And through our committees, we can achieve this.
Je suis l'honorable Mariam Daoud-Abala, sénateur de la République de Côte d'Ivoire et présidente de la Commission de l'égalité en genre, de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées qui préside cette réunion. Cette réunion est une réunion technique de relecture du premier draft de la loi type sur l'égalité en genre en Afrique. C'est une loi qui, pour nous, est importante parce qu'elle doit permettre à nos États d'avoir un cadre légal pour accélérer l'égalité en genre, mais aussi pour nous permettre d'arriver aux aspirations de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine.
My name is Honorable Victoria Kingston. I'm from Malawi. I'm the member of the Gender Committee, also the second vice president of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. We are here in Pretoria looking at the gender law. Indeed, this is an eye-opener, and I'm honored to be part of the members who are operating this law. It's a law which is going to assist and help all women, starting from the birth. Women should have equal access to hospital, to schools, in workplace. And this law is just protecting girls as well.
The Peace and Security Council, PSC, of the African Union, AU, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, held a consultative meeting from 17 to 18 July 2025 in Midrand, South Africa, at the headquarters of the Pan-African Parliament under the theme, Enhancing Institutional Synergy and Collaboration for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa.
We are in this room to discuss, to exchange, to engage, interrogate issues of peace and security on this continent.
The continent is faced with a multiplicity of threats, including but not limited to terrorism and violent extremism, climate change, unconstitutional changes of government, intra and interstate conflicts, transnational organized crimes, and cyber crimes.
External interference has never been higher in many of our conflicts. Our major partners are shifting from support to humanitarian relief to the highest defense spending in history.
As we enter the second year of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, one wonders if we will make gains in terms of addressing some of the peace and security challenges in ensuring that we have a peaceful and secure Africa, as exposed by Aspiration 4 of the Africa we want.
Aspiration 4 of Agenda 2063 is a peaceful and secure Africa. This aspiration aims to achieve a continent free from armed conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, and gender-based violence, with entrenched human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It envisions a continent where mechanisms for conflict, prevention, and resolution are functional at all levels, and where a culture of peace and tolerance is nurtured.
The inclusive political leadership, diplomacy, and technical expertise can move this continent further than we think within the framework of AU Agenda 2063.
At the end of the second day joint consultative meeting, some of the resolutions agreed upon include the need to embrace African solutions to African problems, with the AU and member states leading to ensure ownership, use of local resources, and homegrown solutions. Stressed greater inclusion of the youth and women in conflict resolution, development, and economic empowerment programs. Called for stronger synergy between PAP and PSC through joint actions to promote democratic norms and improve governance. Urged PAP to build stronger links with national contingencies to support peace and security. Highlighted the importance of constitutionalism, separation of powers, and the rule of law. Encouraged joint PAP and PSC efforts to safeguard them. Called on PAP to join PSC in advocating for global institutional reform, including more representation in the UN Security Council. Aligned with the Ezulweni Consensus, Third Declaration, and African Common Positions on Financial Reform.
But the most important thing is that the work is commencing now.
I think the lessons that we have learned, one is that organs can work together within the AU. That we have to make an effort to eliminate silos. And that's what we've achieved.
"20 years ago, in March 2004, the Pan-African Parliament was established as a legislative body of the African Union with a vision of fostering unity, peace, and prosperity across the continent. Today, we celebrate 2 decades of its journey and achievements. The establishment of the Pan-African Parliament amongst the African Union organs signaled a historical milestone and perhaps the most important development in the strengthening of the African Union institutional architecture. It laid solid grounds for the democratic governance and oversight within the African Union system and provided a formal platform for the peoples of Africa to get involved in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting the continent. The genesis of the Pan-African Parliament can be legally traced back from 1991 with the adoption of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, adopted on the 3rd of June 1991 in Abuja, also known as the Abuja Treaty. This treaty defined the pillars and grounds of realizing economic development and integration in Africa and called for the creation of a continental parliament amongst a set of organs as tools for the realization of African integration and economic development. This call was re-emphasized in the Sirte Declaration of 1999, which called for the accelerated implementation of the provisions of the Abuja Treaty. At the time of the transformation of the Organization of African Unity into the African Union, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, in keeping with the vision of the signatories to the Abuja Treaty and the Sirte Declaration, set out the AU institutional architecture, which included the PAP. The Pan-African Parliament celebrated its 10 years of existence in March 2014, a year which coincided with the adoption on 27th June 2014 in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, of the Protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP Malabo Protocol, which once enforced will transform the PAP into a quasi-legislative.
Honorable President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to call the room to order. We are now proceeding to panel number 1 on peace and security. And to lead and facilitate the technical interventions, I would like to invite Honorable Professor Abdi Ismail Samata, member of the Pan-African Parliament, to introduce the theme and also invite the various technical people to present. Honorable Professor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Abdi Samatar from Somalia. It's a pleasure to chair this meeting. We have until 3:45 p.m., and I mean 3:45 p.m., not 4:45 p.m. So please take note of that. And you'll have to indulge me if I cut you off, but we have strict time limits, and so we have to make the most productive use of that. We have two speakers, but before I introduce them, I'd like to make a few remarks about this idea of security, peace and security. In my assessment, security and insecurity in our continent is anchored on two things. But the first and most important thing is mistrust in the community, mistrust in the country, and mistrust in the continent. That's the anchor of security and insecurity. And so where does mistrust come from is the question. It comes from inequality. And there are two inequalities in our continent. First one is between the top 1% of income earners in our continent and the other 90% of the population, primarily the 50 bottom ones. What that does is to create mistrust between the elite, if you like, and ordinary people. And so the elite then anchor themselves in barricaded spaces in the continent and in most urban areas of the continent. Then there is mistrust within the community, even in places where everybody is poor, because they are struggling literally on the basics of everyday life. So there's petty theft and things of that nature, while there's criminality between the elite and the ordinary people. So that's the big one. In that kind of an environment, then you are going to have systems that don't work, police systems that don't work, security systems that don't work, and then people will imagine all kinds of ideologies that will allow them to get even. That's where terrorism comes from, in my assessment. So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker. Dr. Julian Bergman is with the German Institute of Development and Sustainability, and he's online. And so may I invite Julian to come on. Are you with us? Can you hear us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Please proceed. And you have 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. And Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chair Professor Abdi Samatar, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the audience. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to contribute to the session on peace and security cooperation between the African Union and the European Union. And it's really a great honor and pleasure to join you today for this important discussion. Let me just share a few slides with you so that I can rely on in my presentation. So in my input from the perspective of a researcher, what I will try to do is to do some stock taking of the state of partnership on peace and security between the African Union and the European Union, discuss some expectations concerning the Luanda summit, and also make some concrete proposals for how cooperation between the two partners could be advanced. Now, to start with, peace and security have always been a major pillar of AU-EU relations, and it's also one of the 4 key topics on the agenda for the upcoming Luanda summit. As a starting point, my assessment would be that this is an area of cooperation that has been relatively stable and has not seen major disruptions or being strongly contested, which is, for example, different for other cooperation areas such as migration and mobility, for example. At the same time, similar to other dimensions of the partnership, it is still marked by certain long-grown asymmetries that partly originate from the fact that the EU has been a main financial supporter of African peace and security efforts, while the human costs of preserving and restoring peace and security in Africa are primarily borne by Africans. So it's African troops, for example, being deployed in African Union or African-led peacekeeping missions. So as a consequence, I think there's new impetus for balancing the partnership and also for deepening the partnership. New impetus is needed, and I will say more about concrete proposals in a second. Now, a key principle of the partnership is African solutions to African problems, means that the key objective of cooperation is really to systematically strengthen African institutions and efforts to prevent and resolve conflicts on the continent. And for the European Union, this has also meant that supporting the African Union and its different organs responsible for peace and security has really been at the core of the EU support to peace and security in Africa. So main areas of cooperation have been support to African peace operations, for example, also in terms of financial support, EU support to AMISOM, just to mention one, is certainly something has been a major part of that. The operationalization of the APSA through capacity building of the institutions, but also in terms of conflict prevention and peace mediation, there has been cooperation going on between the African Union and the European Union. Although I've mentioned that the EU has been the main external financial support of APSA, providing around 3 billion in support via the African Peace Facility between 2004 and 2021, it also has to be acknowledged that the African Union has over time also increasingly reduced the financial dependency from external funding by operationalizing the African Union Peace Fund, which is an important institution of the African Union. There's also a recent trend that we see stronger EU engagement with individual African states, and this has raised to some extent some concerns about the continued support to regional cooperation structures. Now, this is just to recall a few of the milestones of the gradual institutionalization of the EU partnership on peace and security, starting with the establishment of the African Peace Facility in 2003, based on the Cotonou Agreement and funded from the European Development Fund. In 2018, the AU and the EU signed the Memorandum of Understanding on Peace, Security and Governance, with the objective to strengthen the partnership and also to enhance coordination, both at the political and the technical level. But my assessment would be that the results are relatively mixed. So there are annual consultative meetings of the EU Peace and Security Committee and the African Union Peace and Security Council. There are annual senior official meetings, but there's little deepening of coordination and cooperation beyond those annual meetings. In 2021, the EU created a new financial instrument to support peace and security efforts at a global scale, the so-called European Peace Facility, which replaced the African Peace Facility. And there are some implications of this. Particularly that this change at the instrument level also meant a reduced agency for African actors, especially for the African Union in the partnership. And I will explain this in a few seconds. In 2022, at the last AU-EU summit, in the joint vision for 2030, there was this strong call for a renewed and enhanced cooperation for peace and security. Although the provisions on peace and security were relatively abstract and did not provide details on which concrete measures the two sides envisioned for enhancing their cooperation. So my assessment would be that there's little substantive progress in the last 3 years on deepening the partnership and making it more symmetric. Now, to illustrate a little bit what has been the main difference or differences that were introduced with the creation of the European Peace Facility that replaced the African Peace Facility. While the African Peace Facility was like an exclusive instrument of the EU partnership or the African-European Partnership on Peace and Security, the European Peace Facility is a global instrument. So the EU uses this to fund peace and security operations, not only in Africa, but on a global scale. Another difference is that for the African Peace Facility, any funding operation was actually based on a formal request by the African Union or the regional economic communities. For the European Peace Facility, the formal consent by the African Union is not a requirement. And this is particularly also interesting for the military capacity building measures for individual African states, something that was not possible with the African Peace Facility, that the EU could also fund operations in individual African states. That's now also possible with the European Peace Facility. And I will say a few things about this in a second. What remains the same is that there are no co-decision rights for parliaments, neither for the Pan-African Parliament nor for the European Parliament. When it comes to the funding volumes, the European Peace Facility financial envelope is much bigger, although the majority of funding so far has gone to support Ukraine. At the same time, that the European Union would actually spend less funding on African peace and security operations, but so far we don't really see this in the numbers. Now, just to also as an illustration, what we see here in these tables is that the EU has funded 2 different types of assistance measures under the European Peace Facility. Military capacity building, so including also the delivery of military equipment to individual African states, such as Ghana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Benin, and in total, 14 different African states have benefited from that cooperation. And this cooperation amounts to around 370 million since 2021. The biggest share of EU funding still goes to support African-led peace support operations, amounting to around 600 million euros. But the share of military capacity building expenses is growing over the past years. So it's also shifting a little bit the balance of the European Union's focus on how it supports peace and security efforts in Africa. So moving a bit further towards the upcoming summit in Luanda, I think one has to recognize that since the last summit in 2022, the international context for cooperation on peace and security between the African Union and the European Union has changed considerably, also creating uncertainties about the status of the partnership. On part of the African side, we see an increase of armed conflicts on the continent, partly related also to increasing geopolitical competition and external interference. We also see particularly conflicts between non-state violent actors, such as militias and rebel groups, increasing sharply in 2024. And there's also been a rise in terrorist violence, especially in the Sahel region. Parallel to these trends, we also observe a certain, what also some African colleagues have called a crisis of the African peace and security architecture. With regard to the African-led peace operations, there has recently been a trend away from established APSA structures towards more ad hoc or unilaterally led missions, such as Rwanda's intervention in Mozambique, for example, or the multinational joint task force to combat Boko Haram in the Lake Chad region. And also in the area of conflict prevention and peace mediation, we see a proliferation of actors involved in peace mediation, sometimes sidelining established institutions such as the African Union. At the same time, the financing of African-led peace operations remains precarious. So we know that a key reason for this is the failure to implement UN Security Council Resolution 2719 on the use of UN funds for African peace operations. And the application of this resolution to Somalia is currently being blocked by the US administration and the UN Security Council. On part of Europe, we also see several changes and also challenges. Russia's war against Ukraine has completely changed the security and threat perception in Europe. Many European governments are increasingly focusing on security and defense measures primarily to ensure their own national security. And also with the end of UN peacekeeping mission MINUSMA in Mali and the EU military training mission Sahel, some EU member states have almost completely withdrawn from the Sahel, while others decided to stay engaged through non-military means as development and humanitarian aid actors. But there's a certain
Dr. Bergman, you have
say.
1 minute.
Okay, I will speed a little bit up. Yeah, thanks so much. About what is actually Europe's future approach to support peace and security in the Sahel region. So I would say that in conclusion, the strategic direction of AU-EU cooperation on peace and security is becoming increasingly unclear. So given this changed international context, I would say the Luanda summit should both send a clear political signal of continued interest of both sides in strengthening their cooperation and also lead to concrete actions to deepen the partnership on peace and security. And maybe because I just have a few seconds left, there are a few concrete proposals I would have for deepening the collaboration. Strengthening the dialogue on global peace and security challenges, going beyond the sole focus on African crises and conflicts, but also really taking a global perspectives. And a second proposal would be to explore opportunities for jointly making the case for African peace and security efforts in the international arena. So really trying to push jointly for multilateral solutions, especially at the UN level. The third proposal would be to deepen collaboration and fostering mutual learning on conflict prevention and mediation. And I have some concrete proposals how to do that. Fourthly, strengthen cooperation on cybersecurity, disinformation, and hyper threats, which is of common interest. And there's also a link to the Global Gateway, which we will discuss in the next session, because infrastructure investments are only sustainable if they're also secure and can be protected. And finally, and then I will stop there, there's also a potential to embed the military capacity building dimension that I've just presented on previously in stronger political partnerships. For example, by creating fully fledged security and defense partnerships between the European Union and individual African countries. With that, I would like to conclude. I'm sorry that I spent a little bit more time than I was assigned to, but I hope still that you find the presentation interesting, and I'm very much looking forward to the questions and to your interventions and to the exchange with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dot. And I would like now to take the privilege to introduce Dr. Ibrahim Kane. Ibrahim, are you with us?
Yes,
Please
Chair.
proceed, and you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very, very much. And I will be speaking in French, please. Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you to the co-panelists who has made a good presentation of the structure of the aid system that the European Union has set up in its relations with Africa. In the previous debate, I had laid emphasis on an aspect which appeared very important to me. That was the fact that relationships between Africa and Europe were asymmetrical in nature, and that the lack of balance that we notice in this relationship requires today a redefinition of this partnership. And peace and security are concrete examples of the need, concrete examples of what Africa needs to do in order to to control things. Mr. President, it's important for the honorable parliamentarians who are listening to us today to know that peace and security are fundamental elements for Africa, if at all, if Africa wants to set up the 2063 agenda. Without peace and without security, it's unthinkable for Africa to think about any form of development, and also to legate in the future an Africa which is confident and which is able to play an important role in international relations. This is an important role. I'm saying so mindful of the fact that when the European Union itself carried out the evaluation of the first 10 years of implementation of the 2063 agenda, the African Union noticed that over 75% of African resources which were spent in Agenda 2063 were done so on issues related to peace and security. This is a testimony of the fact that the question of peace and security is very important, and Africans should find a solution to that. If we cannot take if we cannot care for our situations of peace and security, it's unthinkable. We should not even talk about development or the transformation of the continent, or to talk about a future agenda for the continent. This is a very important element. That's why when we're saying that the Pan-African Parliament should play an important role in this partnership, in the future of this partnership, the issues of peace and security should play an important role. Why? Mr. President, this is because that this is a domain or a field in which when the partnership was being drafted, we allowed this aspect, the management of all what was related to fund, peace and security, it was left to the hands of Europeans. If you consider the figures which were proposed, even the fund was called African Fund, the facility, that's African Peace Facility, which was to the tune of 3 billion, which was made available by the Europeans to Africans for them to manage some problems. So what the previous speaker didn't say is that this African Fund was virtually managed by Africans themselves. Africans were the ones who were in charge of determining where they wanted the European intervention, and Europe made available this amount to Africa in order to manage some crises. Because most crises in Africa, one should point out, are crises which are linked with the critical situation that is prevailing in Africa. When we consider the Sahel region, actually, one of the fundamental elements of the crisis in Sahel is climate change. And this climate change is not caused by Africa. It's caused by everything which is happening across the world, which has an impact in Africa. 40% of arable lands of the Sahel region cannot be used today, and it creates problems between farmers and animal breeders, and it creates problems between different communities. In addition to this, as you all know, the harnessing of mineral resources in Africa, be it industrial or traditionally, it creates problems and crises. And these crises are at times worsened by external powers, external multinational companies, which actually make it possible that conflicts become much more complex and complicated and consequently difficult to solve. So when Europeans made available these resources to Africa, it was a means for Africans to actually say what was needed to solve all these difficulties. But in 2021, suddenly Europeans decided to create the EU Peace Facility and to completely change the rules of the game. So Africans are no longer the ones who decide, but Europeans do so in the place of Africans. And this has actually shaken up relationship between Africa and Europe, and it even created some problems because at a given point in time, Africans refused to make use of this fund because there were strings attached, and these strings were attached by Europeans, and these were problematic. I'll give you an example to show you how it's become difficult. It's a crisis in the Sahel where the ECOWAS had a plan to bring back peace and security in West Africa because the crisis was within countries of ECOWAS, but the ECOWAS did not have this money, $3 billion. So Europeans, instead of helping the ECOWAS, they actually diverted these funds and created another mechanisms and another strategy, which was to take care of people outside of Africa. So this is why recently, when the 3 states of the Sahel left ECOWAS and decided to cut links with the Western world, they actually rejected the G5 Sahel, the G5 Sahel, because all the strategy of G5 Sahel was never set up by Africans, but it was set up by Europeans for Africans. And they said we had the possibilities to have access to the funds, but we could not because there were some conditions. This is to say how far it's very important on this issue when it comes to peace and security. So it's important to reflect on the problem of resources because who has resources actually dictate solutions, and who dictates solutions at times imposes his personal point of view at the detriment of the interest of Africans. And that's the situation in which we find ourselves. Today, Africa is unable to find a solution to the crisis which is prevailing in Sudan. Sudan is actually facing an existential crisis because if nothing is done, there might no longer be a Sudan. And Africa is incapable due to lack to resources. But you have these funds which are existing, but these funds are difficult to mobilize. And because of that, we are finding ourselves in this situation. So as we have seen in the Sahel, actually, Mali is about to collapse. If you take a close look, because the jihadi group, insurgent groups are virtually at the doorsteps of the capital, but there is no possibility to have use or access to these funds, which are funds which, because the partnership is based on the quest of peace and security in the continent, so how can we talk about these funds if African states are not able to make use of these funds and to give them an important role? So this simply means that the African peace and security structure for now has no meaning because Africans do not have the means of their policies, because they do not have the necessary resources to be able to carry out the operationalization of this strategy. Of course, there is the Peace Fund that has been created by the African Union and which is partially funded or supplied by African states, but the funds they have now is very, very low, so that it's virtually impossible to have funds used for it to be able to play an important role in terms of peace and security. And it's because of that I believe that in the future on these issues of peace and security, which at times, in fact, because peace and security is not only an affair between Africa and Europe, at times it concerns it's of questions which relate to Chapter 7 of the United Nations and which calls for the intervention of the United Nations. That's why you've had UN missions in the DRC and other African countries. So it's important when it comes to this issue that there should be a total revision of the strategy between Africa and Europe, because we cannot actually lay emphasis on the European strategy, which is being imposed to us by the Europeans. So we cannot equally talk about peace and security if we do not actually try to bring the link between the question of peace and securities and that of exploitation export of African mineral. we can't talk about peace and security if we can't make the link between this issue of security and issues related to climate change. Given that a good part of these problems of security are linked to the underdevelopment of Africa. Please don't forget that the Sahel is the poorest region of the world. And if we do not solve this issue of poverty, this issue of inequality, we will be unable to solve issues related to peace and security. As far as I'm concerned, this should be at the center of the renegotiation of partnership links between Africa and Europe.
Pas ces liens-là, on va.
If we do not establish these links, it will remain a technical question, whereas peace and security issues are not technical issues per se. They are purely political issues, purely geostrategic issues. If we have so many crises in Africa, it's because everyone needs our resources. Our gold, for example, is an important product, and apart from the Europeans, we have the Arabs who are interested in our soils. The United Arab Emirates are almost everywhere in Africa, Libya, Sudan, the Sahel. Recently, an Emirati general was arrested by rebels in Mali. So these issues should also be related to the issue of multilateralism, because as you know, peace and security in Africa is not only a relationship between Africa and Europe, but between Africa and the rest of the world, especially as our resources are coveted by everyone. Everyone wants to use our resources, whereas African states do not have strong negotiating capacity. So these are some elements I wanted to bring to the fore as we discussed these points, to make sure that whenever we have these discussions, we see out of the box, we have a bird's eye view rather than using the approaches of some authors. If we understand the comprehensive situation, we'll be in a better position to address peace and security issues on the continent. Mr. President, I'm done. Thank you very much. I remain open for to answer to all the questions of MPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. That was on time, and we appreciate that. And now we would like to open the floor for discussions. And we have two, Tunkuni from Rwanda.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to say something regarding the role African and European parliaments should play to prevent conflicts in Africa. Well, both parliaments should have and build relations that are centered on political dialogue, prevention of conflicts and mediation. And we should also do early warning and share information. We need to strengthen and support diplomacy, and that diplomacy should be inclusive based on the needs of our citizens. We should also strengthen cooperation between parliamentary friendship groups. With such relations strengthened between the Pan-African Parliament and the European Parliament, well, prevention is going to be more effective, and we will have lesser conflict here and there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Second person, Honorable is Alfonson, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Alphonse.
Bien, thank you for recognizing me. That was a good pronunciation. I got the presentation from Dr. Ben and the second presentation from Dr. Ibrahim on peace and security issues, notably the collaboration that should exist between the Pan-African Parliament and the European Parliament. When I was listening to the first presentation, well, I discovered that the European Union that usually provided funds to the African Union to promote peace and security the European Union has now established its own strategy, which is somehow contrary to the African strategy. And as such, Africa is not able to really address the peace and security issue on the continent. And if peace and security is lacking, then development cannot follow. But apart from that, we also notice that the exploitation of our resources is what causes insecurity in Africa. Industrialization in Europe and other developed continents quite affects peace and security in Africa. And the first speaker said, Africa needs to be self-sufficient for Africa to be able to resolve issues of peace and security. Well, we do not have any clear strategy. In the Pan-African Parliament, for example, we do not have any clear strategy which obliges or binds states to attack other states in Africa. So if there are no clear and well-defined measures to prevent some African states from attacking other states or serving that purpose, then we cannot talk about peace and security. We will always have situations where countries are at war against one another. Countries serve as hotspots for rebels, and we'll always have such situations in Africa, and it will be disorderly. So we need to have clear strategies to ensure peace and security in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now we have Honorable Happy Moore from Zimbabwe. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. Africa stands at a decisive moment across the Sahel, the Horn, Central Africa. Instability spreads, fueled not only by internal governance gaps, but by foreign actors supplying guns, bullets, and mercenaries. Let us be frank, Africa cannot secure its future while external powers profit from its chaos. We welcome partnership, but it must be grounded in equality, respect, and African leadership. Africa does not need patrons, Africa demands partners. Our continent already has the tools to secure peace. The African Peace and Security Architect, CEWS, and the Panel of the Wise, and the African Standby Force. What we need is a real co-investment, technology transfer, and parliament oversight, not interference disguised as aid. Security agreements must strengthen African institutions, empower communities, and prioritize youth livelihoods and resilience. We call for AU and EU cooperation built on parity, transparency, and shared responsibility. Parliamentarians must legislate, harmonize security laws, monitor foreign engagement, and ensure that African security is led by Africans, not outsourced or dictated from abroad. To our partners, I would like to ask, will you end the flow of arms and mercenaries into African conflicts? Will you commit to real technology transfer and institutional strengthening, not dependence? Will you honor genuine core investment in a PSA and the African Standby Force? And will you ensure all cooperation is transparent and subject to parliamentary oversight? Africa seeks partners, not patrons. Partnership must respect our sovereignty, retain our stolen value, and enforce Africa's right to self-determine. The era of extraction is over. Africa will not bleed so others may prosper. We rise to reclaim our land, our voice, and our future. Amandla.
Thank you, sir. And now we have Honorable Hussein Mohammed from Djibouti. You have a minute and a half.
Oui, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Merci de donner la parole, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. President. Well, I would like to say a word on this topic, considering that it's very sensitive and important for Africans and the continent as a whole. Perhaps, Mr. President, I should recall that we've talked a lot about the importance of security and peace on the continent. The partnership between the African Union and the European Union lays much emphasis on peace and security as part of this strategic partnership, and that partnership is based on cooperation, conflict prevention, management of crisis, capacity building, like the previous speakers just said. The European Union supports the African Union and African organizations through financial mechanisms like the European Facility for Peace. Now, I'm raising this point because the funding through this European Peace Facility, well, actually supports most peacekeeping operations. And some countries like Somalia, where we have peace missions since 2007, knowing fully well that the results generally do not follow, there is no sustainable peace in the region, I therefore wonder, perhaps the peace missions since 2007 were intended to help government restore peace in the face of Al-Shabaab, but it is influenced by the European Union. But as we stand, government is not able to stop the conflict. The peacekeeping mission has not stopped the conflict, has not stopped the massacres from Al-Shabaab. But Al-Shabaab is gaining ground. So I do wonder, what's the rationale of such financial partnerships if the war doesn't stop, if there is no stability, if there is no peace on the continent? Perhaps we would need to redefine these funding policies and also see how we can assist combatants in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. And now we have Honorable Mpani, or Mapani, of Afro.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much for the topic on peace and security. I think from where we come from as Afrobarometer, I had conversations about dealing with issues to do with threats and vulnerabilities. And we strongly feel that it's important that we take a look at at conflict prevention. Because we think it's important if we want to restore peace on the continent. But how best do we then deal with conflict prevention? We strongly feel that the data that we generate as an organization can be very much valuable for the AU and the EU Parliament, for them to be able to use the data that we generate as a way, as an early warning tool or mechanism that can then help the two parliamentarians or the two parliaments to be able to engage with each other and see how best they can be able to deal with different countries where conflict is imminent. So our emphasis is for parliamentarians to be able to make use of the early warning signs that comes through the data that we generate, so that at least we can have we can prevent conflict on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have General Impani from Deputy President of the Senate of Zimbabwe.
I'm General Nyambuya.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the correction.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say a few words in connection with what we have been asked to address, and the paper says it aims to identify shared threats and vulnerabilities. I think it's important that we define the threats which are facing Africa. And in this regard, I will say the first one, which is very current, is intrastate conflict. And this is manifesting in the Sudan and the DRC. And the main cause of this, insofar as some people are concerned, is ethnic challenges as well as resources, fighting over resources. Secondly, terrorism. And again, this is in the Sahel, Mozambique, Nigeria, and Somalia. I think for the Sahel, the world has neglected that part of the world to the extent that it's now a disaster waiting to happen. Mali is in a very difficult position right now. There is a blockade, and resources are not reaching the country as such. And it's urgent that Africa, EU, and all other interested parties address this. The third threat, which I will address, Mr. Chairman, which has not been given sufficient attention, is the social media, misinformation and disinformation. Artificial intelligence is a very good development, but as we all know, it can be manipulated and be a security threat. Fourth is climate crisis, and one of the panelists has addressed this issue. The only thing which I'll mention is that Africa did not and has not and is not causing climate change. Africa is actually a victim of climate change, and yet we are being ignored. In Southern Africa, the effects are in the form of droughts and flooding, and this is causing a lot of money and a huge loss to our countries. Fifth is future pandemics. We are not treating, again, this issue very seriously to prepare for the next pandemic. COVID-19 was not the first, and neither is it going to be the last. So this threat of pandemics we need to invest in dealing with this particular scourge, which is quite possibly going to come again. Now, the previous speaker has talked about conflict prevention. Insofar as conflict resolution is concerned, in Africa, we do have the mechanism. It's just that they are not working at all. We have got the first line of conflict resolution is the sub-regional arrangements. In this regard, I think ECOWAS has tried its very best, and it's now a bit overwhelmed. But I want to salute ECOWAS. They've really invested in this, and they're doing a lot. In Southern Africa, we have got the SADC, and the arrangements are in place to try and deal with this challenge, but the problem is always resources, resources, and resources. The second line of conflict resolution is the regional, and at this stage we are talking of the AU level. Again, I think we need to be a bit more aggressive, and we need resources to deal with the challenges. The third line is where our partners in the EU come in, as well as the United Nations. What is it that the EU can do? I think the EU can do a lot. In all fairness, they can assist in the resource provision, they can assist in capacity building, and they can assist in sharing of information and intelligence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We don't have any more questions or comments. And so I would like to give the floor back to Dr. Julian Bergman, if he's still with us.
Yes, I'm still here.
Chair, you want to give me just a minute?
Sure. Julius, please hold on for a second. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe just to contribute by way of the leverage that the Pan-African Parliament and Pan-African parliamentarians have in this, and I'd like to maybe pick up from what the Honourable had said earlier around the different steps, but maybe focus a little bit on the early warning systems. The issue is not the fact that Africa doesn't have enough mechanisms around early warning systems. In fact, it has plenty. It's got the African Peer Review Mechanism, the APRM, and it also has the various peace and security reports that basically it listens to, and also the various regional economic communities that have got their own information sharing systems, etc. The problem is, how do we harness this in order to basically make sense out of it, to be able to intervene in a timely manner? And this also has to do with political will across the board. So my suggestion, and we've talked about this earlier, is the fact that parliamentarians still continue to play a critical role in at least their oversight mandate that they have at the state level. It's absolutely crucial and is important. But I think more importantly, how do they coordinate better in settings like this at the Pan-African level, to be able to, through, whether it's through their caucuses, respective caucuses, or whether it's through the respective mechanisms that the committees actually hold, whether it's justice and human rights or international cooperation, to ensure that we are able to coordinate better and be able to move some of these things forward. The final point I wanted to make is it's even more crucial now than before. The honourable gentleman before me talked about the good examples that ECOWAS has set. But ECOWAS is besieged now by a split amongst its own community, which is, one is wearing fatigues and is armed to the teeth, which is the military junta in the AES states, and the other one is donning civilian clothes. The fact is that what is happening now in the Sahel, which is the most dangerous place in the world as far as terrorism is concerned, possibly, and it's the largest coup belt in the world, you have an entire regional economic community whose intelligence systems are not speaking to each other, because the AES doesn't trust the proper ECOWAS and vice versa. And the question then would be, how can we basically break that impasse to be able to come out as a collective and then take that continental agenda as we are meeting a different continental body, which is the EU, to be able to now advance our own interests and move some of these things forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to Dr. Bergman, somebody, I think from the Gambia, raised their hand, so I'll give one final
yes, short
pass.
question. Prof, thank you very much. Prof, I want to ask the presenter, like countries that EU is supporting, or blocs like ECOWAS, for example, we learned that EU is supporting them in restoring peace or democracy, for example, Gambia. But how long will EU continue to support ECOWAS in countries like Gambia when there is peace, when peace is restored back? So how can they be continuing supporting military in those countries? So I don't know the rationale behind it. And second point is the projects that they are sponsoring. And if the projects are not there to serve the citizens, or governments are manipulating it, abusing the funds in their own pocket, how do they ensure that those funds are retrieved back or they stop?
Thank you very much, Dr. Bergman. The floor is yours. You have, let me say, 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, for the opportunity to respond to a few interventions. Maybe I start with the very last one by the Honourable member about the military capacity building interventions and to what extent they really support peace and security efforts. This is what I understood is part of the question. I would say that this is actually also what I try to say in my presentation, that military capacity building can be one component of a strategy of supporting African countries in restoring peace and security, but it needs to be embedded in a broader political strategy. That also includes governance support, that also includes non-military cooperation. So this is maybe just a brief response to the previous intervention. I would also like to comment on a few other interventions that emphasize the role of parliaments and the role of the Pan-African Parliament. And I just want to underline that parliaments can play an important role when it comes to conflict prevention and peace mediation, not only in terms of giving the message that this is an important element of the partnership between the African Union and the European Union, but also in engaging themselves as part of preventive diplomacy and peace mediation in trying to resolve certain crises and conflicts. So I would agree that there's a lot of potential for the Pan-African Parliament to enhance the cooperation with the European Parliament, who has also gained certain experience in engaging themselves as a peace in various peace mediation efforts. So I would very much underline that this is an avenue that also from the African side should be further pursued. And I would, as I don't want to overspend my time here, I would stop here, but I'm happy to respond to any additional questions in the second round if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. And I'll give the floor now briefly to Ibrahim Kane. Dr. Ibrahim, are you with us? It appears not. And so here we go.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're
facing some problem with the so one thing I heard a lot of comment about the prevention aspect of conflict. It's a very important one, and I think the fact that ECOWAS was playing a leadership on this issue show that when people can really work together, can put a lot of effort in preventing conflict, a lot of solution can be found in the crisis that we are facing on the continent. But as I also said, we cannot take this crisis just isolated. They are all interrelated, and most of the crises that we are facing in Africa are also related to exploitation of resources, also related to other issues that the continent needs to deal with. And if the AU makes its APSA and AGA very operational, that is part of the solution to the problem that we are facing. And that put us in a more good position when it's come to discuss some issues with the European. We should not be in a situation where all the question of peace and security of the continent is in the hand of foreigners. We should avoid to do that, and we should do more to really try to deal with our situation. I just want to recall here the pioneering role that ECOWAS played in the past. When there was a civil war in Liberia, civil war in Sierra Leone, under the leadership of Nigeria, ECOWAS managed to deal with those situations without any support from the rest of the world. And that helped to stabilize the situation. And then when the UN came, it was to deal with the humanitarian dimension, to deal with the human rights dimension of the crisis, with the creation of the Special Court of Sierra Leone, and so and so and so. So that interrelationship between Africa and the rest of the world. When Africa take the leadership, for me, it's really very important. The second point that I really wanted to mention, because it's also related, is the fact that the European should also do their homework when it's come to peace and security. When you look at, for instance, the current crisis in the Sahel region, and one of your, one honorable member of the parliament said that it's very, very serious. It has also to do with the support that some European countries are giving to the so-called jihadists. The jihadists are now using drones that, and the European Union has that capacity to play a role in preventing or in really talking to those who are providing some of these ammunition to because it's about also the peace and security of the world. Because if the Sahel collapses, it's also at the border of Europe. So I think that kind of action taken by the European is also important to be seen in the future to really help in preventing some of these things or trying to find a solution to the problem that we are mentioning. And lastly, for me, I think when it's come to peace and security, it's also important sometime when Africa put forward some of the ideas at the UN Security Council, we get more positive support from the West, for the West, particularly the countries like France, like the UK, who have a real big power in the UN Security Council. And sometimes it's not happening. And I think the European Union should really also push for those countries to play an important role in saving life, in saving, in making sure that security happens on the continent. So these are some of the responses that I wanted to give to some of the questions raised. But Mr. Chair, I think in the future, the Parliament should really, really, really play the kind of control that is needed to ensure that Africa walk the talk about peace and security on the continent. And I think if the Parliament plays that role, it will be very useful for all of us.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you all. We are coming at the tail end of our sort of discussion here. And I'm going to abuse being chair for a second, not more than 2 minutes, I think. Dr. Ibrahim just pointed out about the importance of the role of Parliament, whether it's the local national parliament or it's the continental parliament right here in Midrand. I think we have been amiss to some degree in Parliament of taking the lead on these issues and challenging the headquarters in Addis Ababa on that matter. Having said that, I just want to say one last thing, and that's how we define a problem determines whether the solutions are going to work it out. And I'm going to give you an example. Before I became a member of Parliament in Somalia, in 2004, 2006, a young group of religious people chased the warlords and others out of Mogadishu and liberated Mogadishu. I went to see them and spoke with them at that point in time. The African Union was not willing to listen. The IGAD was not willing to listen. And the West and the rest were gang-ho about Islamic terrorists. If they had worked with the Union of the Islamic Courts at that point in time when Mogadishu was safely under control for the first time in 16 years, we wouldn't be where we are in Somalia today. We wouldn't be. And consequently, because we poorly defined the problem or opportunistically defined the problem in the way that we wanted to solve other people's problems, then we have created a solution that's not sustainable. And consequently, pay attention and pay heed to how Africans define the problem. Then and only then would be able to make some headway in creating the security in this continent. Lastly, inequality is exceptionally rampant in Africa. The top 1% of the population in terms of income nearly control 65% of the resources and the income of the continent. What that does is to create injustice, which breeds mistrust, and then ultimately which leads to violence. So heeding that, I think, will be a first step in our agenda, collective agenda. And on that note, I'll give the floor back to the President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you very much. I was also listening with a lot of interest. And I want to thank the professor for competently chairing this session. If we had early warning systems that really are well designed and effective, would predict all these coups, would predict the Madagascar overthrow of the government and everything, but we seem not to know when the soldiers are likely to take place, to rise against government. We seem not to know when even the youth, we just find the youth in thousands in the streets. No one knows that the youth are mobilizing. We have our intelligence systems in all countries. Why is it that they fail also to see these things before they happen? So I think there's more to it. Thank you. I think Madam Clark, come and do your job. Madam Clark.
Honorable President, honorable members, we are constrained for time, and even as we thank the previous panel for its presentation, we'll straight away call upon the next panel, panel 2, which is on the Global Gateway, which will focus its attention on sustainable investment partnerships, but particularly focusing on the management of critical raw minerals in Africa. The moderator of this session is the rapporteur of the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, Honorable Suleiman Saho. If he could approach the podium and introduce the theme, but also introduce the presenters in turn, managing the time as he does so. Honorable Saho.
Good evening, Your Excellency, members of the Bureau, honorable colleagues. My task this evening is a simple task. I'm stepping in for my chairperson, who is not available with us here. The topic of discussion is Global Gateway. And Global Gateway is an initiative aimed to promote sustainable development, economic growth, connectivity worldwide. It is an interesting approach to global cooperation and investment. What aspect of Global Gateway are we interested in as members of the Parliament or as Pan-Africanists? Now, the potential benefits that we can reap from Global Gateway is infrastructure, economic opportunities, sustainable development, global cooperation, and so forth. but it also has some concerns as well. The debt sustainability, local ownership, how long will Africans have strong voice in shaping the initiative, agenda, and ensuring it aligns with our priorities. Now, the panelists that we'll have this evening are Claudia Kabemba, South Africa Research Watch. Is he with us here? All right, you're highly welcome. And we have Depros Muchuna, Open Society Foundation. Achimpo, European Council on Foreign Relations, that will be online. We have Elizabeth Hedge, Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations online. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have for you this evening. Without wasting much time, we would like to welcome Claudia Kabemba to make his statement. Can we give him a big round of applause? Oh, gosh.
Technology is a problem. Huh? When it sees people, it starts behaving. So just allow me to just open up a different set. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached a defining moment for the African continent. And I think that this moment you are in might not repeat itself again in the near future. I'm talking of the opportunity that we have where the continent has become again an interesting continent, attracting investment, attracting people to be interested in this continent. And that interest is due to the new economy in which we are going to, the economy powered by renewable energy. And the opportunity and the fact that our marginalization is ending, we are becoming again visible to the rest of the world, is due to the abundance of our resources. The abundance of resources that we have, and in some of these resources we have the producer power. The cobalt in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the PGM
in South Africa, the manganese in South Africa and Gabon. Increasingly, we are seeing lithium with Zimbabwe as the sixth producing country in the world. As you know, cobalt is DRC, 70% of the world production. But we also have copper, which is the most, for me, important metal, with the DRC the second producer in the world, with Zambia targeting 3 million ton in 2031. And increasingly, with the geological studies we are having across the continent, it's possible that in many other commodities, the continent will place itself as the most important in the world. My name is Claude Kabemba. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern Africa Resource Watch. We are a Pan-African outfit. We invest in the governance of natural resources. We are based here in Johannesburg. We have offices in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Zambia and Zimbabwe. And we work across the continent with universities, civil society institutions. And our work is to protect communities' rights, to ensure that these resources are shared equitably. The inequality statistics that have been given just recently by the speaker who was sitting here does call upon all of us to try and do things differently. The outline of my presentation is on the global gateway, what it means. And because we are trying to see how Parliament, this Pan-African Parliament, can work around the global gateway, I thought that I should speak to what the EU Parliament does in the global gateway. And my sense is that there are lessons that this Parliament can learn from the EU Parliament. And we'll speak about what I call bilateralism and regional coordination, which I think is an important theme, considering that this continent, we've all agreed that no country can develop in isolation, but we need to work together and build a united continent. And as we engage the different schemes, being the BRICS, being FOCAC, being the global gateway, my sense that unity will help us to deal in diplomacy with this big group. Then I'll speak to the role of the Pan-African Parliament and provide a bit of recommendation. The global gateway was set up in 2021. Really, the EU wanted to ensure that they have space where they can invest in infrastructure, but more importantly, to protect their access to critical minerals. And my first reflection or reflex is that the global gateway should be seen as a response to the Chinese dominance in the critical mineral sector. So when we speak about this initiative, that should be at the back of our mind, that it's really around the interest of the EU. My sense that this is not necessarily a threat for the continent. It presents an opportunity, but it is an opportunity if only parliamentary oversight is upheld and the transparency in the African ownership is assured. So what the EU does as a bloc through the global gateway is to sign bilateral agreement with African countries. And they don't go through either the AU or regional blocs. So it raises a question of why an institution such as the EU will prefer to sign bilateral agreement instead of dealing with regional blocs? I think that's an important question that we might want to answer. So what does the EU, then Parliament, does around this initiative? Firstly, they legislate. Secondly, they provide budgetary oversight. So the EU Parliament is very much involved in how this body is set up, how it's financed, and how it operates on the ground. Secondly, the EU Parliament does policy, ensure policy coherence and accountability. So the EU Parliament ensures that this global gateway aligned with the EU, other EU policies, such as the EU Green Deal, the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and the EU Human Rights Commitment. But most importantly, also around the Critical Minerals Act. Then thirdly, the EU Parliament does what it calls the parliamentary diplomacy. It works directly with African countries. It works with other countries around the world, Latin America, the Caribbean, through the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. And this mechanism of parliamentary diplomacy also allows for joint security of major agreements. It means the EU Parliament will follow through some of the bilateral agreements that the EU signed, either with South Africa, either with Morocco, either with Ethiopia, or the Democratic Republic of Congo. So they have the role to go and scrutinize that bilateral agreement. So that is a very important one because it suggests this is not a passive parliament. It's very active, very involved. So by doing what they do through the diplomacy is to ensure the democratic legitimacy of its external partnerships. So they don't want a partnership that contradicts the values that they stand on. So the parliament does do that work. So in short, I'll say the EU Parliament does three things. It guards the purse, the money, it questions the power, and it connects partners. But I just wanted to allude to the bilateralism and regionalism. And a key question that has always been asked is it not a weakness that the global gateway deals primarily with individual African countries rather than with the continent or regional blocs like SADC or ECOWAS? The literature really I've consulted says that it's a structural weakness. Because each country has a different priorities, capacities, and governance structures, and this create a fragmentation for the ambition that we have as a continent for a united approach as we engage outside interest. And I think that's a big weakness from our side, that we engage this big and powerful institution individually. Maybe something that Parliament can think about. My suggestion then is that if it's possible that all the global gateway projects be reviewed, for example, for continental coherence through the AU or the REX framework. My suggestion also is that the Pan-African Parliament could establish a permanent oversight mechanism to monitor selection, transparency, and implementation of the global gateway. I'm also will suggest that this Parliament should engage in joint dialogue with the European Parliament so that Africa speaks with a unified voice, not fragmented at national interest. But having said that, because of the time we have, let me just say generally what I think the role of this Pan-African Parliament should be. I'm suggesting that you need to establish a standing committee on green transition and critical minerals. If you do not have one, I think it's a missing opportunity. I'm also suggesting that you exercise oversight and transparency. It will look like this. You will demand regular reporting from the African Union Commission on all global gateway projects, their selection, financing, and local impact. When we talk about local impact, really we are looking at communities. How are these projects affecting local people? Since most of these projects are around critical minerals, how, not just finances, but how are we enforcing our environmental and social governance standards? And I think it's an important one. I'm also suggesting that you must hold public hearing with government, private sector, and mining communities. We want to see mining communities coming here and engage with you, or to see you going in Mpumalanga where coal is affecting and polluting water and air and affecting the health of communities. So those are the things we want to see. We also want to propose that we will promote African ownership and value addition. The African mining vision, which is a vision adopted by our government in 2009, the key issue is industrialization. We don't want to export raw material. And we are proposing that value addition and ownership and sovereignty of resources be part of your responsibility and agenda going forward. We are also proposing as the EU Parliament that you strengthen parliamentary diplomacy, establish a PAP EU Parliament dialogue, and we suggest that you must hold annual joint session with the EU Parliament. But this cannot happen. You need capacity, and without capacity, you will not do the things we are suggesting. So build internal capacity and legal power to do the following. Push for the ratification of the Malabo Protocol to give PAP binding legislative authority. The EU Parliament has got authority. If you do not have authority, you will not do anything. So we are suggesting that you need to work hard to have that legal authority, that power, and you need, my sense, to do all these things, to have a policy research and a budget office. You need a research institution that supports Parliament, because these things are so complex that you need a support system to allow you to do this work. In closing, really, my call is for us, the Parliament, and together with the people you represent, to ensure that the global gateway delivers green energy without greenwashing. I think you have the responsibility to ensure that the global gateway does not reproduce extractivism. you need to ensure that critical minerals drive African prosperity and not just European security. And for you to achieve that, you need capacity, you need a strong unity. And my sense is that there cannot be global gateway in Africa without African parliamentary oversight, transparency, and accountability. So to end, this is not just about minerals or money. My sense is that this is about our power to define our future. And my sense is that we've put our future in your hands, and you expect a lot of more power from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kabemba. Can we give him a big round of applause? Before calling on the other presenter, he made some valuable contributions in the area of role of committees to try to have committees on the critical minerals and demanding reports from AU on gateway reports or gateway projects on critical minerals, public hearing with communities that are affected, with minings and other mineral activities that are taking place in various communities. And African ownership and value, he also highlighted on that, PAP EU Parliament dialogue, capacity building, and ratification of Malabo Protocol, green energy, in short, power generated from natural renewable resources like solar, wind, and hydropower. So we thank you for your contribution. I think the recommendations are highly noted. And time is our enemy right now. We call on the other presenter, Depros Mochina from Open Society.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, honorables, and everyone else who is here. I want to salute the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Chief Fortune Charumbira, this afternoon, and very delighted that the Pan-African Parliament is engaging in this existential question of Africa's future and cooperation to secure that future. From the onset, I want to underscore my support for what my colleague Claude Kabemba just said, especially the recommendations he made. I share in common those recommendations that we need a robust Pan-African Parliament engaging in very strong oversight mechanisms on the performance of all Pan-African institutions of government on the continent, but continuing to open up to citizen input and civil society input as you are doing. But additionally, as I said 3 weeks ago in this building, for critical minerals, it is time that we actually come up with our own model law on critical minerals that underscore and support the values so far shared by many. But back to the topic of the global gateway and prospects for Africa's cooperation with it. It's important that we locate this global gateway conversation within the context of what I'm calling the Africa moment that we must meet. This month, we will be having a G20 summit hosted by South Africa. And it will be the first time the G20 summit is being hosted under an African presidency. But it also completes a trio of Global South leaderships that includes Brazil, India, and Indonesia. So the opportunity to cement certain values that matter for global cooperation is there. The cooperation between Europe and Africa is something that should not scare us, because for the longest period of time in history, these two regions have worked together from colonialism through colonial struggles until now. The Global Gateway is positioned as an initiative of the European Union to engage in global cooperation and mobilize around 300 billion euros. That's a huge amount of money that is going to be mobilized. What I don't know is whether it has already been advanced or it is still being mobilized. But what we need to do is, in the short time I have, maybe think about a few points that should be concerning us. In the last 50 years in the world, the major driving issue was coal and gas. In the next 50 years, the fierce competition for resources will be dominated by the demands of critical minerals needed to build a decarbonized global economy. And those critical minerals include our endowments of them up to about 30%. The exploitation of those critical minerals must be done in such a way that we will fulfill three major elements. And I think as we discuss with the European Union in the Global Gateway, it is again an opportunity to reinforce those three major values. One is to ensure that, especially in the critical mineral space, that we mobilize the critical minerals value chain and link it to the rest of the economy. Because Africa has for so long experienced this reproduction of the production of what I call enclave economic development strategy, where the focus is simply on exploiting resources rather than on transformation. So if the Global Gateway initiative is coming, it should come to support transformation. In other words, the direction of proceeds of extraction into Africa's economic development and prosperity. The second principle that I think the Pan-African Parliament should push in the Global Gateway is the protection, or rather the building of human rights and environmental standards. Because more often than not, we have seen grand economic development projects and initiatives totally forget, totally marginalize human rights and environmental standards protection, because the surge and rush for critical minerals, the development of artificial intelligence infrastructure, will mean that the demand for these critical minerals will surge, and the paying of attention to human rights standards will probably be marginalized. So when you face this huge initiative such as the Global Gateway, it is important that the Pan-African Parliament examines exactly the flow of money. It's not the declarations about we will spend $300 billion that matter. It is where the money will go. And in this respect, a group of organizations studied the Global Gateway initiative, including Oxfam, Eurodad, among others. And they already ring alarm bells about the Global Gateway initiative. They say that in the assessment that they did, the report of their analysis produces troubling findings. Over 60% of the projects analyzed primarily benefit European corporations, such as Sysmen and Suez, Total Energies, and Bayer, among others. And these are companies that has been cited as polluters of the environment in the Global South. So it will be important for a parliamentary body like this to exactly examine where the money is actually going. If the money is going back to where the money is coming from, in the name of partnership with Africa, then we have not learned any lessons about the failure of overseas development assistance in the past 50 years. It will be critical that there's actually a qualitative transformation of money into investing projects that are actually lifting the populations of Africa. This report also analyzes 40 flagship projects in the Global Gateway, and it raises concerns, among other things, of human rights and environmental sustainability and economic sovereignty of partner nations. And so it is going to be key that an element of transparency
in the manner in which decisions are going to be made is something the Pan-African Parliament should prioritize. It also means the Pan-African Parliament must work with Global South entities, including in Asia and in Latin America, to promote and share lessons of how we are cooperating. An initiative to support Africa that is simply a reaction to the global geopolitical and geoeconomic contestation between different powers and China will not help the continent. So I think it's important the continent enters this in the true spirit of partnership with the European Union. The accountability that the European Union subjects itself to its own citizens should also be the same accountability the Pan-African Parliament and African countries should subject themselves to their own citizens. So to see the inclusion of ordinary people in this parliament, of civil society in this parliament, is going to be a helpful mechanism of making sure that this cooperation is not just a cooperation between states, but that it is also between people. The last value that I think we must embed, especially on critical minerals, is the impact of mining activity on communities that are mine affected. We know that a number of our communities on the continent are host to critical minerals. Sometimes when ferocious exploitation of these minerals is done, it results in forced evictions, it results in not linking communities to value chains that are unfolding as the opportunity to exploit resources goes on. So it will be important that the third element that we see in any project supported under this initiative does not jeopardize the role of communities, their relationship with the environment, and the beneficiation that we expect from them, since they are the primary owners of the commodity. I'll just end by making two more recommendations that we might want to take on board. First, I want to come back to the importance of Pan-African Parliament providing effective oversight. That oversight can happen in policy terms, but strongly in legislative terms. So I'm proposing again the importance of starting to come up with an overriding guidance of law-making that could be used by parliaments in Africa to determine licensing, exploitation, and beneficiation. And this could be what I'm calling a critical minerals model law. The second is, I think it's important to identify partners to support the research capability of the Pan-African Parliament in order for its oversight to be evidence-based, data-driven, and consistent with consultation and accountability to its own African constituency. And the final one is to do everything possible to ensure that we do not reproduce the center-periphery relationship that Africa has with global partners. For long periods of time, Africa has been reduced into a primary producer of raw materials and a consumer of finished products that it does not produce. So the call is for the Pan-African Parliament to begin to really demand movement and to not allow a situation where negotiation begins to happen between the European Union on one side and a small African state on the other, but that this joint cooperation is sustained so that we don't bifurcate and we don't balkanize the African continent into small actors that are easily overrun by very tough negotiations that require resource lawyers, resource economists, mathematicians, engineers, that we might not have in some of our countries, but that we continue to do that as a bloc. I think with this, we can move ourselves into a cooperation framework with the European Union that is based on win-win sentiment. Thank you.
Can we give him a big round of applause? Thank you very much for the brief presentation that we must negotiate as a bloc, and we must try to involve the communities, since they are the primary beneficiary. Whatever we're doing, the communities need to be involved, and PAP as a parliament must be very proactive to have a robust parliament in making legislations that are going to help to preserve the critical minerals, and Africa also not to be exploited in short, but to also collaborate and be beneficiaries. And he also highlighted on the spirit of partnership and accountability, which is very key. The citizens and the civil societies must have an access to certain information, and we must engage with them, and see them as partners rather than as opponents. So we will now call on the presenters online. So we have the third presenter, Theophilos Achimpo, from European Council on Foreign Relations. If you are available online, you're highly welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure if you called up me or my colleague. My sound is not very good, but I really hope that you can hear me well. I will share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. So, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Parliament, thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this session on the Global Gateway and the different green collaboration issues and commitments. I'm Elizabeth Hege. I work for a French think tank based in Paris, which is called International Institute for International Relations and Sustainable Development, IDRI. And I would like to speak a bit on some issues around green energy, highlighting some of the commitments that have been made at the last AU-EU summit and recently. And then I will try to widen a bit the perspective and talk about the idea of strategic partnerships for green industrialization between Africa and Europe. So at the last AU-EU summit, the issue of sustainable energy was quite an important issue. And in the investment package that was adopted at the last AU-EU summit, there was a specific focus on green energy with the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative being launched, and that commits to provide at least 50 gigawatts of renewable energy generation capacities in the electricity sector, and to provide at least 100 million people with access to electricity in Africa by 2030, knowing that there are about 600 million people still lacking access to electricity in Africa today. So there have been announcements by European investment and development banks around 20 billion for this initiative, and a smaller share of that being in grants, like 3.4 billion. And what is also maybe important to highlight that these investments are both for hard infrastructure, like a hydropower plant or transmission lines, and also, but they're also targeting soft infrastructure, which is also important for these hard infrastructures to work on skills and also regulation capacities. Then I would also like to highlight the global commitment made at COP28 to triple global renewables power capacity, and also the commitments on energy efficiency improvements by 2030. And recently, last month, there was the Global Gateway Forum in Brussels, and there were additional commitments made for this green energy initiative, around 680 million package for scaling up renewables in Africa. And there are also increasing connections also between these European commitments and global commitments, like, for example, the Mission 300 led by the World Bank. So there are a lot of announcements. And then I would like to look a bit on some of the progress made, and there's really a need also for more transparency and also a role for parliamentarians to play this role also of scrutiny also, because in the end, as also my further colleagues have said, in the end it comes down also to national projects and implementations and then also the need of oversight. And I have participated in a meeting recently where some progress was shared with some of the insiders or leaders of some of the initiatives, saying that there has been progress, especially in grid, off-grid and mini-grid expansions, and some infrastructure projects were highlighted, like hydropower plants, like the one in Cameroon, and transmission line investments, like the Zambia-Tanzania interconnector. Also, what I personally also found interesting is there seems to be increasing momentum for clean cooking, which was a bit more of an orphanage issue at the last summit, and many civil societies and also maybe some of your parliament have advocated for more momentum for clean cooking, which is an important issue that connects the environmental climate issues also with issues on health and gender. So this issue has gained momentum, and it was, for example, taken up by the G20 under South African presidency in the G20 Energy Ministers Dialogue recently. So these are some interesting news. It was also shared during the meeting that there's still more need for structured spaces for this, for cooperation on energy between the two continents. And that there is the Africa-EU Energy Partnership, which offers some of these spaces, but there's still some need for more structured dialogue. I also wanted to then move to a bit of what my colleague Claude also has highlighted already on the fact that it's a lot about bilaterals, and I feel that there's even more, we're moving even more into a lot of bilateral agreements. You are, of course, aware, think of the Just Energy Transition Partnership that was the one adopted with South Africa, which is focusing on coal phase out, but also hydrogen electrical vehicles. And there's also a Just Energy Transition Partnership, CHATP, with Senegal, which is focusing on the support of the renewable energy target of Senegal. And then there's the EU-Morocco Green Partnership. There is an MOU with Namibia on sustainable raw materials and also green hydrogen, and a country platform with Egypt on the nexus of water, energy, food, and so on. So at one end, these bilateral agreements are interesting in the sense if they focus, some of them focus really on also national plans and initiatives that were kind of homegrown really in the country and support these plans. So that is, I think, this country platform approach is an interesting development, but then it also becomes a bit more difficult sometimes with the proliferation of bilateral agreements to kind of see the regional approach, or also to have the transparency of then the implementation of all these different plans. And there is also another kind of potential or beginning kind of emergence of bilateral agreements that are focusing a lot on trade and investment. Some call them the mini trade deals that are kind of complementary, pragmatic trade deals focusing on green issues and value chains. And they are kind of emerging also around the European Commission that has adopted its Clean Industrial Deal, and has announced that as an external dimension of that Clean Industrial Deal, there will be clean trade and investment partnerships, so-called CTIPs. And there's it's kind of the latest innovation of the EU's trade toolbox, and it is linked with the global gateway. So it tries to link trade policies also in the EU and partnership policies. So it also tries to make different DGs in the EU collaborate on these issues. So there are negotiations going on with South Africa around alternative fuels, electric vehicles, and battery manufacturing. And an announcement should be there. There were some first announced at the Global Gateway Forum, and then they probably at the G20 more official announcements. And then there are some questions around it, especially also on the transparency. The EU Parliament, for example, they have also regretted the lack of transparency of these negotiations. And so I think there's really a role for parliamentarians. And then there's also the question of the link to the SADC, and there are some. So it's a complex issue, and then there's also other kind of agreements that go in a similar sense, a bit more investment focused. Are the Sustainable Investment Facilitation Agreements, SIFAs, like the one that has been adopted between the EU and Angola, focusing on the improvement of investment environments and also trade, especially in the domain of green energy, but also agri-food value chains between the two. And there are other discussions on the way on these kind of agreements, like complementary trade investment agreements with other countries. And then my colleagues have spoken about the critical raw materials, and there are also a lot of agreements not always connected. Those are more like MOUs, legally non-binding agreements, a memorandum of understanding on these critical raw material collaboration investments, for example, also with Zambia, DRC, and Namibia. And there, at least in the narrative, we can read in some of these MOUs the intention to support local value addition, which, as my colleagues have highlighted, is a very important issue. But then it's also important for parliamentarians and other actors that there's some accountability on how that actually delivers. I also wanted to highlight the point that critical raw materials are not a sector as such, but an input into different sectors. And so I now just want to close with the idea of strategic partnerships for green industrialization, because I think green industrialization is an issue where there's a lot of initiatives going on in Africa, as we have also seen at the second Africa Climate Summit, with new commitments for the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative, for example, the Africa Innovation Compact. And of course, it's also an important issue with all its struggles, but in the EU, so I think it's an issue that resonates in both continents, where both continents are seeking for a share of markets, future markets, and competitiveness. And I think it would be strategic to work together and to co-invest in innovation and in value chains, in complementary value chains in these issues. And in that context, I have done an interview series recently to look a bit on some of the sectors that more from African think tanks perspective or policymaker perspectives would be where they see an interest also for them in kind of important green sectors for them, where they could maybe see strategic interest. And what came out was the mobility sector was very strong. There's a lot going on in different countries around that, on trying to also move from some of the critical raw materials to some kind of share the first steps in the e-mobility and battery value chains. Also sustainable fuels, there's a lot of interest from the EU in that, and there can be some competitive advantage in some of the African countries on that. Then minerals and bulk materials, but then again, like saying that the minerals as such is not a sector, but it needs then to be thought about where actually in which sector value chain this can feed in, and what are the kind of first refinery or processing steps that are really feasible to do competitively in a country. And there's a lot, I think there's sometimes a kind of a gap between very big announcement and what is maybe strategic or feasible as a first kind of step for attracting investment. And that also really needs a reflection on the kind of where the competitive edge lies, also the kind of investments that are needed in skills and capacities, but also in the kind of scale that is needed. And then requires also sometimes regional or sub-regional collaborations. The agri-food sector also came out as an important green priority. There's a lot to do to use those renewable energies, for example, for food processing, also not only focusing on agri-food as an export sector, but also for domestic markets. And then, of course, the electricity sector and renewable energy as such, also with some manufacturing ambitions in some countries, or linking that to manufacturing in more traditional sectors like textile. I do just finish with some points of attention, which is, of course, then the importance to move from the narrative of mutually beneficial. And I think it's also important what my colleague De Proza said is there's a lot of narrative on these mutually beneficial, but then we really need to look at who benefits. And that is also a very important role for parliamentarians, and to showcase really how this local value addition also promises materialize. And then the role that you and other parliamentarians can play. And then also in the kind of this race to attract also investment, but also being careful about not racing to the bottom and not make industrial policies all about tax incentives, because the fiscal space is also needed, and think a bit wider when we think about attracting these industrial investments. Then there is also a question of coherence for the EU with the way they want to protect their industries and the way they want to develop strategic partnerships, for example, with African partners. So they need to offer something that is not counterproductive, but that works together and is coherent. And there's concerns, for example, local contact requirements that then need to work for both partners and so on. And last point, I think it's important in this proliferation of bilateral agreements that we really think of strengthening regional initiatives like the Africa Green Industrial Initiative or the New Africa Climate Innovation Compact as a kind of a basis also for AU-EU collaboration, that this builds on this Africa-Africa cooperation and doesn't compete with it or undermines each other, but there's a coherence also between these Africa-Africa cooperation and AU-EU cooperation. So thank you, and back to you.
Can we give a big round of applause to Elizabeth? Thank you, Elizabeth, for that presentation. The last speaker on my list is Theophilos. I don't know whether he is available online. Then we welcome Theophilos Achimpo. Is he available, Clark? All right, you're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Just to check my sound that everybody can hear me loud and clear. Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellencies. And my name is Theo Achiampong. I'm a senior visiting fellow with the European Council for Foreign Relations, and just to share a few reflections around what we see on our side when it comes to the issues of EU African relation, but specifically or particularly how it's playing out in the context of the global gateway, and related to that, the sub sort of theme of the mining sector. I dare say that some of the points that I'm going to be making here have already been made by some of my other colleagues already. Elizabeth has made some of the points and others. So it's just really sort of re-emphasizing some of these points, and from a legislative angle, kind of see how you could leverage this to drive the advocacy and the work that you're doing for the continent. I think in the context of the rush for all these new transition minerals and the demand, for them, many countries, including certainly those that are within the African continent, want to move up the value chain. This is not new. We have been at this for the last at least 60 years in the post-independence era, with some degrees of, or various degrees of success. But it's one thing aspiring to, and then it's another actually delivering the goods. And this is where a lot of our own work that we have done over the period, particularly field work that we did last year in Zambia and Namibia, actually showed that, you know, if you want to move up the value chain, certain conditions need to be right. And in our view, we came up with about 7 conditions. One being the availability of the raw materials themselves, so the resources or the reserves, and that many of our countries do have. But to turn that into the value chain opportunities, you actually need adequate and competitively priced electricity, in addition to other utilities, to process and beneficiate these minerals and create the ancillary industries. You also need to address the issue of financing, and in many of the investors, or with many of the investors that we've spoken to, also raise the issue of the regulatory environment for undertaking these investments, particularly in the last 2-3 years, where we've seen a number of these export restrictions being put in place. And yes, while they are a necessary first condition, it is not sufficient in and of themselves if the other factors are not addressed to create an ecosystem that allows value addition to take place. There's also the issue of the infrastructure and the skilled workforce. And then even lastly, the point about whether we have enough domestic demand for these beneficiated and higher value chain products within the respective countries or regions that we're looking at. The point really, I think, that came out strongly in our own work, and which could support what the Pan-African Parliament is doing, really, is this whole issue about an expectations gap. Expectation gap in the sense that what clearly the sovereigns on the African continent want, and what is couched in the language of the Global Gateway and other similar arrangements tend to actually be slightly different. And what is being delivered on the ground in terms of actual investment, again, is also quite different. And a very good example of that is, you know, how one defines value, right, addition. And when we spoke to various actors on the ground, they said, well, you know, if you're just separating the mineral product or even smelting or refining it into various forms of powdered concentrate, that does not count or suffice as full value addition. And it clearly shows that they want a little bit more. But if you actually look at the text of the various MOUs that have been signed under the Global Gateway and other arrangements, you know, it's clearly still driven around exploration, extraction, and some processing capacities within the various jurisdiction. And this is really quite an issue that, in our view, needs to be reflected in the policy discourse. The other thing that also comes up very strongly in the context of the Global Gateway is the whole issue of regional cooperation. And again, my other colleagues have raised this point, you know, as well. So yes, we are seeing some, call it early efforts or early stages in relation to this, where Zambia and DRC have had a cooperation agreement. There's a special economic zone that has been set up and all of that. But there are 2 or 3 issues here that, in our view, again, needs to be addressed, especially when it comes to how the benefits are going to be shared. So when it comes to the fiscal benefits, but also the jobs and the employment opportunities, who gets hired, when do they get hired, how do they get hired, in which sector of the value chain do they work within, from which country becomes quite important as well. And then in relation to the same cooperation point, the issue of the uptake of these products, are we going to be selling them to the industries on a discounted basis? So basically using some industrial policy tools to say, hey, we want to do or build these plants within our geographies, but we recognize that to make this happen or further sweeten the deal, we may probably need to have some mechanism that allows the companies to take the copper or the cobalt or any other mineral products for that matter on a slightly sort of discounted basis. And to what extent does this then also align with other trade protocols or trade regimes? So kind of to summarize where we come from or where we stand, there are a number of take-home points for both the African policymakers, but also the European, policymakers that we've been advocating on. I think really from our side, on the African side, having export restrictions, yes, may be useful and may be aimed at supporting these value addition, but really a lot more needs to be done. And so it's about how collectively can take more practical steps in terms of or allow countries to move up the value chain. So for example, what I mentioned, the energy issues, the skills issues, the infrastructure issues, and other capability issues. And then should we decide to locate these facilities, where are we going to put them? How are we going to share the benefits? And then how do you address the regional offtake points? And then lastly, for the kind of European side, it's really the question of the financing and them coming through with some of the promises that have been made in terms of providing additional financing to help de-risk some of these investments. So it's not just a question, I think, of repeating the same old extractivist models like the speaker and others have said, but a clear business case can actually be made for integrating mineral value chains that support continental value or regional value addition, but also supports or meets the energy security aspirations of Europeans under the Global Gateway Project. I would stop here and thank you very much again for the opportunity.
We once again give him a big round of applause. I know with all his busy schedule, he tried to make it, and that he is on a journey. So in summary, Global Gateway is an investment, and the investment is geared towards sustainable infrastructure. And when we say sustainable infrastructure, we mean transport, energy, and digital networks, as well as through support for job creation. The local manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, and more so on agri-food systems. So the initiative also aims to boost regional trade, foster climate resilience, and promote local value chains by using grants and investment for key sectors, such as those focused on just transition. So without wasting much time, we want to thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentation, very educative, very interactive. I think we have something to take home back to our parliaments and more so to our communities. So we learned a lot, and the efforts made by various individuals, partners would not be underscored. So on that note, I want all of us, we give ourselves a big round of applause for witnessing this occasion. So I'll now hand over to the President, and he will lead the discussion. Thank you.
And we should also say thank you to Honorable Suleiman Saho for good leadership. And we give him a round of applause. Two honorable members have expressed interest to debate on this topic or to make a submission. Honorable Tim Kunde, MP, Rwanda. Not in the chamber? Okay, thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I'm going to talk about the promotion of green energy in order to promote environmental protection through partnership agreements and laws on the protection of this environment. I would like to share the experience of Rwanda concerning the promotion of green energy. Permit me to say that a competitive tender was set on in order to fund the promotion of green energy. There's equally tax and customs exemptions on imports of electronic or electrical vehicles. There is a law which has been set up with sections or articles which encourages the import of electrical motorbikes which are regularly used in public transport. It equally has sections or articles which deal with the import of non-electrical bikes. These measures These measures which have been implemented have had a remarkable and significant impact on environmental protection, on the reduction of the emission of greenhouse gases. I would like to suggest that African countries should develop projects and carry out investments on common projects which have as aim the promotion of green energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mine is a brief one, just to thank the presenters for opening our eyes and our ears. I really appreciate, especially two areas. One is the model law on critical minerals. I think this is a very urgent one, and I think the relevant committee should really run with it, because minerals and mining is not something that you can confine in one country because of the cross-border nature of our boundaries, or the cross-border nature of minerals, and the fact that our borders were not really designed to be borders, they were just colonial boundaries. So I really agree with that. I also want to thank them for telling us to avoid individual countries negotiating with the EU. I think this is very important, because an individual country negotiating is really weak. It's weak, and we are weak enough negotiating as the African Union and the EU. It's worse when you go to an individual country negotiating with the EU. And maybe that should also give us another encouragement to push the African Union to go towards having giving powers of legislation to PAP. Because the difference between the Pan-African Parliament and the EU Parliament is miles apart, and it's very difficult to compare what we are doing. So unless we have the legislative powers so that we are able to enforce what we are passing, it is still quite a challenge. But for now, we must really come up with that bill, with that model law, so that at least the countries can be careful, and we can think together in this room on how we should approach critical areas in mining. And I'm sure if we think together, we'll have a better solutions than if we thought singly. So I thank the presenters. Mine was more a comment.
Thank you very much. These things, we now get back to presenters. If there are any areas that you think need some further explanation or response. If there is none, there is none. Sorry.
Thank you, President, for the time. Yeah, just to agree with the two honorables who have spoken, I can only underscore your point, Honorable Member of Parliament, that if we are going to successfully negotiate a partnership with anyone, let alone with...
Just 1 minute, I had not realized that Ambassador Bridget Motsepe is indicating that she wants to comment, I know, more on this critical minerals issue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Take the floor.
I'm not just talking today as an ambassador, but also as a mining producer that has been involved in mining since 1986 as the first black mining producer in South Africa. Building mines all over. Give me a piece of land anywhere in the world, I'll build your mines. My worry is we have been liberated, as I keep on saying, from the political liberation to economic liberation. And Africa is very dominantly wealthy with minerals. And we should not really be apologetic in terms of changing the status quo. I think the time has come, and I'm very happy and very excited about this session today, because we're waking up to the fact that the wealth is really in Africa, especially with the critical minerals. What we should just do is look at the legislation in our countries and try and address the legislation. We are doing it here in South Africa. We are doing it. Since 1994, when President Mandela liberated South Africa from the apartheid regime, we're 31 years old as a country. And we've been daily, systematically, gradually implementing the laws. And there is no mining producer in South Africa that can send out a mineral offshore without that producer that's going to take your mineral, consulting the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Mines, according to Section 26 of the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act. And that producer will be asked by the Minister of Mines, who are you? I'm probably Total, BMW. What are you doing? I'm taking your platinum to convert it into catalytic converters for the engines of the car. Then they say, why are you doing it there? Why don't you do it here? So I'm just saying, let us look at the legislation. And we've been talking with the President of African Union Parliament, President Sharambura. And we've been saying, can we please invite the committee chairs of each department of South Africa's parliament, whether it's finance, whether it's trade and industry, whether it's mining, whether it's roads, agriculture, whatever, to come and share with us here our legislation. And I will even go further with the mining legislation, because we started with the mine legislation in South Africa by changing the laws from the old apartheid laws to the new laws in terms of ownership, in terms of beneficiation, which is the value added addition, in terms of skills transfer, in terms of, so there were all those elements of the charter and the mining legislation that demands that you want my minerals, make sure that you're going to comply to these rules and regulations. If you don't, then you don't comply, and I'm not going to give you the right to mine. Because I, being the minister representing South African government, the government and the state is the owner of the resources, of the mineral rights. And you will lease those mineral rights from me on the basis of these rules and regulations. And we even go further. We'll let you go and do site visits. We'll take you to mines to see, and see how the rural communities own shares, and see where the rural communities own shares. They reinvest their dividends into their own roads, their own clinics, their own schools, their own houses, their own bridges. They don't wait for government alone to be the one that's going to provide those infrastructure. Because the mining law says in the social and labor plan, before you can even get a right to mine, you have to go to the Minister of Mines, and the Minister of Mines will then say, okay, who are you? I'm Ambassador Motsepe. What? I'm own Maka mining. What are you going to be doing? I'm going to create a mine in this area. Okay, how are you going to do it? And this is, you then have to consult the local municipality, provincial government, the house planner, and the mayor in terms of what the mayor wants to do with the infrastructure. And then the mayor will tell you, this is what we are going to be producing. And in turn, you then say, okay, I've got dividends of 100 million or 200 million, and this is what I can contribute as the rural committee and a community trust. So what I'm saying is that it is happening in this country. And the reason why I can say this confidently, I've been building mines for the big mining houses, Sierra Leone, Mali, Burkina Faso, and other countries. Anglo Gold Ashanti was built by my company. I used to own shaft sinkers. And as I've been going to countries in Africa to see how mining legislation is being implemented and how the producers of minerals are producing, I see a lack of legislation that requires those implementation to be done. So, President Sharambura, I know you were thinking of inviting the Mining Committee of South African Parliament with to come and present the legislation. And because we started in South Africa with the mining industry and the mining department, and all the other departments in the South African government copied from us, and they created their own departmental charters, trade and industry, finance, everybody. It's the mining industry that started in 2-3 years after we started with our legislation. All the other departments then copied what they did in terms of their departmental industry legislation. So it is happening. Let us not be apologetic. Let us embrace each other. Let us see what is happening. Let us learn from each other. We don't know everything. I'm also prepared to learn from you what you've done better that we have not done in this country. But I'm just saying, I'm talking here with confidence because I've been doing it as a mining producer. My brother Patrice started 6 years after me. Then during that time, the rural communities, you have a community called Royal Bafokeng Nation. The tribe is worth more than 40 billion. Why? Because they have access, they are the surface rights owners, and they were the owners of the mineral rights, and they started to lease that mineral rights to Anglo American and Impala Platinum, and they converted that money into equity, and they own shares, and they get a lot of money. So let us go and do site inspections, and let us go and visit, but not just the mine. We're going to do site inspections in the banks and also other license holders. Thank you, Mr. President. I've said my say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We get back to our experts to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ambassador, for your reflections, which I completely agree with. In fact, the point I was about to make was to reinforce the idea that for any success of Africa's green industrialization, which is the buzzword now, any success of Africa's green industrialization agenda, it hinges on a strong state capability. We need state capacity to be deployed, not just at the level of negotiating cooperative agreements, but when they are being implemented in our countries. Government should be able to set strategic direction that shape markets through active engagement with the private sector, problem solving, and adapting technology as market needs evolve, in order to negotiate or enter into mutually beneficial rather than these one-sided cooperations that we have seen before. And lawmaking plays a critical role in that. So to just underscore the set of points where South African legislative capacity to oversee the sector and direct actors towards achieving national or continental priorities in the case of the Pan-African Parliament is vital. But we also know that Africa is also not a continent that is having a crisis of laws. Laws do exist from Cape to Cairo, but the implementation of those laws can sometimes hinder the attainment of outcomes expected under a GG Global Gateway Strategy framework. So let's look at Mozambique in Nampula province. Lots of heavy sand mineral activities, rare earth minerals that were being mined by Hayu from China. But all these minerals were going and were not processed. When they arrived in China, they became 7, 8 byproducts with higher value than the value at extraction. And there is a law in Mozambique called a DUAT, which is the license for mining. It was discovered the company was mining without even the license. So the laws are there, but they were not being enforced. Lonmin in South Africa, the social labor plans required it to build houses. By the time of the crisis, it had built 3 houses instead of the 5,000 promised. So enforcement of existing laws can normally make countries achieve national targets or regional targets or continental targets. And this is where Parliament is critical in overseeing the implementation of nationally, regionally, or continentally agreed upon requirements. The last point, again, is to underscore the availability of partners to the Pan-African Parliament to support some of the recommendations that are being made today. And I'm increasingly interested in seeing the degree to which we can move on the development of a model law that could have principles applicable across many countries and reinforce this idea of working together in order to prevent what actually happened at the Berlin Colonial Conference, which is to divide countries into small entities, then deal with them in that sort of fashion. We need to continue to be working together because the partners we are engaged in are working together. They are not working individually. They are working together and then developing and unfolding a strategy on the continent, which then potentially can reproduce the center-periphery dichotomy that we must be running away from. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I just want to first appreciate and thank you for the opportunity that has been offered. I want to agree with the ambassador statement and my colleague Depros Muchena on the necessity to build the capacity of the state to respond to these challenges. But I want to put a caveat on that. And I want to agree that is most of the time in our countries is not about policies, it's more about implementation. The gap between policy and implementation is quite a problem in most of our countries. We've seen progressive legislation coming out in our countries. But for me, I think it's more of a leadership. What type of leadership we are seeing being bred on the continent that is prepared to protect the continent, the country's interest? I think we will not turn around without that type of leadership. And I think holding our leaders to account to implement policies and legislation becomes critical for Parliament. So the second point, my sense is that we need diplomacy, because these things are about negotiations with investors. When you go to China, you don't negotiate a contract. They give you a legislation that this is what you need to agree on. It's either you take or you don't take. You go out. Because most of the time we negotiate 60, 100 contracts with different partners in different ways. That creates a lot of problems. So really, for me, my sense is that what we need to do, the continent must become a deal maker, not a deal taker. Most of the time we are imposed. We agree easily to things that are detrimental to the people. So I think we need to build that capacity to negotiate and negotiate in the interest of the continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
We are done. Madam Clerk.
We would like to thank the panel on the Global Gateway for its excellent contributions to this discussion. And now, on account of time, proceed to the last substantive panel, which is panel 3 on mobility, skills, and migration. The facilitator, the moderator for this panel is Honorable Jean-Marie Nibirantinje, the chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Honorable, you have the floor to both introduce the theme and invite the guests. I'd also like to ask then the other presenters to take their seats.
Thank you very much. Excellence, President du Parlement.
Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable colleagues, MPs, without further ado, as you saw in the program that was circulated, we're not going to waste much of your time, but it's important to note that we will have a panel this afternoon that's going to discuss mobility. You know that mobility is a reality. We have people who leave Africa in search of greener pastures in Europe, and this is frequent in many countries in Africa. And as you all know, the people who move, those we usually call migrants, some do migrate legally and others illegally in search of jobs. Sometimes they leave their countries with a job contract. And this category of workers do not create any problems in our relationships with European countries. We will also be talking about circular migration, and the panelists are going to explain how circular migration occurs. Then we'll also talk about regulated migration, as you noted in the model law on migration. So we are also going to be informed on some of these issues, notably regulated mobility. So without further ado, as the clerk said, we have a number of panelists. Some are online, others are present here. So straight away, let's invite Mr. Ibrahima Kane from Open Society Foundation, who is online. Ibrahima Kane, if you hear us, the floor is yours.
Understand us, you have the floor. Ibrahima Kane, if you understand us, you have the floor.
So we'll therefore start with Claire Kumar, ODI Global, who's also online.
Yes, we hear you very well.
Perfect. Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm just going to try and share my screen. But first to say also, thank you so much, Honourable Chair, members of the Parliament, for this kind invitation. I'm very happy to come and talk about this theme with you today. Are you able to see the screen? Sorry, I'm not sure this is this working okay for your end?
Yes.
Okay. It is perfect. That's great. Thank you. So just to introduce myself, I'm Claire Kumar. I work with ODI Europe, which is one of the teams within ODI Global, and I work a lot on migration. So I'm here to give you a bit of context on the European side in terms of what European needs look like. And first, I just wanted to share this graphic, which actually looks at aging trends. So this shows you the percentage of the population over 65 and how it's been changing since the year 2000 and projections up to 2050. And you can see really dramatic shifts in terms of the elderly population growing. Now, of course, you can see on this chart, South Korea and Japan are very high up, very dramatic challenges in those countries. But of course, Southern Europe is very close behind. And there's a really major concern around these aging trends in lots of countries. Now, of course, we need to remember this is a workforce question, you know, who are going to be the workers in future? But also it's a fiscal question. How can we pay our pensions? Now, I think that the European policy community and the global policy community is very aware of this challenge, but I would say it's not that well known in terms of the public consciousness in Europe. I don't think people are really getting to grips with it. And I just wanted to show you this additional chart. And this is really the bit that no one ever talks about, the fact that our forecasts on aging are actually very optimistic. So they're already quite terrifying, but definitely optimistic. So I was showing you UN data. This is a Financial Times piece that compares UN data to reality. And actually, when you look at reality, it is really a much more severe demographic time bomb, I think, that we're facing. And this is for high-income countries, but it's also, of course, for middle-income countries. So this is really where Africa's leverage and uniqueness really lies, because, of course, the forecasts are very different. And I just wanted to give you a map, a little bit of a map of some of the shortages that Europe is facing. So this is workforce. So these are the numbers of occupations in shortage in different countries in Europe. And you can see these numbers are really high. And it's an extreme problem in countries like Slovakia, Bulgaria, Italy, Netherlands. You're talking about 180 different occupations that have severe workforce shortages, which is really, quite a dramatic challenge. Countries like Germany, Denmark, also exceptionally high. And really, when you look at these lists, and they publish these lists every year, it's really quite endless. But I also wanted to say, apart from this kind of issue of how widespread the shortages are, there is an issue with severity. So we talk about how chronic is the shortage. And if you look at particular sectors like healthcare, construction, in Europe, the shortages are very much, they're structural, they're persistent, they're ingrained. This has been the reality for over a decade, and they actually worsen every year. So even though the European governments are putting in place a lot of initiatives to address these problems, they're not really working to turn around the sort of workforce question. So this is something I think it's important to bear in mind when you're negotiating with the EU. The depth and seriousness of these problems is really significant. And I also wanted to show you a little bit the picture in terms of the employment permits. So these are the visas that are being issued. And this is really the sort of opposite to perhaps the message that you're hearing. So you will hear a lot Fortress Europe discussions. You'll be encouraged to border control, cooperate on returns. Obviously we know that is the dominant part of the conversation often. But in reality, you can see the response of individual member states in Europe is to give more visas. And so we have rhetoric of closure, but we know that employment permits are going up. And so what we track in our work, for example, are the immigration policy reforms. And so we see things like bilateral agreements being signed, new partnerships being pursued, quotas being increased, things like that. And it is quite patchy. And of course, likes to focus on the highly qualified worker, but we still see a lot of movement in this area. And I think one of the interesting things is the increases in some of the less obvious countries. So here you can really see big increases in visas issued by Hungary, Croatia, Lithuania, Romania, places that you may not be familiar with and where the rhetoric around migration can be quite negative, but of course there is a real private sector need. And then I just wanted to be able to show you Africa's share in this and see how does this translate to benefits in terms of, visa access for African workers. And certainly what you can see here is a big trend of increase in the European side in terms of the permits issued. But the Africa share is pretty small. And it is certainly increasing, as you can see. But in 2024, only 11% of the permits issued by the European Union went to African nationals. We know that the countries getting the most permits are places like Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt. Certainly, that's very high. Other countries that are important, Senegal, Algeria, South Africa, Nigeria, Zimbabwe to a lesser extent. So this picture is changing, but it is relatively slow. And I also wanted to give you a little bit of a picture on the EU's efforts so that you have something to judge, how much the European Union actually making. And this is some tracking we did on the investments in labour mobility. Now, obviously, the Commission, there's a lot of migration diplomacy going on, a lot of discussions around returns, etc., irregular migration, as I've mentioned. But labour mobility is still one of the key priorities of the Commission. And I'm sure some of you know the Migration Partnership Facility. That is the facility that we have analysed here in terms of spending. It invests money in skills mobility partnerships. It's got lots and lots of projects with lots of country partners. Now, they exist purely to service a vision of mobility. But as you can see on this graphic, although their budget is going up quite a lot over this period, the focus on legal migration and labour mobility declining quite significantly and down below 50% in the last tranche that we looked at. So you can see these priorities are being skewed in terms of European Union spending. I mean, this is only one measure, it's just one facility, but I think it's an indication that actually more could be done in this area. And I wanted to show you just one other spending example. So this is a different fund that we were trying to, again, measure the European Union's effort. This is the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund. Now, this is a tiny fund compared to the billions that are spent on migration partnerships with countries such as, Tunisia, Mauritania, Egypt. I mean, there's a long list, but, this kind of cash for migration control initiative is quite well known. So this fund is tiny by comparison, but I wanted to look at it because it's a special fund and it's supposed to be about innovation in areas like integration, inclusion, and labour mobility. In fact, legal mobility is one of the 4 objectives of this fund. But when we analysed it, we found only 3% of the funds are spent on labour mobility. The vast bulk stays in Europe at that top blue bar, which is, legitimate. It's a migration data infrastructure kind of setup, which is very important. But as you can see, that second bar, that's the kind of focus on irregular migration. And again, you can see this even, in this special fund is very skewed towards that. Now, we feel this is very disappointing. This is something we've pointed out to the Commission. We feel they're underperforming in this area. And I wanted to share this with you because, it really, you should feel confident taking the position that the EU is doing not a great job to prioritise the area of labour mobility, even in this area where it has total control over its investments. So the position we tend to take is that the Commission should really prioritise legal migration over all other measures. One of the reasons we say this is that there is good evidence that more pathways for legal migration at scale is the key lever to address reducing irregular migration. We also think this is a competitiveness issue and that the EU's own competitiveness is at risk because of its stance on migration and its failure to attract people to fill its skills gaps. And I think this is an area that's not talked about enough, including by Mario Draghi and his competitiveness report, which many of you may be familiar with. The chapter on migration is really not strong enough in our view. And finally, I just wanted to show you some of the key sectors in shortage because I think these are the sectors to watch. If you're interested in this area, certainly for ICT and healthcare, this is very well established. We are highly dependent on migrant workers. There are structural shortages. ICT is not as problematic as healthcare, but certainly the forecasts are very concerning. We know particularly older adult care is a major area. Europe is highly dependent on migrant workers, but it's very much informal work often, very few visa pathways, a very neglected area that will definitely have to change in future. I also always highlight construction, very neglected sector, not typically an area where visas are on offer unless you're an engineer or an architect. But we know that a lot of technical trades are very key for the green transition. So we need electricians, we need plumbers if you're talking about building decarbonisation in Europe. We also need welders, for example, if you're thinking about offshore wind. Now, it's very hard for me to overemphasize, these are a major blind spot. Mid-skilled technical trades are typically the most neglected in immigration policy, and this is a major area of opportunity for specialising in these kind of occupations and maybe investing in technical and vocational education in these areas. We also always highlight transport and logistics. There's a big shortage in the EU right now. It's literally the top occupation, truck drivers, bus drivers, and this has big implications for essential supply chains. So there's a lot of concern about very severe shortages in this area, and forecasts are very concerning. And finally, hospitality, I just think of big importance for European GDP. And of course, significant shortages, particularly since 2020. And a final point just to make is that across these occupations, what you might notice is that really a lot of the skills are sort of low to mid-range when it comes to sort of skills, pay levels, qualifications. And of course, European immigration systems tend to favor the high-skilled, highly paid, highly qualified, when actually our needs are a little different. So I think we do need a real sea change in our approach with the shortages that we have. And I think these are the areas of kind of opportunity and where Africa has a lot of leverage and really significant opportunities to kind of, increase that leverage in future. And I think I would leave it there. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Nous vous remercions beaucoup. Je vous demande d'acclamer.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for this presentation, please. That was a very insightful one. Thank you very much. So I'm going to make comments afterwards. So let's move straight away. Ibrahim Kane is online, please. Keep your questions. Let me give the floor to Ibrahim Kane.
Ibrahim Kane. Kane.
Yes, is it me?
Yes, we understand you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really would like on this issue of migration to mention a few number of problems. When you talk about Africa and Europe, one of the key contentious issues is migration. Migration because in Europe, there is now a movement, anti-African movement in Europe, starting in the southern part of Europe, in the Mediterranean, up to Norway and Sweden, where people used to go, really used to be accepted. And this anti-migrant sentiment is something that is constructed. And throughout the partnership, nothing has been done to stop that anti-African, anti-migrant sentiment in Europe. That anti-migration sentiment in Europe reached the point where all the treaties that are protecting migrants' rights have not been ratified by European countries. The only mechanism through which Africa and Europe can try to have a conversation on migration is either the EU partnership on migration or the agreement that was adopted through the UN system in 2018, which was talking about having a safe migration between countries in the world. But that document is not a treaty, it's just a document that was adopted under the auspices of the UN. And we don't understand why this problem is happening, because as far as figures are concerned, 80% of African migration is done within Africa. And even in West Africa, the figures are even better, because 90% of West Africans that are traveling outside of the country are traveling in Africa. And I have also to say that Europe is not even the second destination of African, because this day is the Middle East that is the second destination of African was after Africa. So people cannot understand why this is happening. And I want to mention a third element, which is the role that some African countries are playing against their own citizen, against African citizens, playing the role to stop African from traveling to Europe. the Mediterranean the African Mediterranean countries, starting from Morocco to Egypt, through Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria. And in the Tunisian case, I think that was even worse because for the first time we heard an African leader asking its own population to fight against African migrants because he believed that sub-Saharan Africans are changing the nature of the state in Tunisia, which was even contested by the AU officially. That is also a kind of thing that is happening in Africa. The last point is that there are agreements that have been signed under the AU-EU partnership that is really transforming now Africa as a border for Europe for everything that is related to asylum and that is related to refugees issues. Instead of people applying for asylum in Europe, now they're doing it in some African countries. Niger was one of the places, Chad was one of the places, and more recently, a country like Mauritania signed an agreement with the EU to help stop the movement of sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa. All this to say that it's also important when it's come to migration for African countries to stop having policies that are against Africans themselves or policy that don't allow Africa to move freely on their own continent. Niger recently abandoned a legislation that was prepared and adopted with the agreement of Europe to stop Africans from traveling between Niger and Libya, Niger and Algeria. So this is the reality of our continent at the moment, and we need to change it. My last point out on migration is that we need in the new strategy that we will be developing with the European countries to really make sure that not only migration is the key element, but mobility is part of the partnership in the because migration is a right. People have the right under the African Charter on Human and People's Right to leave their countries and to come back. But because access to Europe, particularly via visas and other, is so difficult that people are trying to find other routes to get to European continent. And when you look at it, the number of Africans that are trying to go to Europe is really a very small. The smallest percentage of foreigners in Europe are African. So I think that needs to be negotiated. And now Spain is giving a good example of that kind of new strategy. And I think people need to do everything to make sure that Europe follows that strategy. Spain is trying to negotiate with a number of African countries so that those countries can citizens can go freely to Spain, work there, and come back to their countries, it being circular migration or being migration for a long term. That is the example to follow, and I hope that this parliament will play an important role in really making sure through the collaboration with the European Union Parliament, but also in dialoguing with the AU Commission and all the partners that are working on mobility issues, IOM, for instance, to really try to find a way of making a migration a right that is respected both by African and by the European Union. That is the best way to really create bridges between the two communities, Africa and Europe, and to continue to have the relationship between those guys, because we have Africans living in Europe constituting our diaspora. They have children there, and those children are also part of us, and we should continue to maintain that kind of relationship rather than stopping people from moving, creating a situation where people have the sentiment that Africans are coming to Europe to take the job of others, which is not the case, because Europe is also exploiting our resources on the continent. Europe is doing a lot of things that makes Europe what it is now. Are coming from Africa. So we have an interest in collaborating. We have an interest in making sure that between the two continents, the relationship is maintained through also mobility of people and mobility of goods. That's the thing that I wanted to add in this conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup. Et sans trop tarder.
Thank you very much. Without much ado, because we are going to move to the question and answer session. The last, but not the least speaker, is Sakile Fili from the Nelson Mandela University. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Parliament. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. And I'm very fortunate in that I think what I'm going to speak about this afternoon echoes a lot of what has been said by some of the previous speakers. I think everyone can see my screen. We've spoken about the need for research and innovation in order to couple industrialization to achieve Africa's goals of high economic growth. However, the investment in education and research is crucial in building, industrial and manufacturing capacity. And we had previous speakers in the past session speaking about how African member states and the Pan-African Parliament as a whole needs to build up its capacity. What education does, as we all know, is that it provides a skilled workforce with the technical skills needed to drive innovation and manufacturing and industrial development. So this understanding, or the premise of this and the need for a skilled workforce, is reflected in our own African Union Continental Education Strategy, which specifically says there's a need for a skills revolution driven by science and technology. And of course, this includes the adoption of AI and other new technologies. The predecessor of this policy was the 2016 to 2025 Continental Education Strategy for Africa, which had very explicit and practical guidelines of what African nation states must do, which was to allocate at least 20% of their total government budget or 6% of their GDP to education, right? I don't mean to pick on any member states, but this is just a graphic showing expenditure in education as a percentage of GDP. Even if we look over the last 5 years, we can see that there are very few African countries that are actually meeting this target of spending 6% of the GDP on education, right? If we have a look, this graph shows expenditure on education as a percentage of total government expenditure. And this paints a better picture with more countries getting close to that 20% target that we've all agreed upon. But a lot of countries are not even getting close, whether it's to the 20% target of government spending or the 6% target of GDP. Honorable members, this doesn't just constitute a lack of investment in education, it constitutes a disinvestment in education, because in real terms, over time, we're spending less and less on education, when we know that education is essential to build the skills we want for industrialization and, of course, economic growth, right? This lack of investment in education, I would argue, is reflected on relatively low levels of innovation on the continent, right? And this could be an opportunity to us. If you imagine investing in renewable energy and in renewable energy matter science, this can enable countries to become leaders in just energy transition, green economy, and manufacturing. And I'm talking about leaders globally, right? If we look at research and development by a few countries that I've just selected here as illustrative cases, only Egypt is hitting 1% of GDP investment in R&D. This is reflected in the number of patents per million people. And if, South Africa is leading the way on the continent, but it's only around 29 patents per every million people. These are very low numbers. And this is not to just lambast African countries, because we are acutely aware of the fiscal constraints that African countries operate within. In particular, many African ministers are grappling with a debt crisis, which is the amount of money that we are spending on servicing our external debt, right? So on average, African countries are spending about 12.5% of their GDP servicing external debt. This is just money going out. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, which limited the resources that are available to African countries and African governments, only about 30 African countries spent more on, more than 30 African countries spend more on servicing debt than they did on education. And I understand that correlation isn't causation, but we have to look at what the trends are. And what we're seeing is that countries that are spending less money or have less debt to service are then able to mobilize those resources towards education, right? And invariably building up this skills pool, all right? So if you look at this infographic, you see a trend whereby, if I'm just going to take two countries at the bottom there, Botswana's external debt has been going down, whereas Nigeria's been increasing. This is the graph that I showed you. You can see over time, unfortunately, Nigeria is spending less of its GDP as a percentage on education, whereas Botswana was able to spend more. So again, I understand correlation isn't causation, but we see that across the continent, rising external debt has meant less investment in education and also less investment in healthcare, which is a conversation for another panel, but the point is worth making. Yeah. So, what am I proposing as part of the way forward? We've been talking about skills on the continent, and another framework that the African Union has put forward is the Continental Qualifications Framework. And the idea here is that we seek to harmonize and standardize qualifications across the continent to boost intra-African mobility and integration. And I know Prof. Ibrahim spoke about migration to Europe and whether this is cyclical or not, but I would rather focus on the migration within the continent, right? And I am advocating for skills mobility and mobility of people throughout the continent, because if we have a lack of skills, for example, in South Africa, and they are skilled laborers that...
Il y a des interférences dans l'interprétation. Pour le français, ça entre là.
There are some problems when it comes to interpretation. For French, the French interpretation overlaps. There is interference. We have Arabic, which we on Channel 2, whereas it was normally supposed to be French.
Yes, so if there are laborers, say, in Rwanda that can address this gap, then that helps the continent as a collective. What this also does, and the collective movement of skilled labor within the continent, takes the burden of the country on producing, in the short term, the skills needed for every shortage that they have. All right. So, a few key recommendations for me. I implore you to advocate to your respective countries for us to recommit to the targets that were set in the previous education strategy for expenditure in education, research, innovation, and development, right? I'll just skip through some of those. I know we've spoken about the need for specific skills regarding critical mineral resources and resource beneficiation. We've highlighted specifically the need for specialized legal skills around this. But there are a lot of skills that are needed in terms of beneficiation around critical mineral resources on the continent. And what I'm advocating for, again, is a collective movement. I like the idea of centers of excellence, right? So previous speakers spoke about how the Pan-African Parliament must have a research wing to support some of the policy initiatives. I would argue that the AU should have centers of excellence. If you want to know about legal legislation in terms of mineral exploitation, then you can have a center of excellence in Nairobi or in South Africa. And if we have intra-Africa mobility, then people who want to learn about this from Zambia can travel to that country. If the qualifications framework for the continent is in place, then when that person comes from Zambia to Nairobi, we already acknowledge their legal degree because there's standardization and there's harmonization. The opportunities there are bountiful, honorable members. So let me speak to our EU partners. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Our EU partners. What we need from my perspective, what we need from our EU partners is advocacy, right? I've just highlighted external debt as one of the key issues that's crippling African investment in education, research and development, and innovation, right? A lot of the international funding mechanisms, institutes are located in countries that of EU member states. Advocate for reducing the cost of capital for African states that are borrowing, right? Debt restructuring, right? There's a lot of things that EU partners can do that are not handouts, that are not aid, but they are enabling a more equitable relationship whereby you're taking off the shackles of debt on us that are allowing us to invest in ourselves, right? And this also reduces African reliance on EU aid, right? Which we've spoken about, and I can't go through all these points, but a lot of previous speakers have alluded to the fact that there's a lot of tax expenditure that does not return to the countries where critical minerals, for example, are being mined. So just to reiterate a few of my key recommendations, let's commit to investment in research and development and education on the continent. And this is the way that we're going to make the most out of our young population. It's the way that we're going to be able to take advantage of beneficiation for critical minerals and resources. I would also advocate that we try to implement a lot of the brilliant strategies that the AU has put forward. For example, harmonization of skills and qualifications across the continent to enhance intracontinental mobility of skilled labor. And for our EU partners, there's someone, I think it was the Honorable General earlier who said, put the money where your mouth is. I would say this applies very much in terms of what we're paying for debt and debt restructuring. Thank you very much for your time, and that's it from my side.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I thank all the speakers for the respect of the time allotted to them. And without much ado, I would like to make a briefing. So the first speaker, I'll tell you what you should remember after forgetting everything. The first speaker said that the partnership, it's actually being negotiated. It's a good thing. So the mobility partnership is being negotiated. And the mobility partnership is going to be emphasized on, especially concerning the working. So I should point out that we should intensify funding of the mobility of workers. So we should increase or improve the funding of the mobility of workers or laborers. Again, he actually talked about the sectors which require a greater action: health, logistics, transport, electricity. There's a need of electricity, construction engineers. So there is the need for Africa to lay emphasis on the points on which they are really competent. As far as Ibrahim Kane is concerned, he talked about something that you dwell on in the morning, that we are observing that there's a movement in Europe which rejects Africans and other migrants, working migrants. So there is an anti-migrant sentiment. That's a term he used. There is an anti-migrant sentiment which is prevailing in Europe. The partnership of AU and EU on migration. So he actually said that there is a need for a partnership on safe and secure migration. Because once people get there, at times their rights are not respected, whereas there are laws and regulations on that. There is a document of the United Nations on migration, but there isn't any treaty in order to protect immigrants. Again, he equally said that a great percentage of Africans who go towards the north, be it in Tunisia or elsewhere, I wouldn't want to quote some countries. I mean, they are prevented by their fellow Africans to continue to go and look for greener pastures in Europe. Again, he reminded us that today Europe is not the first destination. It's the second destination because there are other Africans who migrate in the Middle East and in the Northwest African countries for better life. If some African countries should allow different Africans to get into their country freely, to use their countries as a transit. I said that already. He said one thing.
Une relation d'acceptation.
And said one thing, they should maintain good relationship between African and Europeans. Thirdly, Sakile Fidi, who is present here, talked to us that in order to have a trained labor force, some African countries are facing competitions. And because there are some skills which are not available in our country, so expenditure related to education are very low and are very far from the target of 6% in many African countries. So you understand that for the development of skills, there isn't innovation. So there's a need to promote some skills and competence in order to promote development. He equally said that there are very few research authorizations in many African countries. So there are very few research permits are allocated. The difficulties are shared and are similar for many African countries. Debts, because these debts prevent ministers of finance to allocate adequate means for health, for education, because they are always concerned about allocating a given amount of money to pay debts, because they want to avoid the debts to weigh on the state budget. So he equally said that today there is a competitive movement for request of competence. And he wanted to know if this is going to help countries to produce talent or skills And some countries go to the extent of producing, of training Africans and sending them elsewhere. And he gave many recommendations. I thank you for your kind attention. And I give the floor to His Excellency, the Right Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament for the continuation of the program.
Yeah, a loud round of applause for the team. Mine is now to give the floor to those that have expressed interest, and we have only one person. Migration is very popular, controversial, emotional, of a great interest, but I think people are tired. There's only one, Professor Margaret Kama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief because the lack of numbers means they are tired, as you're saying. First, I want to thank the presenters for very good insights. It is true that most of the countries have not met their budgets for the education sector, and I think that is a signal that as members of PAP, we should go back to our parliaments and fight for better budgets. I happen to be in the education budget in my Senate, and this is what we have been fighting for a very long time, that we must increase. On the mobility of labor, and we passed our own model law on labor migration only yesterday. It is very important that we be also fair to the recipients, that we have people who are qualified. Notwithstanding the fact that we know they are chasing jobs because our countries have sold raw materials instead of industrializing, and so they are looking for jobs. We really need to get the right qualifications for these people. So I agree that there is a need for a qualification framework across the continent. But better still, for many years in UNESCO, we have been talking about technology transfer. Now Africa seems to be comfortable. We seem to not be talking about transfer as much. We seem to have people returning back who have been skilled, and actually education standards in the continent is going very high. It is just that we are not able to fund. But there may be specific areas that in the negotiation for the mobility of labor, we might need to actually work on. And I remember when Canada gave us an opportunity to discuss labor migration to Canada, they said, your plumbers don't know high pressure plumbing because in Kenya we don't have oil, so we prepare our plumbers for water. And so they needed that skill to be trained. And we said, give us the curriculum and we'll teach it. If not, come and teach it yourselves. So there's need to have also that kind of agreement with the destination countries, that if there is a specific area they would like, and I'm happy that all these areas have been highlighted, and these are areas that can be done by this continent: ICT, construction, healthcare. If there is anything in construction that needs modification, we need a technology transfer to be done. And it is very important when we are negotiating, therefore, I'm suggesting that as the negotiation is going on, it may be important to actually still talk of the transfer. What skill do we want to have? Only a few, about last year, we started training in our technical colleges. We started teaching people German, because we discovered that when they go to Germany, they spend one whole year learning the language. They are not earning for anything. And the language, and when that was discussed with the embassy was very welcoming, and they said, let's get the lecturer teachers to come this way. We will support teaching in high school and wherever. Just to promote, and that is going very well. So there may be areas that require that a specific kind of training be given before they go. How that will play out later, you will be able to tell us if then that will reduce on the unskilled labor, because I think the greatest fear in labor migration is to have unskilled people whom nobody knows what they can do. So they are not, first, they are not invited. 2, they don't have any qualification. 3, they go in and they say, I can do anything. And anything is anything. So we may need to really skill our people so that they only leave the continent when they are truly skilled. And that requires collaboration between us and the EU. Long time ago, we used to have those kind of collaborations while we were building our own capacity. Can we also approach it in terms of capacity building for the labor, so that they get labor that suits their needs, while we reduce on the unskilled labor? I think what was the last one? I have missed the last one. So may I say thank you very much? I think that was very good insights, and I want to thank the presenters. They gave us they highlighted very key areas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, where do we proceed now? As the clerk comes to the podium, there is a comment from one of the experts. He feels that he needs to make a comment.
Thank you for indulging me, Your Excellency. Just in response, Honorable Member, I agree with a lot of what you've said, but we all have to advocate for investment in education, because even if all of Africa's external debt was forgiven today, you can't go to the supermarket and buy education. So if we're talking about critical mineral beneficiation, and we know what the specific skills we need are, we need specific kind of lawyers, we need specific kind of engineers, et cetera, et cetera. Without prior investment in that, even if we have the money, it'll still take time to develop those skills. So I think that's just added into your need for advocacy along this. And then in terms of technical transfer, one of the things that I think PAP can do with our support of maybe even the EU partners is for technical transfers within the continent. So I'm from Zambia. It's a very dry savanna grassland. And with the advent of climate change, we're being hit with even longer, more severe droughts. If I want technical transfers, I know of amazing innovations in terms of agriculture in very water-scarce regions that are being done in areas like Ethiopia and areas like Somalia. In terms of technical transfer, I'm going to learn more from my brothers on the Horn of Africa than I am from the Europeans in the Netherlands. So I think that's another way we need to think about technical transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've remembered the last one, if you allow me just 1 minute, because I wanted him to react to brain drain. I know we had changed the concept to brain gain, but the thing that is happening now is selective retention of skilled manpower. Universities send their members of staff to universities in Europe. When they go in and they are well skilled, those are the ones who are lured to stay on because they're given jobs and they're given everything. It is this other laborer who is not wanted, who is being wanted out. But the one that is skilled, and we have already invested in that person, they have just gone for their third and final degree, the PhD, and they get retained. How are we going to deal with that? And how can we? Because although universities used to say, you pay us back for the training, then they have to start all over again, and it is very, very expensive. How can we deal with that brain drain issue now that the reality is what Europe doesn't have? You go under studies and you don't come back.
I think that's a valid point, and I don't have all the answers, but it definitely requires work with European partners, and there must be some agreements in place as to consequences of doing this. Because what the policies are saying is that we're enhancing mobility to give African nations skills, but then you're taking the skills. So you're contradicting yourself, and there must be some punitive measures in place for that. Thanks.
And a professor and an expert engage in intellectual discourse. It means we need another day. We need another day on this topic. Madam Clerk.
Honorable President, I would like, on your behalf, to thank the panel for its excellent work and invite them to assume their seats in the chamber. Thank you very much. Honorable President and honorable members of Parliament, we have had a rich set of discussions over this one day. We have received contributions from members of Parliament, from civil society, from partners, from think tanks, and we've also received a contribution from Ambassador Bridget Motsepe, a leading business person in South Africa, on behalf of the private sector. The outcomes of these discussions have been captured by the Secretariat and have been formulated in the form of draft resolutions and recommendations that will be tabled before a formal sitting of Parliament for adoption, for debate and adoption. These resolutions and recommendations will also form part of the contributions made by the Pan-African Parliament to the upcoming summit in Luanda. With that, just to say that we are now moving to the closing ceremony. There are two presentations in this ceremony. The first from Ileana Olivia, European Think Tanks Group, who will speak on behalf of all the partners as these proceedings are brought to a close. And then we'll also receive, by direction of the President, a vote of thanks from the first Vice President, Honorable Dr. Fatimatu Habib. With that, Ms. Olivia, you have the floor. As you wish, as you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues, of course. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ileana Olivier. I am the director of the European Think Tanks Group, which is only one of the organizations that has participated in today's event. Together with the Open Society Foundations and the Center for Human Rights, we have had the luxury of being hosted and supported by the Pan-African Parliament and also of being supported by the European Parliament in this very timely and interesting day. There have been a number of recommendations and suggestions and ideas and debates around security and peace, global gateway, mobility, green industrialization, human rights, and many other topics that are on the bi-regional political agenda and that will be further debated in the upcoming events, both at this same room in a week in the Interparliamentary Dialogue and later this month in Luanda. I won't try to summarize everything that has been said today, of course. In addition to the institutional outcomes on our side, we will be drafting a summary of today's debate together with the Open Society Foundations, and we hope we will be able to share in the coming days and weeks, and hopefully it will be able also to inform the debates that you will be having together with the European Parliament in just a few days. I know it is very late, and I'm the last thing between you and the cocktail that we will be all enjoying after the closing remark of the President. Let me just share three personal takeaways that also by taking a step back, maybe let me go back to where the conversation started this morning. So not so much on the specific and actionable initiatives that can be undertaken in the three domains of peace and security, global gateway, and mobility, but rather on the guiding principles that should be the basis for approaching the more specific recommendations. Of course, recommendations do not happen in a vacuum. They are the result of a specific approach to the bi-regional relations. And those principles, how those principles or those guidelines are defined need to be the result of how we crack or solve a series of dilemmas or maybe even contradictory objectives. So just to mention three of those. The first maybe relates to the level of ambition. So we've had recommendations in both senses, being practical in a context of geopolitical tensions and political tensions between the two regions. So being practical, focusing on low-hanging fruits, and on actions that can be easily achieved in the short and medium term, because also the citizenships at both sides of the sea are also waiting for specific results. Or precisely doing the opposite, acknowledging the complexity of the context, the fact that the multilateral system is in crisis, and being bold and ambitious, because also the boldness and ambition on the part of both the EU and Africa will also help mold the system as it will be in the coming decades. Either being practical or being bold and ambitious, and that also means having a long series of very uncomfortable conversations. Well, we all know that the different regions and the different stakeholders in both regions have different approaches, and migration is a very good example of that. The second dilemma or area where a balance needs to be found is the one on the level of engagement. On the one hand, African partners expect a high degree of engagement on the part of the European Union. For instance, it was expressed here today how the Pan-African Parliament is aiming at deepening its functions, at harmonizing legislation, and how the EU could be supporting this initiative. But this also means deepening the engagement of the EU at the domestic and regional level. And we should also bear in mind that at the same time we have other voices pointing that other partners, such as China, for instance, are also very interesting partners for African stakeholders, precisely because they don't engage that much in regional and in domestic matters. So the EU taking part at such a foundational process, such as how to harmonize African legislation, would collude with this idea of disengaging from domestic and regional issues and challenges. And then the third and last area of dilemmas, I would say, that I would like to mention is that is related to the latter and is about the degree of diversity. So it has been pointed out how this bi-regional relationship has been exclusive for a number of historical reasons that not only have to do with the colonial process and decolonial process, but also with the fact that what we now know as the European Union was launched by a smaller group of countries and under the leadership of Germany and France, and so that molded to a great extent the nature and diversity of the EU partners outside their borders. But also at the same time, it has also been pointed out that both regions are diversifying their allies. This applies, of course, to the European Union, the increasing importance of Asia, also the increasing importance of Latin America and the Caribbean, and it obviously applies also to Africa with its increasing links with Russia or China, for instance. So we also need to crack that area, how to move on, how to nurture this special relationship between these two specific regions, while acknowledging the fact that we are maybe moving towards a multipolar world where both regions will be also working on their relations with other areas and with some crowding out perhaps in some areas such as peace and security, given the existential threat to Europe at the moment. Probably this is several of the ideas that were shared today are very constructive points and recommendations on how to crack these three dilemmas. But they also need deeper reflection, of course, and this is what we will try to do as our next step, producing this report and sharing it, of course, with you all. Let me just finalize by thanking again the Pan-African Parliament, the European Parliament, but also all of you for following today's conversation. Thank you again, Madam Clerk. Thank you to the PAP Bureau, and thank you very much, Mr. President, for chairing this session and staying with us until the end of the day. So let me stop here and give the floor back to our host, the President. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Olivia, for your remarks. And we do thank you, and as well as the consortium of institutions that have hosted this meeting for the contributions that you've made. Now, at this point, I would like to call upon Honorable Dr. Fatimata Habib, the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver her vote of thanks, but also to declare this meeting officially closed. After she has done so, I have just a few announcements to make. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, honorable colleagues and parliamentarians, distinguished guests. In reality, I could avoid taking the floor simply because the President of the Pan-African Parliament is here. But I'm going to do everything possible to be brief and go straight to the point. So because generally he insists that the entire Bureau of the Parliament should participate in a collegial manner. And I hail and respect the spirit of collegial management that he has. And he has always insisted that the entire Bureau should participate to the activities. Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that said, I believe that everything has been said well from the beginning of this day, but I'm going to lay emphasis on one or 2 points. First of all is to thank the European Union and to thank
notre partenaire Open Society.
To thank our partner Open Society Foundation, the European Group Think Tank, and the Center for Human Rights, who have assisted the Parliament to organize this day, which is very productive for parliamentarians and is going to enable them to have the rightful information and to be able to defend the African Union, no matter the level or the venue where they will find themselves. I believe that the partnership should be equal at all levels, be it at the level of the government, the people, the civil societies, and to give them the information and the possibility to discuss with other partners and to better understand the idea for the defense of Africa and for the defense of the interest of Africa. I equally thank our partners for choosing extremely important and sensitive themes, and which, as far as I'm concerned, are the basis of any partnership. And we all know that the mutually beneficial partnership, as highlighted by all colleagues, is necessary for every cooperation because the two partners are going to end up in the retained program and they are all going to mutually benefit. So there isn't going to be someone who is going to be more beneficial, who is going to benefit more than the other partner. So I believe that if Africa succeeds in imposing peace and security, and that Africa is well supported by its technical and financial partners, it's going to usher in a climate which is going to foster or help the youth to better educate themselves, integrate themselves, and to work harder in order to put Africa at the level where it's supposed to be, its rightful place. And in this context, there isn't going to be dangerous migrations, unmastered migratory flows, which unfortunately leads to the deaths of many youths in Africa. And I believe that at this point in time, if we succeed in having this beneficial partnership, Europe is equally going to benefit, and it's going to feel the positive impact of this development because it's going to come out a win of this partnership. So, as I said, I believe that everything has been said rightfully during the discussions of the different panels and the different presentations made by our brilliant speakers. And I would like to seize this opportunity to thank them for the clear nature and dense nature of the information they shared all along today. So I do hope that this collaboration is just the beginning and that subsequently we will have many cooperations with our different technical and financial partners. With that said, I declare close this day and I thank you for your kind attention.
Stand. It's done, we go.
Sorry, just two important announcements that I think merit mention with the permission of the President. First, tomorrow at 9 a.m. here in the chamber, there will be a civil society Pan-African Parliament forum. This will be hosting up to 300 civil society delegates, some of whom are NGOs or community-based organizations. I'm mentioning this because honorable members and members of the Bureau of committees may wish to engage with these NGOs to support some of their programs for next year. Now, in the afternoon, tomorrow, at 2 p.m. in Committee Room 3, there will be the joint annual planning meeting of the joint bureaucracies of committees and caucuses, as well as the Bureau itself. And again, I would like to invite the partners that are present here, given that we'll be planning for 2026, to also approach my office, should you wish to participate in pledging or sponsoring some of the key programs, some of which will emanate from what we have discussed here today. Thank you very much, and safe travel to your respective hotels and homes. Thank you. Okay, so there is a cocktail that is offered by our partners very generously and graciously. It will be offered in the foyer of this chamber, and we will all meet there to interact further. Thank you.